Planet Earth. At some point during our short lives, all of us turn inwards and contemplate the nature of the Earth we inhabit. From childhood, we are taught about the Earth, the Sun, the Moon, and space. We learn about our solar system and the planets within it. We learn about the Milky Way and the infinite vastness of space. And we accept these teachings as fact and go about our busy daily lives. One day, I decided I wanted to know more about our world and universe. I wanted to know everything, so I started digging. But straight away, I started to bump into things that made me stop and think, here are a few of those things. Did you know that our spherical Earth is spinning in space at a rate of over 1,000 miles an hour? And that the Earth rotates the Sun at over 67,000 miles per hour, causing us to hurtle through the Milky Way galaxy at over 500,000 miles per hour? And all the while the Milky Way is expanding at the speed of light, zooming at roughly 670 million miles per hour. Mind-dazzling, isn't it? And yet not one single human on Earth can actually feel this motion. We can feel the motion on a roller coaster, a train, we get car sickness, and when we fall our entire body feels a rush, but we feel not one aspect of the Earth's daily journey through the cosmos. That's weird. We've all seen images of Earth from space. In 1972, NASA released the first whole image of Earth, as seen from space. Titled The Blue Marble, one can only feel amazement at its perfect spherical shape and feel the immense enormity of the silent nothingness that surrounds our blue marble. But did you know that the blue marble image and every subsequent image of the Earth released by NASA are composite images, developed by computers out of data and finalized in Photoshop? There are no whole images of the Earth as seen from space. Who would have thought? And then there's gravity. Einstein theorized that gravity exists due to the curvature of space that results from a massive object, and it is the force that keeps us all rooted to the Earth. What goes up must come down, and gravity is so strong that it has the power to keep all our oceans strictly bound to the Earth and the power to curve them over our spinning planet. But it is not strong enough, however, to keep the birds from gliding through the skies, to stop feathers floating in the air and balloons rising. I guess gravity's power is a selective one. As I looked into space and physics more, I had more and more questions. And I knew that somebody much smarter than me out there had the answers. But it wasn't just space that fascinated me. I wanted to learn about the biological and geographical nature of our world. And again, as I dived into learning, I found more weird things that puzzled me. It's basic biology that living cells consist primarily of hydrogen and carbon, and water consists primarily of oxygen and hydrogen. But biologists found the strangest of anomalies in the poles of the Earth that even puzzled Soviet biologists. They found an unnatural amount of water frozen in the ice and an unusually high percentage of carbon dioxide in the world's oceans. There is a lot of water, snow and ice on the Earth. Do you know what this anomaly tells us? It tells us of a great worldwide fire in the Earth's history that, biologists have suggested, carried away 99% of the world's biosphere. What really puzzles me is that figure, 99%. That means that everything alive on Earth is now 20,000 times less in volume, and the biochemical mass of all living things is much less than before this huge fire. Wait, what? What did living things look like before that fire? There's no doubt that we could benefit from extensive scientific study in our poles, but did you know that Antarctica is the only continent on Earth that actually belongs to nobody? In 1959, the nations of the world signed the UN treaty ensuring that no country has claim to Antarctica. The treaty prohibits and regulates all global activity on the continent. Wait, come again? Since when has any nation given up their drive to own and exploit any land on Earth? I kept researching, which just opened up question after question. Some things just didn't make sense to me, and it seemed that many pieces of the larger puzzle were missing or just unanswered. And then I stumbled on something so ridiculous and absurd, I did not know whether to laugh or become angry. Meet the Flat Earth Society, a group of like-minded individuals that hypothesize that the Earth is not actually a globe in a vast and evolving universe, but a flat and stationary plane. At first I thought it was a joke, or some kind of vigilant, religious and creationist denial of scientific advancement. Humanity lived in the dark ages for years, and we finally have objective, progressive science advancing our understanding of this great mystery, and flat earthers think it's okay to promote such anti-scientific theories. Nonetheless, I thought I'd check it out before dismissing it completely. In fact, I just wanted a good laugh and some entertainment to keep boredom at bay. But, you see, despite all my skepticism and desire to debunk and ridicule these flat earthers, what I found was nothing short of astonishing. I had finally found something that challenged my scientific understanding of the world, not just with theory, but also strong scientific evidence. I want to share this with you. Come with me, if you will, down this rabbit hole to discover whether our Earth is in fact a flat and stationary plane. I only ask one thing before we begin. Keep an open mind until the end of this series and question absolutely everything. I promise you this, at the end you will certainly agree that everything we have been told about our planet is not exactly what it seems. You may even find that your entire perspective on the world has changed, like mine has. And I warn you, this rabbit hole is deep and perhaps at times a little troubling. But we'll take it one step at a time. And hey, who knows, maybe we'll even get to meet Alice on her way to Wonderland. Follow me now to part 2 of What on Earth Happened. Here is a beautiful image of Alex Gleason's 1892 New Standard Map of the World that was on projection at Modern College in Blackheath, England. It states at the top of the map that it is scientifically and practically correct. The way Gleason's map significantly differs from standard maps of the world is in its representation of the poles. As you can see by comparison with a conventional world map, the primary difference in Gleason's map is that the North Pole is actually situated in the centre of the Earth, and upon first glance the South Pole, or what is known as Antarctica, appears to be missing. Upon closer inspection, however, you realise that Antarctica is indeed present and makes up the majority of landmass on the map. Antarctica in Gleason's map is an encompassing ice ring that covers the entire outer reaches of Earth. Gleason's map has become somewhat of a canonical historical document for flat earthers. Many often reposting the image on the internet and heralding it as solid proof that refutes the heliocentric model of the Earth. Or in other words, proving that the Earth is not a spinning globe in space, but a circular, flat and stationary plane. This was not enough proof for me, and while I gravitated towards the idea of a giant encompassing ice wall as a neat concept, I knew that we had a vast amount of evidence proving the existence of space, spherical planets, and entire sciences dedicated to solving the mathematical conundrums of physics. I mean, we landed on the moon for God's sake. Surely, if the Earth was flat and stationary, then somebody would have realised by now. These brave souls did the unthinkable. They flew to the moon, they landed, took their first cautionary steps and planted the American flag. NASA sent multiple crews to the moon on subsequent Apollo missions. They even managed to film Apollo 17 leaving the moon.
4 days, push. Mission arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector good.
But wait, hold on. If this is footage of the crew leaving the moon and making the journey back to Earth, then who did they leave behind to film their craft take off? And wait, don't you think those colourful emissions on takeoff look kind of fake? I haven't seen any subsequent rockets produce these sort of dazzling colours, and I suppose they did admit that they had lost all their data from the mission. but maybe that was just coincidence. I started looking into NASA a bit more closely, and what I found was shocking. I can say with certainty that NASA is indeed lying to the world, and has been lying ever since its founding in 1958. But don't take my word for it. Sometimes you can't tell people the truth, you have to show them. So let me show you. Buckle up and sit tight, because Houston, we have a big problem.
Okay, well, there's a big problem with the blue marble, and I'm going to zoom in here and show you what the problem is. These are all composite images where they are really not very good at Photoshop because they're using the Photoshop clone tool to replicate clouds. This cloud is a copy of this cloud. See the formations? They're identical formations. These right here, side by side, side by side. See this kind of W-looking shape right here, replicated right here. This cloud is exactly the same as that cloud. Same clouds right there, and same thing on the other side of the world. They got the same thing going on. They got careless here. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the same formations replicated right there. These two replicated, same exact formations right here. This right here is clone of that right there. I mean, really? So you're telling me that we could take pictures of Jupiter and Saturn, huge, massive planets, and now we're out going to Pluto, but we don't have one legitimate picture of the Earth from space that's not a composite? Click on this picture right here. Supposedly the same mission, same guys that took the picture of the most famous picture of our Earth. I'm going to do save image as, and let's see, Apollo Moon, let's call it Apollo Moon 17. And I'm going to open that in Photoshop. And if those of you who think this technical difficulty was planned and think I'm scamming you, go do it for yourself. Because you're going to find the exact same thing. I got nothing to hide here. This is live on the air, okay? I'm going to zoom in on the Earth in Photoshop. You see the Earth? Go to Image, Adjust, Levels, and I'm going to bring the levels over here. And I'm going to bring the levels up. Uh-oh. What is that? Why is there a square box around the Earth allegedly taken from the scientists on the moon in Apollo 17? And people wonder why I don't trust NASA. That's why I don't trust NASA.
Just another example of NASA faking space. Take a look here at this supposed image of Jupiter. Nothing more than CGI fakery. The supposed auroras towards the north. Let's take a look here again at NASA's official website where it states Hubble captures vivid auroras in Jupiter's atmosphere. Here's the problem. The date of June 30th, 2016. Now take a look at this. Another so-called official image of Jupiter. This one's from back in 2014. You see the problem here? Now let's take a closer look at the supposed two images provided from NASA of Jupiter. Here's the problem again. 2016, 2014. What's the difference here? Well, the difference is they added the supposed auroras on the north, and this is nothing but a Christmas tree. Give me a break. Take a look here. I mean, all the clouds are in the same exact position. Just the 2016 image is a bit, I would say, darker. It's a bit lighter in 2014. Here's a side-by-side. People can't see what's taking place here with NASA. Nothing more than fakery. I mean, give me a break. This is a complete insult. You have a brain in your head.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
it became instantly clear how they do it. And it's just video game technology. Now, if you're part of the Geek Squad or the techie crowd, well, then you already know about this technology. And so let's get to the video that caught my attention, and you will see the same things that I saw. Let's watch.
We have to introduce the concept of free fall. So let's use this model of the Earth. And let's enlist the help of a friend, Patsy. You might know her.
So what is significant about this video is, number one, it was live to school children. Number two, we have this stuffed animal that is transitioning in on another video channel. And the actor is able to reach up and grab this doll in real 3D space and manipulate this doll with their hands. And so the only way you're going to pull that off is with one technology. And that technology is virtual reality. More importantly though, something called augmented virtual reality is taking the objects in 3D space from a virtual reality world and putting them in our world on another screen, which we can see, manipulate, and touch with virtual reality contacts or glasses. In this next segment, I'm going to show you how NASA grabs objects in 3D space, rotates them around, manipulates them. They can do this with water, with cloth, anything. And the cool thing about it is we can take what they're doing, what they're seeing with their contact virtual reality augmented lenses, and put that on a separate video layer live. Yes, live. And do it all in real time. 45 minutes straight of NASA messing up the virtual reality setup. I tried to pick some clips that were obvious and some not so obvious. Show you some of the contacts. We're going to see Tim Peake with his contacts in, but these are virtual reality contacts overlaid on the eyes so actors can interact with things in 3D space, all in real time. In this next shot, we will get to see the whole arm setup and the virtual reality glove that covers all the way down the arm and hand. This allows the software to broadcast what we see video-wise as his arm in a shirt sleeve. Okay, I have a lot of Tim Peake screw-ups, but this one here, this system glitches. The software does not track his hand properly, and Tim slips his hand underneath his other fingers, which is tightly holding onto the mic, which would be impossible. I don't think this is Tim's fault. Normally, Tim always moves his other fingers up while he slides his hand under. I just think the system didn't respond to his movements here. It's virtual reality. They're wearing augmented contact lenses so that they can interact with these 3D objects. Now, in this scene, the guy on the left in the green shirt, he thinks he sees an object in 3D space that's being broadcast to him. So he grabs it and he puts it off to the side. He's looking straight ahead because he's looking at an object rotating in front of him, but the video channel is down that is supposed to show the viewers what we're supposed to see, and so we don't actually get to see the object that he is seeing. And I would just sum this up as a very terrible, bad, horrible day for NASA doing live feeds.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Now sometimes you get water in the helmet, and it's either from sweat or from the cooling garments. And in some of my spacewalks, I had like water in the helmet. Not like I was going to drown in the helmet, but just little bits of water probably came from sweat. Often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there?
Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
And then there is this. Official NASA research into the dynamics of an aircraft that would function over a flat and non-rotating Earth. A flat and non-rotating Earth. A flat and non-rotating Earth. What? I know NASA has a tremendous multi-billion-dollar budget, but why would the organization waste funding research for an aircraft that functions over a flat and stationary Earth? I thought we lived on a spinning globe in space. Is this not like Toyota designing a new car that drives through lava? It would never be used and would be a tremendous waste of money. This is all fun and games until you really start to ponder NASA's lies. Why would the biggest space organization, whose vision statement on their website claims that it is their goal to discover and expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity, lie? And where exactly does their multi-billion-dollar annual budget go? In the last 5 years, NASA's total annual budget between 2016 and 2020 totals over a whopping $100 billion. Why would they commit such fraudulent actions if they want to benefit humanity with their understanding and exploration of space? And if we cannot trust the most famous of all space organizations to give us the truth, then is the Earth really what we've been led to believe it is? And then I remembered the 1959 United Nations Treaty, which prohibits and regulates all global activity on the continent of Antarctica and ensures that the continent belongs to no nation. With Gleason's map in mind, I started to wonder whether Antarctica was really what we had been told it was. Was it really a freezing white untouched paradise where, as Sir David Attenborough shows us, penguins play in the snow? Could it really be a huge ice wall encompassing the entire Earth? And then something dawned on me and stopped me in my tracks. How did I not notice? It was staring me in the face the whole time. Gleason's map. Hidden in plain sight in the United Nations logo. Look, the North Pole is at the center just like Gleason's map. And why is Antarctica missing? Or is it? Upon closer inspection I realized that the logo was framed in a circular laurel. I know from ancient Greek mythology that the laurel leaf came to symbolize Apollo. Apollo again. Just like the moon missions. In ancient Rome, the laurel was not permitted for profane uses, and lighting it at the fires of the altar was strictly forbidden. And I knew from the treaty that the UN had strictly forbidden Antarctica from being explored and exploited. Was there a message in this? I started digging, and then I realized that not only did the United Nations have this logo, but also the International Maritime Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the World Health Organization. The Maritime Organization polices the seas, and the Aviation Organization polices the skies. The World Health Organization controls all health and disease communications and guidance for the world, much like it has during the COVID-19 pandemic. Did the UN's military really police Antarctica with the maritime and aviation, or is it just an arbitrary treaty honouring the last unspoiled place on Earth?
Hey, just a Navy destroyer. He will yield. He'd be thinking, that cheeky better not cross my bow. Stop, Josh. They take it seriously.
What did they say?
You got to yield. You can't just fucking. They think you're going to charge them.
We don't know for sure, but they did say something. No, they did. They come back last call. Yeah, fucking talk to them.
Actually going around. He's turning. Stop. He's turning. He is actually turning.
He said about the ship yesterday.
No, he is turning. Fucking hell, what have we done now? It's turning, Josh. Just sit still.
He slowed down, has he?
Yeah, he's really slowed down. No time we were in trouble.
What for?
It's coming to us.
It is coming to us.
He's got the shits because...
This is Warship Hobart, channel 16, over. 16. Yeah. Exclusion area, please record your intention. Oh, who the fuck is that?
We're heading to the shelf to go...
Just say we're heading out fishing. Heading out fishing. No, we're just heading out fishing. I think he's out, boys.
Set up a demo today with this Cessna and the Air National Guard. I'm going to be inside of this Cessna and we're going to be going rogue. We're going to fly into that no-fly zone and we're going to see how the Air National Guard does it. They scramble the fighter jets to come
take off. We're on.
Flying for miles and miles until...
Okay, we've just entered the no-fly zone now.
Our pilots aren't talking to air traffic control, ignoring their calls to reach them. That triggers an alarm at the Air National Guard base. These fighter pilots scrambling to their jets. They're on alert and ready to take action 24 hours a day. Today, racing to their F-16s, suiting up, climbing on board, and rushing to the runway. Taking off to intercept our rogue Cessna. Reaching the target in just minutes. This is the view from the F-16. That's my Cessna right there.
Intimidating as you would think it would be. Look at that fighter jet. He's right off our wing.
Another F-16 swooping in on the right, calling us on aviation frequencies.
You have been intercepted. If you hear this transmission, acknowledge the radio call and rock your wings.
He wants us to identify ourselves. We're a rogue aircraft, remember, for this demonstration, so we're not going to respond at all and see what this fighter jet...
You are ordered to turn to the northwest.
The fighter jet giving us one last warning. After all of this, the pilot still won't listen. The plane won't leave the airspace. Will you shoot them down?
If required, we'll execute the rules of engagement per the commander of the North American Aerospace Defense Command. And yes, we would do that.
Shoot the plane down.
If it meets the rules of engagement, yes, we would, to defend the airspace.
Why are they policing the parameters of Antarctica in such a vigilant way? Surely they are just protecting the penguins and seals that we've seen so often in Planet Earth and Frozen Planet documentaries. I don't know, I'm not too sure anymore, because after I stumbled across this. A giant ice wall, stretching for what seems to be hundreds and hundreds of miles. I don't know about you, but I find this footage deeply disturbing. With NASA's lies in mind and that great ice wall looming in the distance, I began to experience what some call cognitive dissonance. I went into denial. Of course none of this could be true, and of course our Earth is a spinning globe as we've been taught throughout our lives. It's one thing NASA lying, but are all the professors and scientists lying too? Is the National Geographic Channel lying? And what about Newton, Einstein, Hawking and Attenborough? Are they lying too? It's a complicated answer, and I will do my best to show you the truth. But before we look at the gatekeepers of knowledge and the trusted voices of our world, I need to show you more of our Earth. I don't want to lose you just yet. Come with me to part 3, where we will explore a few ways our Earth could work as a flat and stationary plane.
So this whole thing, it's just a symptom of a larger problem. There's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country. It may be the beginning of the end of our informed democracy. Of course, in a free society, you can and should think whatever you want. And if you want to think the world is flat, go right ahead. The Earth isn't flat. And by the way, this is called gravity.
It is an interesting experiment telling somebody you know that you no longer believe in the universe and that our Earth is a giant spinning space ball. Try it for yourself. I guarantee they will tell you you're crazy, or at least look at you like you've lost your mind. The most interesting thing is when challenged, the ball believers will not actually be able to give you solid empirical evidence based on their first-hand experience that the Earth is actually a large spinning globe. Can any of us demonstrate first-hand in our day-to-day lives the Earth's curve or motion through the solar system? No, we cannot. And can any of us say we have seen the planets in their orbit and the universe expanding with our own eyes? No, again, we can't. Usually in response to this crazy person telling them that the Earth is flat, they will respond by 1. Bringing up images of the Earth as presented by NASA, or 2. They will say, come on, everyone knows space exists, and tell you that countless professors have dedicated their lives to studying this matter. At some point, perhaps, an emphasis on the existence of gravity will come up in the conversation. But you see, what is really happening when someone reacts so stubbornly to an alternative view of the Earth is not a result of the person's mental capacity. If the person had sat down with their heavily pregnant sister and said, "You are not a woman and you are not pregnant," then that is a statement which deserves such a reaction, as there is obvious empirical evidence of her pregnancy. No, what commences when challenging a person on the Earth is a battle against their programming. This programming is a deep-rooted and established matrix that is deliberately constructed when we are infants. Before we leave primary school, our first-hand experience of our flat and stationary world is slowly being erased and steadily inflating into the bloated and spherical idea that the Earth is a globe. The sad thing is, many of us grow up and never question this notion again. It is only in photographs and videos from NASA and other official trusted sources that the horizon appears curved. All amateur and raw unedited images of the Earth will provide a completely flat horizon. And this is what we see ourselves through our own two eyes when standing at a beach or looking out from a vantage point. At any altitude, the horizon always appears 360 degrees flat, because it is. And it always rises to meet the eye level of the viewer. You never have to look down or up to see the horizon. It meets you. No matter how huge they say the Earth is, if it were a curved ball, you would have to adjust your view upwards or downwards to meet the horizon. And I know we've seen the curve in photos and videos, but NASA and many other official sources continually distort the horizon in their footage with a fisheye lens to give the effect of a curved Earth. This is the same fisheye lens inherently built into the GoPro. And I know what you're going to say. You've seen the horizon bend and curve when journeying at altitude on an aeroplane. But unfortunately, this is more trickery. Aeroplane windows commonly bow outwards to give the illusion of curvature. A Telegraph article, catering to our gullible nature, explains that flight windows were changed because the square windows caused a higher percentage of crashes. Yeah, right. They use our size as human beings to dismiss our own infallible perception of a flat and stationary Earth, claiming we are not big enough to witness the curvature. But this balloon managed to ascend 121,000 feet and left its fisheye lens behind. Lo and behold, a flat horizon. The balloon wobbles and spins, but the horizon remains dead straight, not curving in any way, shape or form. And this is the problem. For centuries our ancestors used their own judgment and relied on their own natural-born senses to discern that the Earth was flat. And although some had dabbled in theories of the Earth's potential curvature, it wasn't until the early modern period, with voyages like Christopher Columbus, that the heliocentric globe model became dominant and humans forever sacrificed the knowledge of their own senses. And the heliocentric model is so blatantly flawed and nonsensical that it's astonishing that it even gained traction. Take the water bordering our horizon, for instance. It is the natural physics of water to find and maintain a level, and it just so happens that that level is flat. If Earth was a spherical ball, water would not maintain such consistent flat levels. We are used to water doing this and this, but we have never in all our lives on Earth witnessed with our own eyes water do this. Water does not bend. It's not called sea level for nothing, you know. And if water did not always find a flat level, then why would we use tools such as this to achieve accuracy? Again, water does not bend. Rivers, for instance, always run down to sea level. If Earth was a rotating ball, then inevitably many rivers on Earth would, at some point in their journey, have to flow uphill. As Eric DeBay points out, the Mississippi is 3,000 miles long, which means it would need to run uphill for 11 miles on a globular Earth. He also points out that a portion of the Nile runs for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Again, if the Earth was a spherical ball, this would be impossible. The scientist magicians of our world claim that the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference. But spherical trigonometry dictates that the surface of all standing water must curve downward at 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. That means that a 20-mile stretch of water would dip 66.68 feet on either side of its central peak. Every time scientists have tried to find these dips and bends, however, water always proves to be completely level and flat.
There's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country.
When building railway tracks, roads and bridges, architects and engineers never account for any curvature. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at a ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that. and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle.
It's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country.
If the Earth was actually a globe, spinning at a mind-numbing 1,000 miles per hour, how is it that we do not feel its motion? There is not a single person on Earth that can testify to feeling the Earth's alleged spin. We feel the motion when travelling in a car, train, boat, plane, and can experience motion sickness. The scientist magicians will tell you that we do not feel the Earth spin because it is spinning at a constant speed. They often use the analogy of a train ride. We only feel that we are moving when the train changes speed. This analogy, however, falls apart when you consider that in the heliocentric model, the Earth is not an enclosed system, but it is an open environment with its own drastically changing weather. If you were sitting on top of the train moving at a constant speed and not inside it, you would certainly feel the motion. Furthermore, they also contradict themselves. In a 2016 article titled NASA Study Solves 2 Mysteries About Wobbling Earth, they state that the Earth does not always spin on an axis. Instead, it wobbles irregularly over time, and that the direction has changed drastically due to changes in water mass on Earth. It's weird that no one has felt this. Which one is it, NASA? The stealthy, unnoticeable spin, or irregular movement patterns and wobbles? The whole notion of a spinning globe becomes absurd when you consider this. If the Earth was actually rotating, then helicopters and balloons would only need to hover over the surface and wait for their destination to come to them. Similarly, if it were a curved spaceball, then aeroplane pilots would constantly need to readjust their altitude downwards so they did not continue straight and start heading out to space. They would have to descend 2,777 feet, or over half a mile every single minute. This of course is not the case, and pilots are never instructed or taught this mechanism of flight. And what does a real pilot have to say about it?
Oh, okay. Am I allowed to say hi? Hey, I just want to say thanks for the smooth flight.
Alright.
I did have one question. Is there like a specific angle of downward tilt you have to fly at?
3 degrees.
3 degrees for the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, for the Earth?
Because, yeah.
No, we just fly over the troposphere.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have to keep like kind of going down because...
No, we actually have to nose up. It flies. Yeah.
Really? Because I was reading some stuff on the flat Earth that made a lot of sense. Have you looked into it?
Which one? Sorry?
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
It's true?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright, cool. Hey, God bless, brother.
Alright, have a good one.
You too.
Crack on. I just got one question to ask. Flat or a ball?
Flat or a ball? What's that?
Well, I never feel as breaking round. If we live on a ball, surely we'd have to fly around it. Yeah, it feels like flat or a ball.
Flat. What's a ball?
I think it's flat.
Yeah, me too.
Pretty flat to me.
It certainly does, doesn't it? And you've got that flight instrument down there to keep it flat.
Gravity exists.
Gravity? That is an unproven theory.
No, it's not.
Let's rock and roll. Cheers, fellas. Thank you very much for the...
Can I ask the pilots one question? First off, is this you?
Good morning.
Got a question for you. Oh, yeah.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I'm a fellow, Casey Josh, I'm a fellow, just PPL, pilot here.
Yeah, nice.
I've got a couple of serious questions to ask you.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, there's a big time. Curvature.
Curvature?
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't allow for curvature, do we?
For anything, not for you usually. Yeah.
No, we're round, we're a disc, aren't we? Round and flat.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey, look, honestly, quite seriously,
Yeah.
we are, aren't we?
Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for being...
If the Earth is actually rotating, flight paths would become very messy. Flying west from New York to California is 2,441 miles, which takes just under 5 hours on a commercial flight. If the Earth is spinning eastwards at 1,000 miles per hour, then not only would this flight take a lot less time, but it would also make it near impossible to fly back the other way due to the constant rotation of the Earth. It would be like trying to run up a very long and very fast downward escalator. And what about the weather? If the Earth and atmosphere is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, then don't you think it would be impossible to see such stationary clouds and weather formations like we do? Not to mention that clouds often crisscross in their pathways. This would be impossible if the Earth's spin was a reality. Thomas Winship states, "Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour and gyrating across the heavens. Then let conjecture endeavour to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on. If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at a terrific rate of 1,000 miles an hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying." And honestly, if the Earth was a fast rotating globe, then wouldn't the oceans and other bodies of water be pushed away from the Earth in the same way as when a wet tennis ball is spun rapidly, the water sprays outwards? The scientists magicians have an answer for this. They call it gravity.
And by the way, this is called gravity.
The scientists magicians are at it again, weaving their spells and telling us tales of a powerful force keeping us rooted to the Earth. If gravity was such a powerhouse, then birds would struggle to fly. Insects would not be able to use wind to navigate. Monkeys would not climb and jump among trees with ease. Planes would not be able to take off from the ground. Trees would not be able to overcome gravity's pull when their growth towards sunlight and would begin to bend towards the Earth the taller they became. And if gravity exists and has the power to bend and wrap the oceans around a gigantic spinning ball, then humans would certainly struggle to lift their arms and legs. Legend has it that an apple fell on Newton's head as he sat under the tree, and this was the catalyst for his great discovery of gravity, which claims that objects are attracted to large masses and gravitate towards their centre. However, when they talk about gravity, what they are actually referring to is the law of density relative to mass.
Today, I'm going to show you a simple science experiment that you can try at home to learn about density. Start by taking an empty glass and tip in some water and food colouring. Then add some syrup or treacle. And I'm going to add a little bit more water to make the layer a bit thicker. Then finally, fill the glass up with some oil and leave it to settle for about 15 minutes. These liquids separate out into different layers because they're different densities and they don't mix. The syrup has the highest density, so it sits on the bottom, and the oil, which has the lowest density, rises to the top. Try dropping different objects in to see what happens. If we drop this metal nut in, which is really dense, you can see it sinks right to the bottom. But if I take this grape and drop it in, it sinks through the oil and water, but sits on the syrup. This is because the syrup is denser than the grape. Pretty cool, huh? Now if I take this plastic bottle top and drop it in, it slowly sinks through the oil and sits on the water. And finally, if I take this piece of sponge and drop it in, it sits on top.
It is a scientific fact, verified by undisputable evidence, that when objects are placed in mediums with less density, they sink, and when placed in mediums with higher density, they rise or float. For example, a rock in water will sink because the object's density is greater than the water's density, as will a ship's anchor. Likewise, helium-filled balloons rise because they are lighter than the air. Submarines float on the ocean when their ballast tanks are empty and contain air, and they sink when their ballast tanks begin to be filled with water. This is how they manipulate their depth in the ocean, by adjusting the ratio of air and water in the tanks. This is proven by filling a balloon with 50% air and 50% helium. As helium is lighter than air, and the ratios are even, the balloon remains fixed in the air without rising or falling. Again, much like the Earth's curve and spin, we do not witness smaller objects on Earth gravitating and orbiting around or being pulled towards larger objects. It seems very convenient that gravity's tendency to make smaller objects orbit around larger objects is exclusive to the globe itself and all the supposedly surrounding planets and stars, none of which we can actually see in motion or orbit. Even when you study the claims made by the scientist magicians of the so-called planets and moons, their calculations begin to work against them. As Eric Dubay pointed out, Newton also theorized, and it is now commonly taught, that the Earth's ocean tides are caused by gravitational lunar attraction. If the moon is only 2,160 miles in diameter and the Earth 8,000 miles, however, using their own math and law, it follows that the Earth is 87 times more massive, and therefore the larger object should attract the smaller to it, and not the other way around. If the Earth's greater gravity is what keeps the moon in orbit, it is impossible for the moon's lesser gravity to supersede the Earth's gravity, especially at Earth's sea level, where its gravitational attraction would even further out-trump the moon's. And if the moon's gravity truly did supersede the Earth's causing the tide to be drawn towards it, there should be nothing to stop them from continuing onwards and upwards towards their greater attractor.
There's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country.
Ultimately, Newton's gravity erased the common sense of up and down, and in its place normalized the preposterous idea that this is possible. And this. And that meanwhile, in Australia, this is nonsensical, pseudo-scientific mockery and nothing more than an invention to justify the spinning spherical Earth hoax. Without the theory of gravity, not a single person in their right minds would ever believe the Earth a globe, with some of the population existing upside down on the underside of the planet. This is all quite simple once you start to break away from the toddler years of matrix programming. The laws of perspective and density perfectly explain the natural workings of our world. They invent complex concepts such as gravity and ridiculous spinning spherical networks of incomprehensible figures and speeds to bamboozle us. And we will get onto why they do this shortly. But wait a minute. I know you're not on board with this just yet, and I can tell you have a big question that you're burning to ask. If the Earth is not a spinning globe, then what about the sun and the moon? We can see the sun rising and setting every day. I'm glad you asked. Follow me to part 4 so we can take a much closer look at our wonderful sun. Just as applying the law of perspective to the horizon tells us that our Earth is indeed flat, the same principle applies to the setting of our sun. The scientist liars of our world tell us that the sun is 109 times more massive than the Earth, and that it is 93 million miles away. They state that the split between day and night is because the Earth is rotating, and that when we see the sunset we are witnessing the rotation and our arrival into the dark phase of the spin, which is a time frame called night and when our moon becomes visible. Much like the proposed curvy nature of our world and the theory of gravity, this is complete nonsense. Before turning our attention to the sun, let's first look at 2 examples that debunk the heliocentric model of a rotating globular Earth. The first is the New York City skyline as seen from Harriman State Park's Bear Mountain, which is 60 miles away. If the Earth was a spinning globe of 25,000 miles in circumference, then this viewing from Bear Mountain's 1,283-foot summit should be impossible. If we take Pythagorean theorem, which determines the distance to the horizon being 1.23 times the square root of the height in feet, then this skyline should be invisible behind 170 feet of curved Earth. It should actually be beneath the horizon. Similarly, when ships pass the ocean's horizon, they should technically be vanishing over the curve of the Earth. A strong camera lens, however, proves this to be false. Ships do not vanish over the curve of the Earth, but vanish beyond our limits of perspective. The law of perspective on a flat plane dictates that a receding object diminishes in angle and height until the line of sight converges to a vanishing point, or what is called the horizon, in which the object then becomes invisible. The scientist liars claim that the sun sets and vanishes beyond the curve of the Earth, but this is nothing more than the sun moving beyond the vanishing point of perspective, which is determined by the limitations of our eyes, other objects, and weather. The same law applies to how we see the sun and its rising and setting. The sun never rises or sets. It is an optical illusion determined by the laws of perspective. We think we see the sun rise and set because of the convergent and divergent nature of our line of sight. For instance, this row of street lamps appears to decrease in size further down the line of sight before vanishing completely, when in fact all street lamps are of the same height and continue to border the walkway well beyond the vanishing point. This is the same with this line of HP bottles. They are all the same size and they do not change size. It is just our perspective that makes it seem like they do. This is precisely what we experience when we watch the sun rise, set, and journey across our flat Earth.
closest wound, alive my bones, fall back, I'm going away for a long time. I'm going away for a long time.
NASA and many other lying magicians tell us our sun is 93 million miles from the Earth and 109 times larger than the Earth. However, amateur balloon footage taken from the clouds prove that the sun is not 93 million miles away or bigger than the Earth. What the footage shows is a locally illuminating sun casting a localized hotspot over the Earth. If it were millions of miles away, this local hotspot would not be possible. Furthermore, if the sun was not a local luminary, then we would not experience crepuscular sun rays. The angle of the sun rays that we see when light breaks through the clouds would not be possible, and we have thousands upon thousands of photographic and empirical evidence of the sunlight behaving this way. If the sun were 93 million miles away, then its light should form a straight beam and not be displayed in angled rays. If the sun is so far away, then why does it grow so much with just a small rise in altitude on Earth? At 93 million miles away, this rise in altitude should be negligible or non-existent. The change in size suggests a locally illuminating sun that is not an inconceivable 93 million miles away, but is actually relatively close to Earth, journeying just above the clouds. And it is not 109 times larger than the Earth, but actually a lot smaller than the Earth. Our first-hand experience of the sun and the moon is that they are nigh on equal in size and circular shapes that journey similar circular paths over our flat, stationary plane. The scientist magicians make up these complicated theories of perfect spherical bodies of rock and gigantic balls of hot plasma that come with incomprehensible distances and calculations that bamboozle us. Anyone can use their common sense to discern that the sun and moon are of similar size. And the moon is not a ball of rock.
And they just start making stuff up. Yeah. Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story.
Yeah.
Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Many have studied the sun and moon's light. The sun's light is warm and drying. It preserves matter and prevents decay. If you leave fruits out in the sun, it will preserve them, like with sun-dried tomatoes and raisins. It is antiseptic and healing. The moon's light, however, is cold, damp, causes putrefaction and decay, and is septic. The sun's rays decrease the combustions of a bonfire, while the moon's light increases it. People have studied the temperature of the moonlight and were surprised to find that at night the temperature of direct moonlight is colder than the temperature of the shade. This proves that these two luminaries are unique and opposites in nature. It also undercuts NASA's claims that the moon reflects the sunlight. If that were the case, then the moonlight should have a degree of residual warmth to it and not be colder than the shade at nighttime. Furthermore, the moon cannot simultaneously be a spherical body and a reflector of the sun's light. When light is shined upon a spherical body, it produces this. Reflectors have to be flat or concave to actually reflect. A spherical convex surface results in no reflection. Again, basic, repeatable, verifiable and real science works against a magician's space saga hoax. A lot of photographic and film footage also proves that the moon is semi-transparent. When the waxing or waning moon is visible during the day, it's sometimes possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. Sometimes at night it is even possible to see stars directly through the surface of the moon. The Royal Astronomical Society has documented many of these instances. Faith believers in the pseudoscience of the rotating ball often use the moon's surface as proof of the heliocentric model, in which the moon appears upside down in the southern hemisphere and the opposite in the north. But again, this proves the stationary Earth. Time-lapse photography shows that it is the moon that turns clockwise like a rotating disc over the Earth, and this is only possible if the Earth is stationary and it is the moon itself that is moving. You see, the sun and moon luminaries rotate around our flat disk Earth in a similar way to the hands of a clock, dictating time and seasons and the fluctuating balance of dark and light, preservation and decay. In fact, our flat Earth is the oldest clock of them all, and this is how solar and lunar eclipses are possible. The heliocentric model completely fails when studying lunar eclipses. For a lunar eclipse to take place in the globe model, the sun has to be reflecting the Earth's shadow onto the moon, and all three have to be aligned in a straight 180-degree syzygy. But since the beginning of time, lunar eclipses have been observed while both the sun and the moon are simultaneously visible in the sky. Furthermore, when looking into the mechanisms of a solar eclipse, the heliocentric lie once again falls apart. As this footage demonstrates, the sun and the moon have to be roughly a similar size for a solar eclipse halo to form.
Representing my sun source and a penny representing the moon. And as you can see, the flashlight is a lot larger than the penny. Okay, now let's place the sun 93 million miles out into space like this. And let's get our penny a lot closer to the camera. Okay, where it's about the same size as the flashlight in perspective. Okay, now that doesn't look right. You can't see the corona, and it just doesn't eclipse. You can still see it light all around. It's not a total blackout. Okay, now I have a side light on the side of this flashlight that just so happens to be the exact same size and diameter as the penny, which is perfect for our next test because the sun and the moon are the same size on a flat Earth. And we'll bring the sun in closer to us as it would be on a flat Earth. Now let's try our eclipse with the moon right underneath the sun. And wow, there's the corona.
If the sun was 400 times bigger than the moon, then its light would devour the moon and we would not witness the halo, or corona. If the Earth was a rotating ball heated by a sun that is a distance of 93 million miles away, it would be impossible to have a boiling hot summer on a continent like Africa, but a few thousand miles away, absolutely freezing conditions in Antarctica, which experiences no heat from the sun. As Eric Dubay states, if the heat has travelled 93 million miles to the Sahara Desert, then it is absurd to think that it could not travel another 4,000 miles to Antarctica. This is a difference of 0.0004%. If the Earth was a globe, then the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions should share similar conditions due to their comparable latitude. However, this is not the case. Antarctica is the coldest place on Earth with an average yearly temperature of -57 degrees and a record low of -135.8 degrees. The average annual temperature of the North Pole, by contrast, is a mild 4 degrees. The northern Arctic endures mild warm summers and survivable winters. The Antarctic is so cold and harsh, the ice never melts. This would be impossible on a globular Earth rotating on its axis. Eric Dubay also points out that Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and an abundance of animal life. At the South Pole, by contrast, as Captain Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the sea bird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrast between the limits of organic life in Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant. The sun's yearly motion from tropic to tropic, solstice to solstice, is what determines the length of the days and nights and the appearance of seasons. This is why regions on the equator experience almost annual summer conditions, and the north and south latitudes experience more defined seasons with winters. The sun and moon do not just journey our flat earth in one large circle, but rather a series of circles, or what is better understood as a conical coil spring-like motion, which dictates the change in season and the length of the days. That is why it is possible to see a midnight sun in the Arctic, and time-lapse footage of this shows that the sun does not set but circles the pole. The scientist priests lie and say this is due to the poles on either end of the spherical globe, and that Antarctica also experiences a midnight sun. But we have no amateur footage of this, as no one is permitted to explore the region, and all official footage is highly suspect as either photoshopped or manipulated. Furthermore, if there was such a phenomenon in the Antarctic, then why does nothing grow there? NASA claims that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour around its central axis, travelling at 67,000 miles per hour around the Sun, and spiralling at 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, while the entire galaxy is travelling at 670 million miles per hour through the universe. If this was the case, then the North Pole star, or what is known as Polaris, should not remain a constant in the night sky. It always remains perfectly situated above the North Pole, despite all this motion and journeying. The word planet originates from the ancient Greek planetes, which translates to wandering or to wander. And the Greeks were correct. It is the stars above that are moving, not us on our flat, stationary Earth. Look. As you can see, Polaris remains a fixed constant in the middle, and all the other stars turn perfect circles around it. If the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, the stars would be seen to travel more or less horizontally across the sky. But this is not the case. The stars form perfect circles above, emanating out from Polaris, and this can be observed all the way to the Tropic of Capricorn. The reason Polaris never moves is because the North Pole is the center of our flat and stationary Earth, just like depicted in Gleason's map and the United Nations logo. So what are the stars above our heads? And if NASA is lying about the nature of our Earth, Sun and Moon, does that mean that space and the universe are also fake and not what we think they are? The short answer is yes, space as we know it is a hoax. Our flat stationary plane does not look like this sitting in space. We will look at what the stars are and the possible real space that our flat Earth resides in. But first we must venture deeper into a different rabbit hole. We have come a long way, but we have only really scratched the surface. This next rabbit hole is deep and dark, but it is necessary. And I promise you this, on the other side lies a comprehension of things so incredible in nature you would not have thought them even possible. Follow me now to part 5, as it is time to understand the why of the lie. Right before the founding and establishment of NASA, there was a significant historical event that holds the key to understanding the reason behind their lies and the signing of the UN Treaty on Antarctica. But before looking at this event, it is necessary to examine the theory of the Big Bang, and any historical reference to such a phenomena before the theory was established in 1929 by Edwin Hubble, who was influenced by the work of Albert Einstein and Georges Lemay. When tracing the beliefs and theories on the origins of the world we inhabit through history, I discovered various creationist tales, primarily of similar nature to the Abrahamic view of creation. I also encountered various works of philosophers and scientists such as Aristotle, Immanuel Kant, Johannes Kepler and Isaac Newton that proposed the theory of the infinite nature of the universe. There is one text, however, that predates all of these ideas. The Kabbalah, a tradition of Jewish mysticism that can be dated back to 13th century BC, 1,000 years before Aristotle lived. In traditional understanding, it is said to originate from the time of Eden. The Kabbalah's account of the origin of the earth and universe is a complex one, but the summary of its vision can be understood through its concept of Ein Sof, which translates to unending or infinity. The Kabbalah lays out its origin story as such. In the beginning, the Ein Sof withdrew into itself, creating an empty space or vacuum, within which the forces of Din began to take on an independent life. The contraction of the Ein Sof thus resulted in a purging of the harsh dross, which contained all elements of potential evil from the being of God. The empty space thus contained the forces of Din and a remnant, the Reshimu, or impression of the divine light. At this point, the Ein Sof emanated a ray, which is represented in the first letter of the Tetragrammaton. This ray worked to organize the opposing forces that now filled this space. The opposing forces were together in a vessel no bigger than a tiny spark. This ray caused the shattering of the vessel and formed the planets and brought into manifestation the primordial man. Moses Nachmanides, a 13th century Kabbalist rabbi, summarizes this origin story, stating, "There was only one physical creation, and that creation of a tiny speck. As this speck expanded out, this substance, so thin it has no essence, turned into matter as we know it." This is strikingly similar to what we have come to know as the Big Bang. Universe Today provides a succinct summary of the Big Bang. The Big Bang hypothesis states that all of the current and past matter in the universe came into existence at the same time, roughly 13.8 billion years ago. At this time, all matter was compacted into a very small ball with infinite density and intense heat called a singularity. Suddenly, the singularity began expanding and the universe as we know it began. This is the same story. Both present the idea that in the beginning there was a vacuum and then a small speck appeared, and from there began the expansion of matter, forming the planets and the world we know today. The only difference is the Kabbalah is written in a mythological discourse and the Big Bang is constructed in scientific discourse. But stylistic language choices aside, it appears that the Kabbalah had worked out the origins of the universe a long time before Einstein, Hubble and others. This leaves us with two conclusions from this discovery. 1. Contemporary Big Bang theory has proven the Kabbalah and its teachings. All people who believe in this theory should seek out the Kabbalist rabbi to learn more about what they believe. Or 2. Contemporary Big Bang theory was stolen from the Kabbalah, in which case neither is correct and it is all a big lie. I will return to this origin story shortly, but before I do, it is essential that we look at some of the esoteric teachings of the Kabbalah. Kabbalah in Hebrew means to receive or to orally receive. The secret, esoteric teachings of its mysticism were orally taught, written in codes, numerologies and symbols. Symbolism and numerology are especially important in Kabbalistic mysticism. Many books of the Kabbalah are extremely cryptic in nature, especially the Book of Zohar, which translates as splendor, and the Book of Bahir, which translates as illumination. Both texts have been deemed to be coded with gematria, which is a form of numerology where letters have corresponding numbers. A well-known example of Hebrew gematria is the word chai, which translates to alive, and is composed of two Hebrew letters that add up to the number 18. This has made the number 18 a lucky number for Jewish people, and gifts of money in multiples of 18 are very popular. Symbols are equally important in the Kabbalah and have been used as a method of conveying meaning and their secret teachings since its inception. Some of these symbols are widely recognized. For instance, the Kabbalah Tree of Life, or the Sephirot, the Hamza, and perhaps most famously, the six-pointed star, the hexagram, or what is now referred to as the Star of David, and the symbol adorning Israel's flag. It is found in early texts of the Kabbalah, and its earliest Jewish association dates back to the Leningrad Codex of 1008. It is this six-pointed star that I would like to focus on now. For you see, it was not always a symbol of Israel, nor is it exclusive to Judaism. To understand the hidden history of this symbol, we must first journey to the year 1760 as Mayor Amschel Bauer returns to Frankfurt to take over his deceased father's business in money lending. Before his death, and in his son's absence, Mayer's father had mounted a coat of arms on the front of the entrance to the counting house to honour its name. The sign features a hexagram against a red shield. It was because of this sign that Bauer changed his surname. Rot is German for red and Schild is German for sign, so he took the name and became known as Mayer Amschel Rothschild. As Mayer's business began to thrive due to his discovery of loaning money to governments rather than individuals, he enlisted Adam Weishaupt to create the Order of the Illuminati, which was completed and established on May 1st of 1776. Soon after, Weishaupt merged the secret doctrines of the Illuminati with the Continental Order of Freemasons, which was founded in 1717 and largely peaceful until this merge. He then went on to establish the famous Freemason lodges of the Grand Orient to be the Illuminati headquarters. In establishing this order, Weishaupt recruited 2,000 followers, including the most intellectual men in the arts, education, science, finance and industry. They were given the following instructions in order to gain control. Number 1. Use money and sex bribes to obtain control of men in high positions. Number 2. Colleges and universities were to cultivate students possessing exceptional abilities and train them specifically in internationalism. Number 3. All influential people were to be used as agents and placed behind the scenes of all governments as experts and specialists. Number 4. To obtain absolute control of the press. The drive for control and power soon began. Sending literature to Paris to provoke the stirrings of the French Revolution, Adam Weishart's courier was struck by lightning, revealing the text contained inside which outlined plans to provoke such a revolution. The Bavarian authorities seized the text, and the government published the details of their doctrines in a text titled The Original Writings of the Order and Sect of the Illuminati. Unfortunately, Europe did not heed their warning, and the French Revolution took place, which made the Rothschilds a lot of money due to the laws that limited Roman Church taxes. In 1798, John Robinson, one of the leading intellectuals of his time and professor at Edinburgh University, published a book, Proofs of a Conspiracy Against Religions and Governments of Europe, carried on in the secret meetings of Freemasons, Illuminati, and secret societies. Again, no one heeded Robinson's warning. In 1812, Mayer Rothschild died and laid out specific laws for the House of Rothschild, which are 1. Only males will enter the business, 2. Intermarry to preserve fortune, and 3. The eldest son of the eldest son is to become the head of the family. After his death, Mayer's children left Frankfurt and established banks in all major European cities. Nathan Rothschild moved to London at 21, where he established a banking house. During the Napoleonic Wars, the 5 Rothschild brothers worked to provide gold to both Wellington's army through Nathan in England and Napoleon's army through Jacob in France, thus establishing a formula they would retain until the present day. Exactly this: fund both sides of each war and become rich in the process and aftermath. The Napoleonic War forced Britain and many other countries in Europe to borrow vast sums from the Rothschild Bank, with interest rates they would never ever be able to pay back. Furthermore, they manipulated the stock market. During the war, speculators would watch the value of Nathan Rothschild's British war bonds in an attempt to guess who would win the war. Shortly after the battle ended, and long before anyone else knew who was the victor, Rothschild began selling bonds. Everyone assumed this meant that Napoleon had won and Europe had lost. Panic selling followed, and when prices crashed, Nathan bought the majority of these bonds. The ownership of such high value bonds meant that the Rothschilds literally owned the Bank of England. From that moment onwards, the interests of the British Crown and the Rothschilds became so entwined that the Rothschilds were given titles of nobility. Nathan famously said, "I cared not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply." The Rothschilds used their control of the Bank of England to replace the method of shipping gold from country to country, and instead used their European banking network to establish a system of paper debits and credits, the same system we use today. At the end of this period, the Rothschild family controlled half the wealth of the entire world. During the 19th century, the Rothschilds took control over the financial operations of the Catholic Church worldwide and began setting up their banks in the United States. They also began to gain control in other areas of industry. In 1862, the Rothschilds used one of their own, John D. Rockefeller, to form an oil company called Standard Oil, which went on to dominate all competition and was funded to prominence by the Rothschilds. The Rockefellers would go on to lead oil, establish Big Pharma, and own all the major education systems, colleges in the United States. The Rothschilds' power and influence grew through the tentacles of each industry as planned with the establishment of the Illuminati. Towards the end of the 19th century, and before establishing their major dominant banking presence in the United States, the Rothschilds founded the Zionist Congress to promote Zionism, a political movement with the sole aim of moving all Jews into a singular Jewish nation state, and arranged its first meeting in Munich. The meeting was chaired by Theodor Herzl, who later stated in his diary, "It is essential that the sufferings of Jews become worse. This will assist in realization of our plans. I have an excellent idea. I shall induce anti-Semites to liquidate Jewish wealth. The anti-Semites will assist us thereby in that they will strengthen the persecution and oppression of Jews. The anti-Semites shall be our best friends. The youngest son of Jacob Rothschild also visited Palestine during this time and supplied funding to establish the first Jewish colonies there. The Rothschild plan to establish Israel and its own Rothschild-owned country was underway, but it would not be until many years later that that plan came to fruition. Notice the hexagram on the flags at the Zionist Congress. In 1910, plans were underway in the United States to set up the Rothschild centrally owned bank, the Federal Reserve. The plans for a United States central bank were met with strong opposition from some of the wealthiest figures of the time. The three most important and powerful opponents were Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, the head of Macy's department stores, and John Jacob Astor, one of the wealthiest men in the world and good friend of genius inventor Nikola Tesla. Their total wealth at that time was $500 million. By today's standards, that would amount to nearly $11 billion. The opposition did not last long, however. Conveniently for the Rothschilds, all three powerful opponents died aboard the Titanic when it sunk in 1912. Coincidentally, it was the Illuminati puppet J.P. Morgan who funded and built the Titanic and who was also extremely keen to establish the Federal Reserve. He cancelled his ticket on the Titanic at the last minute. Congressman Charles Lindbergh said the following after the Federal Reserve Act was passed in 1913. The last part of this statement is especially important. From now on, depressions will be scientifically created. Like two con men working a mark, the Fed made credit easy while establishment newspapers hyped what riches could be made in the stock market. Federal Reserve meant that the dollar could now be printed outside of the government's control. It would be used to drive economic war and depressions and was the perfect machine for eternal debt. Abraham Lincoln fought against the establishment of this method and began printing his own debt-free money, what was termed greenbacks, during the American Civil War. Similarly, JFK signed an executive order which returned the US government the power to issue currency, bypassing the Rothschilds' own Federal Reserve. What do both of these presidents have in common? They wanted to print dollars for the American people against the wishes of the Rothschild system, and both were assassinated. During World War I, we see the same Rothschild war formula play out. The German Rothschild loaned money to the German government, the British Rothschild loaned money to the British government, and the French Rothschild loaned money to the French government. During the war, and while Britain is considering Germany's offer of armistice, Louis Brandeis, the elected leader of the Executive Committee for Zionist Affairs, sends a Zionist delegate from America to Britain, with the promise to bring America on the side of the British, provided the British agree to give the land of Palestine to the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds had interest in the Far East, and having their own governed state meant that they could own their own military, which they could use on any aggressor who stood in the way of those interests. In light of this, the British Foreign Secretary, Arthur James Balfour, drafted a letter which became known as the Balfour Declaration, to none other than dear Lord Rothschild. It states that the British government would do all it can to help establish Palestine a national home for the Jewish people. In 1919, the Paris Peace Conference was held to discuss reparations that the Germans needed to pay to the victors of the war. The host of the conference was Baron Edmund de Rothschild. A delegation of 117 Zionists headed up by Bernard Baruch brought up the subject of Palestine. The Germans felt betrayed as the nation had always had good relations towards Jews. The conference was also used by the Rothschilds to float the idea of setting up a world government called the League of Nations. Bernard Baruch then went on to found the Council on Foreign Relations in the US. The first objective of the Council on Foreign Relations was to gain control of the press. This task was given to none other than John D. Rockefeller, who set up many national magazines such as Life and Time magazine. With the Rothschilds' power presence now firmly established in the US, they soon began preparations for World War II. At the same time, Adolf Hitler, the Chancellor of Germany, was driving Jews out of governmental positions. A Rothschild puppet, Samuel Untermyer, the head of American delegation and blackmailer of President Roosevelt, called for all Americans to destroy German-made products, and thus began a large propaganda campaign. Once the effects of this boycott began to be felt in Germany, the Germans, who had demonstrated no violence towards the Jews up to this point, simply began boycotting Jewish stores in the same way the Jews had done to stores selling German products in America. This is the same year that President Roosevelt ordered the Illuminati eye to be placed upon all new dollar bills, along with the Latin phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum, which means a new order of the ages. 1 year later, Swiss banking secrecy laws were reformed, and it became an imprisonable offence for any bank employee to violate bank secrecy. This is all in preparation to cover the trace of the Rothschilds as they fund both sides of the war. You see, the Rothschild-controlled US company IG Farben would go on to arm Germany in the war and produce Zyklon B, the lethal gas used in the concentration camps. The Rothschilds also financed American IBM, which provided the supply of machines to the Nazis to produce the punch cards to help organize and manage initial identification and expulsion of Jews, the confiscation of their property, and their eventual extermination. Interestingly, during this time, Prescott Bush, the father of President George Herbert Walker Bush, had his company seized under the Trade-in with the Enemy Act. He was funding Hitler from America while American soldiers were fighting against the Germans. The Rothschilds' connection to Hitler may be more understated than initially realized. As Hans-Jürgen Kohler's Inside the Gestapo states, Adolf Hitler's grandmother Maria was a servant at the Rothschild mansion. You see, the war was very choreographed and had nothing but the Rothschilds' interests in mind. As Zionist Isaac Greenbaum in a speech to the Zionist Executive Council put so succinctly, "One cow in Palestine is worth more than all the Jews in Poland." This piece of propaganda was to scare Jewish survivors into believing their only place of safety was Israel. At the end of the war, in 1945, the Rothschilds not only profited significantly financially, but their vision of a League of Nations came to fruition with the establishment of the United Nations. British had stated that there would be no more immigration of Jews to Palestine in order to protect the Palestinians, but after the Second World War, the British transferred control of Palestine to the United Nations. The United Nations divided Palestine into two states, one Zionist and one Arab, with Jerusalem to remain as an international zone to be shared by all religious faiths. In the years that followed, the Israelis launched a series of military assaults on the Arab Palestinians, causing a mass exodus. The Israeli secret intelligence agency, the Mossad, was formed. Its motto is, "By way of deception, thou shalt do war." In 1948, the Rothschild bribed President Harry S. Truman with $2 million, which they gave him on his campaign trail, to recognize Israel as a sovereign state. The flag of Israel was soon revealed, which is none other than a blue version of the Rothschild red hexagram. And this is where the story just begins. Follow me to part 6 so we can take a look at the true meaning of this six-sided star.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Formally acknowledged as the Star of David, the move to adopt this symbol for the flag of Israel angered many Jews who realized that the symbol is in fact not the Star of David, but a hexagram symbol that was used in the ancient mystery religions. Many anti-Zionist Jews have since gone on to participate in annual flag burning rituals. It is in the biblical figure of Solomon that we can trace the true origins of the six-pointed star or hexagram. Solomon called the star the talisman of Saturn, or what became known as the Seal of Solomon. As we see, the bull's head is enclosed in a six-pointed star and surrounded by the letters composing the name Remphan, the planetary genius of Saturn, according to the alphabet of the Magi. The bull represents Moloch worship, which we will look at shortly, but first we need to examine two passages from the Bible that provide more detail on Solomon. Kings 11, 1-5 in the Bible features this passage. But King Solomon loved many foreign women, as well as the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites, from the nations of whom the Lord had said to the children of Israel, "You shall not intermarry with them, nor they with you. Surely they will turn away your hearts after their gods." Solomon clung to these in love, and he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For it was so, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not loyal to the Lord, his God, as was the heart of his father David. For Solomon went after Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. Ashtoreth here is a female goddess and the same goddess as Ishtar in Babylon, Isis in Egypt. The Romans called her Diana, and the Greeks Artemis, and the symbol is Venus. Milcom here is a male god, and its root word means king or Baal. It is the same god that is referred to as Moloch, or Nimrod in Babylon, Osiris in Egypt, Baal in Sidon. There are overlaps with Zeus in Greek culture and Jupiter in Roman culture. The symbol is Saturn. As the passage makes clear, Solomon fell in love with the women of Egypt and began to worship these false gods. Two other passages from the Bible directly reference the symbol of the star, or the seal of Solomon, or the talisman of Saturn. But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and Chion your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. In another passage, just before being stoned to death by the Jews, Stephen accused the Jewish leaders. And you took up the tent of Moloch, and the star of your god Remphan, the figures which you made, in order to worship them. As you see, the star in the Bible is directly correlated with the god Moloch and Remphan. Remphan is another word for Saturn. If you study the geometry of the star, you realize it has 6 points, forms 6 equilateral triangles, and its interior forms a 6-sided hexagon. The 6 points, 6 triangles, and 6 sides of the hexagon equate to 666, the specific number that the Bible designated as the mark of the beast, or Lucifer's number. As Revelation states, "Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Kings in the Bible specifically link Solomon with this number. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. The Bible specifically states that it was Solomon that used the star and not David. In fact, there is no evidence that David was ever associated with a star. We've seen how Freemasonry had been infiltrated and overtaken by the Rothschild Illuminati agenda. Here is what Albert Pike, a Freemason in the 1800s, said about the secret society. Masonry is a search after light. That search leads us directly back, as you see, to the Kabbalah. Kabbalah is the key of the occult sciences. The true philosophy, known and practiced by Solomon, is the basis on which Masonry is founded. It is not only Albert Pike himself who reveals the links between Freemasonry, Solomon, and the Kabbalah. The symbolism of Freemasonry and the Illuminati all overlap with recurring themes of Saturn and the numerology of 666. You see, what Pike is really referring to here is the occult practices of Solomon that are traced back to ancient Egypt and Babylon, and that secretly worship the god of Saturn, or otherwise known as Moloch, or Baal, or Nimrod. In 2012, NASA released yet another CGI image, this time of Saturn's North Pole. In addition to looking very fake and absurd, the image presents the world with what is termed as Saturn's hexagon. As you can see, when connecting the lines within a 6-sided hexagon, it produces other shapes. First that of a cube by joining 3 lines, and then that of a 6-pointed star or hexagon by joining 6 lines. Studying the root word of Kabbalah, I soon realized that Kaaba in Arabic means cube, and Allah means God. Therefore, the literal translation of Kabbalah in Arabic means cube god. And then it dawned on me, I had seen the cube before. In fact, I had seen it everywhere. Here is the cube, or Kaaba, in Mecca that forms part of Muslim worship. As you can see, those worshipping the cube form circles around it, much like the rings of Saturn. Here are Orthodox Jews in their morning prayer, using the tefillin, or the black cube with scrolls inside attached to their foreheads. Here is the Pope, with the 6-pointed seal of Solomon on his hat. Interestingly, if you take the 2D shape of the crucifix and begin to fold it into a 3D shape, it produces a cube. In Hinduism, the hexagram is more commonly known as Shatkon. It is the union of Shiva, who represents the male, and Shakti, who represents the female. Hindus also refer to Shiva as Kabbalah Ishwara, the Lord of the Kabbalah. And did you know that there are huge monuments to the black cube throughout the world? Here is the 9/11 memorial from above. An inverted black cube within another inverted black cube. Furthermore, the Saturn symbolism is not just specific to religions and memorials. Even the everyday life of a so-called atheist is rife with Saturn symbolism. And this is not just limited to the cube itself or the star. The rings of Saturn populate our everyday world. We all live by the symbol of Saturn without realizing it. The symbol of Saturn is inextricable from the number 6. Saturn is the 6th planet from the Sun in the heliocentric model. Also, Saturn Day, or what we now refer to as Saturday, is the 6th day. If you look closer at the Freemason square and compass, it is indeed a broken 6-star hexagram. When linking the letters that spell Mason on the $1 bill, you get a 6-pointed hexagram with the Eye of Providence, or the Eye of Horus, specifically highlighted. Horus, again Egyptian gods. Saturn has also become inextricable with Satan or Lucifer. As Manly P. Hall writes, Saturn has also been associated with Satan, and this for numerous reasons. First, many authors argue that the word Satan is derived from the word Saturn. Second, Saturn is associated with the color black, as well as Satan. Third, ancients considered Saturn to be the furthest planet from the Sun, the latter being associated with the principle of good. Saturn is consequently the celestial body that is the less exposed to the Sun's divine light, and thus associated with the coldness of the principle of evil. Finally, the great god Pan, the horned deity, represented Saturn in ancient paganism. This half-man, half-goat creature is considered the ancestor of our modern depictions of Satan. Pan was a composite creature, the upper part, with the exception of his horns, being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The pipes of Pan signify the natural harmony of the spheres, and the god himself is a symbol of Saturn because this planet is enthroned in Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. The pagan Pan also has other guises such as Baphomet, the half-goat, half-human, who has associations with Satan and Moloch. Like Saturn, Illuminati Freemasonry symbolism is prevalent throughout our society in the form of corporate logos and, as Albert Pike said, Freemasonry is the following of the philosophy of Solomon. It is also inextricable from the symbolism of Satanism. Here are some of the most recognized corporate logos we come across in our society today. Rebranding of old Masonic symbols and the emphasis on 666. 666, or the mark of the beast, is repeated throughout corporate symbolism. For instance, World Wide Web, or WWW in Jewish gematria, is 666. It is also used for the logo of the Monster energy drinks. It is also a recurring motif along with the single one eye of Providence. Many celebrities and politicians have been photographed making the 666 hand sign around the eyes. The sign forms a 6 and the 3 fingers indicates 3 score, or in other words, 666. Zechariah 11:17 mentions the eye in specific reference to straying from God and into Satan worship. Woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock. The sword shall be upon his arm, and upon his right eye. His arm shall be clean dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. And as we see again, many celebrities and famous people covering one eye, a gesture paying homage to the Eye of Horus, the Eye of Providence, and the darkened right eye of Satan. We also see many make the Horn of Canuto hand sign representative of Satan.
The symbolism is literally everywhere. For instance, why does the Vatican's hall look like a serpent? What are the dark serpent-like figures behind the throne? And why was the Vatican's telescope initially named Lucifer? I could go on and on about the abundance of satanic, Saturn symbols in our culture, from the prevalence of Egyptian monuments to secret gestures such as the vow of silence and the Masonic one hidden hand. But I think you get the point. And there is a wealth of information out there if you want to pursue your own research. This video is only supposed to be a very basic overview of this type of symbolism. It becomes confusing because the same symbol of Saturn or Satan keeps appearing in different eras and cultures under different guises. Much like Bauer changed his name to Rothschild, the worship of Saturn has undergone so many different iterations and changes that it becomes difficult to track. I feel that this is deliberately so. And this is the point. What the Rothschilds achieved with their centralized banking and Illuminati cabal establishment of controlled leaders in every industry, such as fossil fuels, health and education, is a highly disguised and masterly executed form of infiltration. They have controlled our access to knowledge from the beginning. The Natural History Museum at Tring belonged to 2nd Baron Rothschild and is located in a Rothschild family home. The League of Nations organized the inception of the Central Natural History Museum. E.L. Rothschild Limited, a private funded family investment company and established by Sir Evelyn de Rothschild and Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, oversees a variety of Rothschild's global investments. The company currently has interests in media, real estate, agriculture and luxury goods, with a significant previous positions in financial services, technology and communications. They even own 70% of Weather Central and all of its communications. As of today, the Rothschilds own over 160 central banks and control the finances of the majority of nations on Earth. In the year 2000, there were only a few countries that did not have centrally established banks. Any nation that resists their desire to control is demonized through the media and is usually bombed under the pretense of war or terrorism. Is this starting to make sense yet? As we saw in the previous episode, all wars are deliberately choreographed, as are all politics. The opposing forces of the political left and right is all theatre to produce the illusion of choice. They are all players on the world stage whose autonomy and real governing power is limited by the elite powers such as the Rothschilds. It is the same with corporations, products and the media. The illusion of choice, when in fact they are all owned by the same top of the pyramid companies that are in the pockets of the Rothschild elite. You can discover this yourselves by just following the money. The primary aim of the Illuminati cabal is to establish Novus Ordo Seclorum, as stated on the $1 bill, and which means a new order of the ages, or a new world order. The agenda of this order is to establish a globalist one world government, with a world military, centralized banking, health, education and religion. Here we can see the former Israeli president Shimon Peres, a Rothschild puppet, meeting with the Pope to discuss uniting all religions under one world religion. And I can bet you that the one world religion would carry the symbol of Saturn. Again, I will not go into much depth about globalism and the New World Order agenda. There is a wealth of material on the internet if you are interested. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are just one of the many governing cabal elite families that run and rule our world. Doing justice to the complexity of this would require its own video series. My main objective is to give you a brief overview of the Rothschilds power complex and its grip on our world, and to show you the prevalence of satanic symbolism that stems from this power complex, as it is the key to understanding the lie behind the heliocentric model of the Earth, and why they would deliberately hide that our Earth is a flat, disc-like plane. Despite being studied and used by different Jewish sects today, the Kabbalah is not exclusively Jewish. It has ties that go beyond Judaism. Jewish mysticism originated with the apostate Israelites and ancient Egypt and Canaan during the time of the serpent religions of the Ammonites, the Canaanites and Egyptians, all of which trace back to Babylon. And, as I have shown you, this is evident in the symbolism. Does this mean that Orthodox Kabbalah Jews secretly worship Saturn or Satan? No. What the Rothschilds and their puppets have successfully achieved is a worldwide worship of Saturn or Satan in its various guises through deception and infiltration without the world knowing it. I am not suggesting that Jews in general worship Satan, especially in their study of the Kabbalah, nor am I suggesting that Muslims in their prayer to the Kaaba or Catholics visiting the Vatican are Satanists. I am showing you that without actually knowing it, we are all in some way giving our energy and worship to this satanic lineage without realizing it. Even if you're an atheist, the black cube and Saturn rings are so prevalent in your life you may wear clothing with the symbolism on without even realizing. It is now important to return to the Big Bang. As I mentioned in the previous episode, the Kabbalah Ein Sof provides us two conclusions: that either the Big Bang has proven the Kabbalah and its teachings, or that the Big Bang theory was stolen from the Kabbalah. But you see, perhaps there is an even more sinister conclusion behind this. Perhaps, just perhaps, modern Kabbalists, or more specifically the Illuminati Freemasonry Satanic Complex, have figured out a way to force their beliefs onto others by renaming their views as science. Perhaps atheism is not atheism at all, but a deceptive form of Satan-Saturn worship, which encourages people to forsake the idea of God and creation and adopt randomness, nihilism, or the idea of nothingness, and is achieved through none other than widespread institutional control and infiltration of the sciences via the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, and other puppets. And when met with any opposition is shame from the so-called scientific community. In a nutshell, atheism legitimized coincidence. What about all the central scientific figures supporting the heliocentric model and the theory of the Big Bang? Well, here is a photo of Zionist Albert Einstein dining with Lord Rothschild. Isaac Newton was a Freemason and had a keen interest in the occult. And all big NASA figureheads and astronauts are Freemasons and openly display this, as does Neil deGrasse Tyson. There exists an organization called the Anti-Defamation League, which serves as an instrument to try and convince everyone that any mention of the Rothschilds and their allies is an anti-Semitic attack on all Jews. This is given historical weighting by the Rothschild choreographed Holocaust and also controlled by the Rothschild-Rockefeller media complex. All major mainstream media outlets can be traced back to their control. As David Rockefeller stated at the Bilderberg Conference in 1991, we are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time magazine and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subjected to the lights of publicity during those years. But the world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government. The supranatural sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. The official controlled narrative states that the Rothschilds are Jews. They are not. They are Satanists. Satanism is the hidden religion that rules the world, and its presence is so prevalent and insidiously woven into the fabric of our everyday lives it is shocking. Its method of control primarily centers around deceit. Just as the Mossad phrase states, by way of deception, thou shalt do war. And I want you to really marinate on this. Imagine If you're that powerful that you literally own the majority of nations on Earth and most of the world's GDP, if you had an agenda, is there anything that would be able to prevent you? Would people in power or of fame be able to speak out against you without it having dire consequences? Really consider that kind of wealth and power. It is becoming more and more evident we have been deceived on the true nature of our Earth. And I understand that what I am telling you probably sounds just as ludicrous and ridiculous as when I first mentioned that the Earth is flat. And I know you are on the brink of turning this off and writing it off as garbage conspiracy theory. But let me tell you this, conspiracies are real. It's the lack of evidence that makes them a theory. Stay with me. As I said before, you cannot tell people the truth, you must show them. Do not take my word for it. I cannot just make claims that there is an elite body of people that worship Satan and have operated throughout time by deceiving the common people as to the true nature of the world, and that they have full control over all the information we receive. Prevalent Satan symbolism and the history of the Rothschilds is not enough proof or evidence. If Satanism is real, then I need to show you the true evil of such worship before I show you what they are covering up with NASA. Come with me now to part 7. We are nearly through this rabbit hole. During 2016, in the lead up to the presidential election between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, WikiLeaks published thousands of leaked emails sent and received by the Democratic National Convention. Many of these emails came from the account of Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta, who had a long political background being chief of staff to Bill Clinton and counselor to Barack Obama. The emails reveal corruption at the heart of the Clinton Foundation and the party's relationship with the media and banks. But there was something else hidden deep within these emails. As many began digging into the contents of Podesta's emails, they discovered bizarre references to pizza and other food. Phrases such as, "The realtor found a handkerchief, I think it has a map that seems pizza related," and "I'm dreaming of your hot dog stand in Hawaii," and "I consider ice cream, its purchase and consumption serious business," and "I think Obama spent $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. I assume we are using the same channels." Out of WikiLeaks' 2,060 Podesta emails, there are 149 references to pizza, 73 references to hot dogs, 85 to cheese, 78 to pasta, 41 to sauce, 84 to ice cream, and 47 to walnut. All in very bizarre contexts that have nothing to do with food. Who sits in their office dreaming of a hot dog stand in Hawaii, or arranges to get pizza for an hour? And why are John Podesta, his brother Tony Podesta, and their affiliates obsessed with pizza? Pizza and hot dogs, you see, is actually code for something else. You've probably never heard of this because you're not a disgusting paedophile, but, like the world of the mafia, paedophilia has its own language and code. To really understand this, we need to look closer at James Alefantis and the Washington DC pizza restaurant Comet Ping Pong that is referenced so many times in the emails and was often used to host Clinton and Obama fundraisers. Meet James Alefantis. In 2012, GQ magazine described him as one of the 50 most powerful men in Washington, D.C. How is it possible that a small restaurant owner even makes it onto this list? Let's look at the restaurant's representation of itself. Here is the artwork of Arrington D. Dionso that covers an entire wall space in the restaurant. Creepy people with antlers holding heads. And not the biggest Trump fan either. Nothing too bad, I guess, but these paintings certainly do not seem that suitable for a family-friendly place. What about some of the bands that play regularly at Comet? Images of blood and gore? Doesn't seem like it should be for all ages, as the posters suggest. However, when looking deeper and browsing Alefantis' and the restaurant's Instagram pages, which have since been deleted, things become slightly more troubling. Why so many babies? Why the disgusting sexual references to pizza? Why is there a young girl in a t-shirt with pizza slut written on it? And why are his friends calling this the kill room? And just rinse it off when you're done. What's with the obsession with weird pandas and little coffins? And what the hell is this guy doing? This prompted me to go back and look closer at the artwork taste of Alephantis, Comet Ping Pong's Hired Entertainment, and the Podesta brothers. I stumbled on this poster for Comet Ping Pong, with what looks to be bodies floating away from a central body and becoming more opaque each time. Through this image, the poster directly references the work of Kim Noble, an artist with dissociative identity disorder and over 13 different personalities. Kim was a victim of satanic ritual sexual abuse and trauma-based mind control. She has openly discussed this, and it is reminiscent of the CIA's MK-Ultra mind control operations during World War II. The same operations that Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange explores. These paintings are highly disturbing, and it makes me feel sick just looking at them. Interestingly, here is one of her pieces called Key. Notice the Kabbalah Sephiro, or the Tree of Life. Why does Comet Ping Pong's posters reference these works? And is this just a coincidence? Well, perhaps not. Alephantis did own an art gallery called Strand on Volta in Washington, D.C. The Podesta brothers are close associates of Alephantis, with the former hosting regular pizza parties at Tony Podesta's house. Tony Podesta is a political lobbyist and art collector. Here he is standing by a huge piece in his house hanging from the ceiling. It is called the Arch of Hysteria and features a headless body contorted and twisted. It is also a reference to the serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who left his victims in a similar pose, and reminiscent of The Exorcist, a film about demonic possession of a young girl. Other artwork displayed in Podesta's house are that of Serbian painter Biljana Đurđević. Here are some of his pieces. Podesta and his wife are also great admirers of Patricia Piccinini. Here are some of her artwork. Again, this makes me feel sick, and I have no idea why someone would want to collect this stuff and display it proudly in their home. This is not artistic, but grotesque and obvious in its reference to child predation. And then there is the case of those regular performers at Comet Ping Pong. Here is one speaking.
Welcome, friendly people, to Comet Pizza and Ping Pong. Have any of you enjoyed this special pizza here tonight? But no, she held on to that child all the way to the end. And the fucked up thing was really, it was after it was born. I had to put that shit down. Euthanasia. You're poor. I was like, this is what happens with us babies. And it gets all this noise.
What do they mean when saying they had to put that shit down in reference to a newborn baby? And again, this does not look like a family-friendly place in which all ages should be welcome. This is very creepy. It was not long after the WikiLeaks release of Podesta's emails that people started to put two and two together. And just like that, Pizzagate was born, which, through a lot of research and investigation, discovered that there was a huge network of child trafficking taking place in the heart of Washington, D.C., and which involved sexually molesting children and torturing them, and that the Podestas, Clintons, Obama, and other Democratic officials were at the heart of. All these weird references to food such as pizza, ice cream, chicken, walnut sauce, pasta, hot dogs was nothing other than the preferences of pedophiles. They use these codes to communicate, hiding things in plain sight and deceiving the masses to think they just like the food pizza. At first it was hard for me to get my head around, but there were just so many things that didn't seem right. For instance, Why did one of Podesta's emails reference still being in the torture room? And what was this supposed kill room on Alephantis' Instagram? And then there is this email. Why is a close associate of Hillary Clinton emailing her to say that they were hoping to sacrifice a chicken to Moloch? Who talks like this? And there it is, the reference to Moloch. Something we did not explore in the previous episode, but it is vital to touch on now, is what Moloch, Saturn, Baphomet, Baal, Nimrod all had in common other than being demonic gods and synonymous with Lucifer. Why does the Bible call Milcom the abomination? You see, Moloch, Milcom, Saturn, Baal are the gods associated with child sacrifice. Jeremiah 32-35 states, "And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech, which I commanded them not. Neither came it into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin." This is why Saturn in old paintings is depicted as eating a child, and we see people offering a child here as a sacrifice to Moloch. It was becoming more and more evident something very bad was going on, and a lot of people were collectively starting to piece together the Pizzagate puzzle. But then the inevitable happened. The media, as they always do, intervened swiftly to do what they do best: improperly debunk the so-called theory.
A Kelly File exclusive tonight on the conspiracy theory that came to be known as Pizzagate. File exclusive, James Alefantis, owner of Comet Ping Pong in Washington, D.C. James, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What a terrible ordeal this must have been for you.
It has been. And it started to appear that images of children and other people were being taken from social media and blasted throughout the internet with this insane conspiracy idea filled with just lies about this impossible international conspiracy of human traffickers involving Hillary Clinton.
Oh my goodness. And you're a Democratic donor. There's nothing illegal about that.
No.
It doesn't make you a pedophile or somebody who's part of a child sex ring. One of the pictures that Trey showed in the report, people have been pointing to, well, look at this is evidence. There's a child with their hands taped down. And you say there's a very simple explanation for that.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you've had us on today. It's an incredible thing. We've invited your cameras into the restaurant because people have all of these ideas, and people use social media. This is a picture of my godchild in a completely innocent place, very happily playing with her sister. Her sister's taped her hands. Her parents are there. I put this on my Instagram with their approval. Right there, it sits there on the internet for a year and a half, and people start building these lies and falsities about innocent people and then spreading this image over the internet.
When people talk about fake news, you know, a lot of folks just roll their eyes like, oh, you know, whatever. People will figure it out. The truth is they don't always figure it out.
It's a pack of lies, and it's dangerous.
And to be accused of being a pedophile because you have emails that talk about pizza. When you run a pizza parlor, I mean, there are going to be emails like, well, the word pizza seems out of place. This is fake. Fake.
Thank you. It's true. Yes, it's like being terrorized. It's been over a month of daily death threats to me, hundreds of phone calls to the restaurant, asking for all kinds of wild things like ordering a cheese pizza, something that we just do. We're a pizza place,
right.
A family-friendly pizza place. We've been in existence for 10 years in the same location. So it was difficult and shocking. Now, our community has rallied around us.
Good.
So we have people coming in. There's families and kids. We're there. We have private security. We're trying to make sure that our staff feels safe, that our community feels safe, that our customers feel safe.
What's the bottom line quickly? What's the takeaway? What needs to change?
I think there has to be some way of breaking these things up. It's impossible that this news can go from one person to the next in a grand conspiracy theory, and there's no reporting, no ability to do anything.
I know Reddit has banned this topic on its website. I mean, slowly but surely, those who help ban it are trying to dial it back out of the safety, out of concerns for the safety of those who have been endangered by
Really, this could happen to anyone. It's not just us. It's any single person.
I know you said to our
I don't know about you, but this irritates me. This news anchor did not debunk anything. She protested that it was fake and portrayed Alefantis as a victim whose family-friendly business had been smeared by false accusations. Alefantis here is the bullied, and up until this point he was just an innocent man living his life of pizza making. Yeah, right. There is no investigation of Alefantis here. No probing, no challenging by the media. They just present a victim narrative and chant the word fake, fake, fake. And then the false flag came. A false flag is an operation committed with the intent of disguising the actual source of responsibility and pinning blame on a second party. They are used constantly by the Illuminati elite and media to control the narrative and direct attention away from various real issues. False flags take the guise of terrorist attacks, identity smears, and dangerous catastrophic events. We will be exploring the media in more detail in a future episode.
Julie drove from North Carolina to the Washington restaurant.
It was December 4th, and a man walked in the front door into a crowded dining room filled with families eating, carrying a loaded, large AR-15 assault rifle. Walked through this dining room here, down this bar.
Of course, he couldn't find the basement full of horrors because it didn't exist.
This gunman went to this one locked spot, and at this point he shoots his AR-15.
Well, he lets off his rifle?
Yes. Into this door, and the bullets went into our computer system here.
Can I have a look?
Yeah.
Just check.
And there's our computer system still there in our messy closet.
But no secret basement?
No.
So he realized that there's nothing there?
Yeah, and immediately laid down his weapons, and he surrenders to the police.
And he ended up just shooting a computer?
Yeah.
I like the symbolism of that. He shot the only thing that had actually spread the trouble in the first place.
Alefantis denies that Comet Ping Pong has a basement and therefore could not have a kill room. Yet why, in a previous interview with Metro Weekly, did Alefantis talk about storing tomatoes in the restaurant's basement? I find it highly convenient that the only bullet fired by the lone gunman didn't actually harm a single person, but went straight into the hard drive of Alefantis' computer, eliminating any possible evidence that could have existed to the child trafficking and abuse. It's also very interesting that the media does not actually reference the specifics of the WikiLeaks emails and all the disgusting artwork. Why not quiz Alefantis on all the small references to pizza, pasta, and chicken? And I know, none of this actually proves there is a prevalent worship of Satan and a massive child trafficking ring, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are just getting started into exploring the true nature of Pizzagate and what WikiLeaks and Comet Ping Pong have revealed. Let's look closer at this guy. Who is James Achilles Alefantis? Well, we know he had a long-term boyfriend, David Brock. David Brock owns Media Matters, a non-profit company dedicated to comprehensively monitoring, correcting, and analyzing misinformation in the US media. How convenient. He has also been accused of pedophilia and exposed in past court cases with the documentary An Open Secret. Here is a picture from Alefantis' Instagram of David Brock and Lynn DeForester Rothschild. Another one of his Instagram posts holds some clues. The young man's t-shirt in this image is a French slogan that reads, "I love children." Could James Alefantis actually be a pseudonym and a bastardization of the French J'aime les enfants, which means I love children? And what's with the name Achilles? Well, here is Maria Achilles Rothschild, mother of Evelyn Achilles de Rothschild, who fathered a bastard child, Louis George Alefantis, in 1915, and who inherited the surname of his unknown mother. Louis's grandchild shares the same name as none other than James Achilles Alefantis. Look closer at the Rothschild family photograph. Is this shady character Alefantis? We know Rothschilds love changing their names and lineage. Well, even if he is a Rothschild, that doesn't mean that all Rothschilds are into disgusting paedophilia and Satanism, does it? Let's jump back to 1972 and look at some of the images of one of the infamous Rothschild balls. The invitation is written in reverse. Inversion is a big deal for Satanists. Interestingly, a lot of Kim Noble's work features text written in backwards. Here are the hosts of the party. We have seen this imagery before. The half-human, half-horned goat. And look, more horns. These guests are sporting Saturn rings and one-eye imagery. There are references to babies and children and weird bodies on the dining tables. Here is a more recent photo of the head of the Rothschild family, Jacob Rothschild, with so-called artist Marina Abramovic. They are standing in front of a painting called Satan Summoning His Legions. James Alefantis also features a picture of Marina on his Instagram. And this is where it gets unbelievable. In the Podesta emails, there are messages sent from Marina Abramovic to the Podestas expressing her excitement towards the planned spirit cooking event at her place. Just when you thought it couldn't get any more creepy. What the hell is spirit cooking? In 1996, Abramovic hosted a performance art event called Spirit Cooking, which is a ritualistic way of saying cannibalism. The event involved instructions, written in so-called pig's blood, stating, with a sharp knife cut deeply into the middle finger of your left hand, eat the pain. Look at this. This is not art. It is morbid and disgusting. But these millionaires and billionaires seem to love it. Here are some of the famous faces at these dinners, and other faces that work with Abramovic. Her Instagram handle is 666. She worked extensively with Lady Gaga. Gaga spoke about being left naked in the woods to fend for herself. These are the same methods of trauma-based mind control we see over and over again. Look closer at Podesta's middle finger on his left hand in this picture. Why does he have art depicting cannibalism hanging in his office? Why are these people attending spirit cooking events? This doesn't look like art. This looks like Satanism to me. And then there is the case of this restaurant. Notice the picture with Hillary Clinton? Look at their logo. In 2007, the FBI declassified documents outlining common symbols pedophiles use to communicate and signal one another. The triangle swirl indicates boy lover, the circular swirl, little boy lover, the heart within a heart, girl lover, and the butterfly and neutral child lover. Here, the big heart with the small heart inside it also signifies the union between big, i.e. adult, and small, i.e. child. Here is Besta Pizza. Besta Pizza is a Portuguese word for beast. Notice the triangle shape. They changed their logo soon after Pizzagate blew up. Why does the Pope wear this symbol proudly? Why is Sheila Jackson Lee, member of the House of Representatives, wearing a ring with a symbol on it? Why does Theresa May wear the swirl symbol around her neck? And why did she try to lower the age of consent to 14? Why do the logos of famous children's sweets and snacks contain these symbols? Why are they on children's toys? Why do protection agencies for children also have the logos? What about Johnson & Johnson? Why did they put the logo on nappies? Is paedophilia and child trafficking really organized in such a global, institutional, widespread manner? Laura Silsby was arrested over child trafficking in Haiti under the guise of the Clinton Foundation and eventually let off. Keith Raniere and Hollywood actor Alison Mack was arrested for running Nixium, a sex trafficking cult that branded their victims. John God, a so-called Brazilian healer, was arrested for trafficking on a grand scale. How has this become so widespread? Why do Disney films feature paedophile symbols regularly and references to sex and the Illuminati? And why the union between food, paedophilia and satanic spirit cooking? Hollywood is the key to understanding this question.
I can tell you that the number one problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
And it's widespread?
Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me till I went, oh my God, they were everywhere like vultures.
Blacklisted from Hollywood years ago, Australian actor Mel Gibson disclosed off the record that Hollywood is a den of parasites who feast on the blood of kids. They are drenched in the blood of innocent children, according to Mel Gibson, who claims the consumption of baby blood is so popular in Hollywood that it basically operates as a currency of its own. The Hollywood elites are an enemy of mankind, continually acting contrary to our best interests and breaking every God-given taboo known to man, including the sanctity of children. It's an open secret in Hollywood. These people have their own religious and spiritual teachings and their own social and moral frameworks. They have their sacred texts. They are sick, believe me, and they couldn't be more at odds with what America stands for. I don't know how to break it to you gently. Hollywood is institutionalized pedophilia. They are using and abusing kids. And there he is. I thought we might see him on our journey down the rabbit hole. The White Rabbit. No sign of Alice just yet, but let's see. What Mel Gibson is referring to here is the drug adrenochrome. Its chemical structure is the shape of a rabbit, and it is produced naturally by our bodies. It is a chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. Children produce the purest form of adrenochrome when exposed to high amounts of fear. The satanic ritual abuse releases a high amount of adrenochrome into the child's blood, who is then murdered. Drinking this blood then administers the drug into the system, causing an intense euphoric high. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas specifically references this drug, as does Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange with its Drenchrome, that the protagonist and his gang put in their milk. It has another quality, however. It is an anti-aging serum.
To notice that blood specific means that young blood cells secrete some molecule or protein that helps heal the body and keeps it young. And as an organism ages, they lose the ability to make this molecule. Previously, it was thought that GDF11, a molecule that circulates throughout the blood, was the fountain of youth. But a recent study contradicts that finding. This new study, published in the journal Cell Metabolism, found that as mice aged, the more of this molecule circulated in their bloodstream. And as researchers injected aging mice with this molecule, the worse their muscles repaired themselves. So who really knows right now? But even though scientists are still figuring that out, other studies show that there's really something powerful about young blood. Other studies, like one published in journal Nature Medicine, found that young blood recharged the brains of older mice. Researchers ran mice through standard laboratory tests after they received an infusion of plasma from young mice. They did much better on the test than older mice without young blood coursing through their veins. In a similar Frankensteinian experiment, researchers stitched together older mice with a young mouse. They found that the young mouse blood rejuvenated the hearts of older mice. The older mice suffered from cardiac hypertrophy, a condition which thickens and swells the heart. After just 4 weeks of getting young blood from the other mouse, their heart shrank to a normal size. All of these studies sure make you want to drink a nice tall glass of young blood, eh?
This is what you look like on adrenochrome, and this is what you look like without it. Did you really think all these Hollywood actors were just naturally beautiful and young looking? And it was just surgery, and they never aged? Disney's Monsters Inc. is a metaphor for the extraction and industry of adrenochrome production and consumption. Like always, they love hiding this in plain sight. The picture of Dorian Gray is another loose metaphor for adrenochrome consumption. This is not exclusive to Hollywood and politicians. It is a much wider, ancient satanic practice that has its roots in Moloch or Saturn worship. If you didn't have cognitive dissonance from Flat Earth, you've got it now. And I know it's painful, but it is necessary. You have to know the world we live in to understand the enormity of their lies, control and crimes. And stay with me. I promise you the light returns in a very profound way in the next episode. I know, it's a difficult truth to accept, that the majority of stars and celebrities you have loved for so long are actually actively engaged in widespread paedophilia and the torture and murder of children. And many have spoken out about this. Elijah Wood, whose mother protected him from attending the Hollywood parties, went on the record to state that Hollywood has a major paedophilia problem. Chris Cornell of Audioslave and Chester Bennington of Linkin Park tried to expose these crimes, and both ended up committing convenient suicides. Chester Bennington is an especially interesting one. His band, Linkin Park's logo, is a broken paedophile symbol. He was a victim of child abuse and was the son of his mother's friend, who used to abuse him as a boy. And don't you think he looks like the spitting image of someone we know? Oh, and speaking of lookalikes, remember the Madeleine McCann case? Well, that night in Portugal, witnesses described two men who the police created drawings of. Do these two seem familiar? Two brothers, perhaps? It's funny how the Podestas were staying at Clement Freud's mansion during the same time period as Madeleine's abduction, and is located just around the corner from where she went missing. Isaac Cappy spoke out about Tom Hanks raping him. He also called out Steven Spielberg for abuse. He went on record to say he was not suicidal, yet nonetheless he was found dead. The authorities ruled suicide. If you have a stomach for it, looking through Tom Hanks' Instagram is very revealing, as he has an interesting obsessive hobby of photographing the missing clothes items of young children. And speaking of clothing, what's with all the red shoes? Well, Macaulay Culkin tells us, during an interview in Paris, he said, "Have you ever seen leather products made from human skin? It has a very unusual, distinctive look. I learned at a very young age to identify it. I learned very early to recognize which one of them wanted to abuse you and which one of them had even darker tastes." In an exchange with a senior Hollywood big shot, he told him to look at his shoes. He said they were made from the skin of children he and his friends had murdered. He said leather made from human skin is the finest leather known to man. References to pizza, hot dogs, pedophilia and adrenochrome is rife in Hollywood. They are hiding it in plain sight.
Selena, you've always been so sweet. You really are a genuine fan, and it's amazing. And we've known each other for years. Yeah. You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza. It's so much fun. Now, someone did
life back. Hail Satan. I eat children. How old are you?
12.
Oh, okay. Only to 10.
Okay,
that's good.
That's good. Children and pineapple.
The record straight. I tease Joe sometimes, but he has been at my side for 7 years. I love that man. He's not just a great vice president, he is a great friend. We've gotten so close in some places in Indiana, they won't serve us pizza anymore.
Let us stare upon his baby skin and chest hair, which can be accurately summed up as not yet a man, but not still a boy. Ha, ha, ha. But to be truly great, the host must accept.
Blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower. I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies. It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, and you're a part of it, and it is the all-mocking tongue. Oh, I like it. It's the symbol of the all-mocking tongue. And I'm sick of it. I want everybody to be in on the joke, man. You know what I mean? For years now, talk show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track, to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile so you don't know what's really going on. You know, and they get out there in the woods in a circle naked and they decide these things and, you know, and you know, look at him trying to come with that. It's hilarious. And
my name is Roy, and and for the most evil invention in the world contest, I invented a child molesting robot.
Come on, go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Come on, road and go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. 'Cause there's no more pasta. Oh no. So we're gonna eat some fried fish. Fried fish.
You want the whole box? Really?
Well, no, not the whole box.
All right. Cheese, that's a cheese. Yeah. Julia wants cheese. Who's your favorite movie star? They're here. Well, who do you want to talk to? Oh, Sandy? Sandy, you have money. You've got a lot of money. You can tip him, right?
Sure, I'll take it.
Where's Harvey Weinstein? Harvey.
You see, Satanists believe that they have to reveal who they are in some form. That's why we see so many occult members continually displaying symbolism and things hiding in plain sight. It is also highly satanic to hide something in plain sight, to mock those that don't know. Those that follow them and just think they are being edgy. Those that buy children's products and watch Disney films without really knowing what the symbols or logos are. Why was Oprah such good buddies with John of God? Why does James Gunn, the director of the Guardians of the Galaxy films, tweet openly about paedophilia? Why does Chrissy Teigen and John Legend openly tweet about this? Why is LeBron James making Illuminati worship signs before he plays? Why do they hail Satan? And I do not want to hear that they are just joking around. There is nothing funny about bloated Dwayne Johnson's sketch, or James Gunn's tweets, or Jennifer Aniston's pizza parties. No one speaks about pizza like that. It is not funny. These people are evil, and these people are sick. And they are laughing at us. They are laughing at the sheep that follow the stars. They are laughing as they hide our true flat earth and show us stupid spinning globes. They are laughing while they steal, molest, torture, kill, and eat our children. These are crimes against humanity. And Pizzagate has not been debunked. Do not let the mainstream media and Google and Wikipedia tell you otherwise. Use your common sense. They are lying and under the control of the Illuminati satanic power complex. Look up the owners of Fact Checker Snopes. They are a pair of degenerates, not officials. And I understand that these are dark, horrific, and difficult truths, but subscribing to your confirmation bias by buying into their labels of conspiracy theory is not the answer. There are too many so-called coincidences surrounding this satanic, pedophile elite, and to achieve the status of debunk requires a huge full-blown investigation across multiple countries and by multiple investigation agencies. But again, we know how controlled and complicit these agencies are. Do you see the problem we are in? Are you angry yet? And no, this is not just America. How is it that the same themes and stories keep coming up in different countries, eras, and from different elite people? What about Ronald Bernard, a Dutch ex-Illuminati banker who couldn't take it anymore and had to speak out?
Nou, dat is dus het breekpunt geweest. Je komt zo diep in die kringen. Je tekent ook eigenlijk ik heb niet met bloed getekend ergens voor, maar je tekent wel een contract voor je leven dat je zwijgt over namen van bedrijven, organisaties, personen. Dat is ook de reden waarom ik denk nog steeds leef. Je houdt je daaraan. Hun diende dus iets onstoffelijks. Hun diende wat zij noemden Lucifer. En ik kwam dus ook in die kringen. Alleen ik lachte erom, want het waren voor mij gewoon klanten. Dus ik kwam in wat ze noemden Satanskerken.
Ik wou zeggen, we hebben het nu over het satanisme.
Ja.
Oké.
Ik kwam dus in Satanskerken, maar ik kwam zeg maar op route even langs, even buurten. En daar was dan op dat moment een heilige mis, hun heilige soorten mis. En dat was met blote vrouwen en wat drank en dit en dat. En ik vond het alleen maar leuk. Maar er kwam een moment, toen werd ik dus uitgenodigd, daarom vertel ik dit ook, om mee te gaan doen aan offers in het buitenland. Dat was het breekpunt. Kinderen.
Oké. Dat werd je gevraagd?
Ja, ik kon het niet.
What about the Hampstead case in England? Listen to what these children are saying.
I work with the official services.
And what did they do to you?
They do sex. They touch each other. They touch me and Gabriel. They have plastic pullings. And they stick it in our bottom.
Who does? Who sticks it in your bottom?
Social services. Everybody does. All of them.
Who?
Everybody.
Does your mother do it?
No.
Do I do it?
No.
Who does it then?
Papa, Mr. Norling, the school.
Parents.
My dad's
Tell me more
family.
people. Tell me some more people, please. I'm interested.
Parents, police.
What about the teachers at school? Who's the main one?
Papa, Mr. Hollings, Mrs. Forsyth.
Who's Mrs. Forsyth?
She's the head teacher of our school.
And what does she do?
And she does sex. She got a big red mark with a big tattoo on her pride.
And what happens in the church?
And we do baby sacrifice and eat the baby.
What do you mean sacrifice and eat the baby?
So we kill the baby and eat it and drink the blood from it.
Is that true, Gabriel?
Yes. And we dance with the skulls.
Again, the media and courts wrote this off as lies perpetrated by their mother and took her children away from her and gave custody to their father, the same man abusing them and indoctrinated them into these satanic rituals. They now live in LA with their father and are becoming Hollywood stars. What about the way the BBC covered up Jimmy Savile? He was best buds with Margaret Thatcher and Prince Philip. Are we that stupid to think they were not aware or involved somehow? And what about the Queen of England and her family? Why was the court case against her involvement in the missing children in Canada dropped and never brought back up again? Why was a young boy filmed by accident trying to escape Buckingham Palace? Why did Kate dress like Rosemary out of Rosemary's Baby when announcing their newborn? Everyone knows that Rosemary gives birth to Satan's child. And why do so many people go missing in the Rothschild-owned Black Forest in Germany? And what about Prince Andrew and his connections to Jeffrey Epstein and the victims speaking out about him? Look what he says in a BBC interview.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was yes, I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War.
Even a doorknob can tell that this bloated waste of space is lying. Why was he allowed to sit on the board for the NSPCC? What about all the celebrities and elites on Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs? What about Ghislaine Maxwell, who has recently been arrested for trafficking? Did you know that she was Epstein's handler and her father was a triple agent for the MI5, CIA and the Mossad? The Mossad again. He also owned British media outlets. Oh, and you know that really renowned, respected space scientist? Well, here he is at Epstein's Island and on one of Maxwell's submarine. That's right, Maxwell was a submarine pilot, and her non-profit work had her eyes set on the oceans. Let's just say that if you really wanted to traffic people in a very discreet way, a submarine network would be a good way to achieve it. Why is it that anyone that speaks out against the Clintons, such as Anthony Bourdain, ends up suicided? And what is on Anthony Weiner's laptop that is so bad? Arrested for being another disgusting pervert, Weiner's laptop was seized by the New York Police Department. It allegedly contained a folder called Insurance, in which there were many elites in compromised positions doing things to children. Attorney Sidney Powell spoke about this.
675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails. Lots of people emailed Huma as a proxy for Hillary. So one of the things, if I were the president, I'd do is demand the Anthony Weiner laptop and get it to the most trusted person in the military to take apart everything on it and then start using it. There's a lot that can be prosecuted, I have no doubt, on that laptop. In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go throw up. It's bad.
Many of the police officers that saw what was on the laptop are now dead. It allegedly contains footage of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin, her right-hand woman and wife of Anthony Weiner, doing unspeakable things to children. This is how it works. Ronald Bernard is correct when he says the only reason he is still alive is because he has not named names. When you enter this satanic cult religion, it is a bond for life, and you do not stray or speak out because they have compromised footage and images of you. That is why Epstein and Maxwell are so important. They have the footage and the evidence. And remember, this was one of the Illuminati's objectives in the 1700s for gaining control. The top of the media firms are compromised. They will bury, cover and lie to protect those at the top. This was filmed by someone in their bedroom near CERN in Switzerland.
What the f***? What the?
The Guardian wrote this off as a hoax. Well, I'm sorry, but since when has The Guardian had the authority to claim conclusions over any investigative authority? And doesn't all this Satan worship and sexual perversion remind you of something? Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. I find it very interesting that Kubrick died before the film's release and before he had made the final cut. Many Kubrick fans have discounted the film as not a true Kubrick picture because it was edited without his consent after he died. How convenient. You see, I think Kubrick was trying to tell us something, and he specifically revealed a lot to Nicole Kidman. And just like the rest that speak out and try to show the world what is hiding in plain sight, he ended up dead and silenced. I'm surprised no one has got to Ricky Gervais yet. And this is the point. Satanism and such evil is real. The act of raping and torturing a child is satanic in itself. we wouldn't even need the symbolism and imagery to justify that as anything less than Luciferian and evil. But you see, the symbolism is there. And it is because of their infiltration and control of all the organizations of the world that the information we are given is lies and primarily fake. Our entire history as humans has been edited heavily by the satanic Illuminati elite. That is why they are illuminated, because they know a lot more of what our existence is and where we come from. Hollywood, celebrities, the sexualization of all culture, the arts, sports, and rumors and gossip are all deliberately constructed complexes as a form of distraction and control, in the same way that war, politics, poverty, disease, and nihilism is all deliberately choreographed to keep us ignorant, dependent on slave wage debt systems, and living in fear. If you are frightened, you are easier to control. All the while, they carry out their sick, twisted religion and laugh at us. But things are about to change, and I truly believe a lot of their actions will soon be exposed to the light for the whole world to see. But that's another video. If you want to pursue more research into this topic, then there is a lot of information out there. But I don't know about you, but I'm ready to leave this behind. We have to stick to our journey in discovering flat Earth. We have made it through the darkest of the rabbit holes. Come with me now to part 8. I am going to finally show you what NASA and the Illuminati satanic religion of scientism are hiding from us. In 1946, after World War II, the US Navy launched the largest expedition to Antarctica to date. Titled Operation High Jump, the mission was led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd. The official narrative of the mission's objectives were to establish a US military and scientific research bases on the continent of Antarctica. Although Admiral Byrd's previous missions to Antarctica before the war gained him notoriety, they primarily failed due to the harsh conditions. Operation High Jump proved just as treacherous, with some of the crew perishing in blizzards and plane crashes, and resulted in early termination. Operation High Jump included a staggering 13 ships, aircraft escort, aircraft carrier, a submarine, 2 destroyers, and a total of 4,700 men, with full battle gear in what was officially called an ordinary training exercise and attempt to establish research bases. Speaking about the operation, Byrd said that the most important result of his observations and discoveries is the potential effect that they have in relation to the security of the United States. The fantastic speed with which the world is shrinking, recalled the Admiral, is one of the most important lessons learned during the recent Antarctic exploration. I have to warn my compatriots that the time has ended when we were able to take refuge in our isolation and rely on the certainty that the distances, the oceans, and the poles were a guarantee of safety. He also said he didn't want to frighten anyone unduly, but that it was a bitter reality that in the case of a new war, the continental United States would be attacked by flying objects which could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Many have since theorized that the specific security risk relates to the numerous alleged covert operations that took place during the Nazi era, the most memorable being that of New Swabia and the mysterious Base 211 located within Antarctica. These theories suggest that Byrd and his crew were actually searching for these secret Nazi bases that have been rumored to be impenetrable. There are rumors and speculations that the Nazis had developed a type of aircraft with anti-gravity, specifically the type we now associate with flying saucers, and were able to not only just leave the planet and journey into space, but also launch very powerful attacks on any challengers. Interestingly, in July 1947, just 5 months after Byrd's Operation High Jump was terminated in Antarctica, the infamous Roswell crash happened. The official narrative states that a balloon crashed into a ranch in Roswell, New Mexico, but since the incident, a growing body of theories have arisen that suggest that what actually crashed in Roswell was a UFO. Between 1978 and the early 1990s, documents were obtained via Freedom of Information Act requests which fueled these theories, suggesting a UFO had crashed at Roswell and alien bodies and technology had been recovered by the US military. A plethora of books have been written on the subject. Interestingly, soon after the crash in 1947, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency were all established. Just as a space race between America and Russia began in 1956, Admiral Byrd returned to Antarctica under Operation Deep Freeze to once again attempt to establish US Antarctic bases. It marked the beginning of a permanent military presence in Antarctica. Speaking about Antarctica, Byrd said,
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral Byrd died in his sleep of a heart ailment a year later in 1957. He was an active Freemason. A year later, in 1958, NASA was established. And then soon after, in 1959, the Antarctica Treaty was signed by the UN, prohibiting access and ownership. I do not dispute that the Nazis created advanced technological flying crafts, and I do not dispute that many of them could have potentially fled to deep Antarctic bases. What many are not taught in history lessons at school is that many Nazis actually fled to America after the war. Remember, all wars are carefully choreographed by the satanic Illuminati elite. They are illusions cast upon the people using a system of us versus them, when in reality the us is funding the them, and vice versa. Werner von Braun was a German-born aerospace engineer and so-called space architect, and worked on Nazi Germany's rocket development program. In 1960, him and others were hired by NASA, where he served as director of the newly formed Marshall Space Flight Center. He was also chief architect of the technology that supposedly landed the Apollo spacecraft on the moon. What many haven't realized is that the Roswell crash and UFO narrative of 1947 was a carefully wrought and insidious form of false flag that can be classified as a PSYOP. A PSYOP is a psychological operation designed specifically to convey selected information and indicators to audiences to influence their emotions, motive, and objective reasoning. PSYOPs plant ideas in people's minds in a covert way. And what better way to create intrigue and hype for the upcoming space race of the 50s than to leave crumbs of information suggesting alien life? PSYOPs are highly manipulative and can work in a reverse psychological manner in which the recipient feels that the information must be true because it was secret. The Freedom of Information Act releases worked on a big portion of the public in just this manner. They appeared secret with just enough deliberately planted UFO and alien references to provoke an intended response in their audience. Other very famous leaked government documents such as Majestic 12 work in the same way. Just because something leaks does not mean it is true. Leaks can be plotted to influence and manipulate. And it makes getting to the truth really tough business. If a government has top secret information, mitigation procedures make it very difficult to leak, and that's why any leaks that do make it out require high skepticism and proof by evidence. The Pizzagate emails actually tell us minimal, but the real life evidence and prevalence of such evidence validates them. Leaked UFO alien disclosure works the opposite way, We have next to no evidence of this existing other than the so-called secret information suggesting its existence. Governments, the media, and Hollywood do not explore satanic child sacrifice. In fact, they act very fast to censor it quickly. But they do love to entertain the alien agenda whenever they get a chance. You see, there is a secret, and it's a secret that they do not want us to know. It is one of the greatest secrets of all time. And Roswell, Nazi UFOs, NASA, the space race and the moon landings were all carefully designed to cover it up. You see, as the space race was heavily underway, there was another military operation taking place. Before we turn our attention to the specifics of this operation, it is necessary to take a look at another US Navy leader, James Van Allen. During the same time period between 1946 and 1954 that Admiral Byrd was exploring the North and South Poles, so was Van Allen. The satanic scientist Kabbalah priests tell us that he was conducting experiments to discover more about the Earth's magnetism, or magnetosphere. Van Allen had developed this bizarre invention called a rockoon, a balloon rocket combination that lifted missile rockets on balloons high above the Earth's atmosphere before firing them even higher. And he was conducting these experiments at the Arctic and Antarctic regions. What he discovered was, of course, named the Van Allen belts. NASA tells us that the belts are barriers of seething radiation that surround the Earth, and a collection of charged particles gathered in place by Earth's magnetic field. The belts extend from the starting altitude of 640 kilometers all the way to 58,000 kilometers. According to science, the belts begin at 640 kilometers, or what is referred to as just above low Earth orbit. And this is where it gets tricky for NASA and the governments of the world. Listen to what they say.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit, beyond low Earth orbit, beyond low Earth orbit.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit. So we have a really robust exploration program at NASA.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually. The moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to. The moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to. The moon, the moon, the moon.
Wait, what? Come again? I thought we went to the moon. It seems like someone is lying. And now that you know about these radiation belts, do you really believe we went to this imaginary ball of rock in this tin can? We never went to the moon, and no one can go to the moon as it is not a sphere. Van Allen was approached by the military in the early 60s. In 1962, he suggested clearing the belts away by setting off nuclear bombs near the outer belt. The US military contacted Van Allen and began conducting a series of nuclear tests in the early 1960s called Operation Dominic. As the official narrative tells us, The operation included within it the Operation Fishbowl events, which were designed to understand how nuclear weapons would interact with the Earth's so-called magnetic field. The highest of the Fishbowl events was called Starfish Prime, a 1.4 megaton nuclear bomb detonated at 400 kilometers on July 9th, 1962. Why were they firing rockets and nuclear bombs way up into the Earth's atmosphere to discover more about its radiation? You do realize that nuclear bombs produce extreme radiation. You do not discover the chemical composition of lemon juice by squeezing more lemon juice onto it. And this is a secret. No one in history has ever left Earth. You cannot leave Earth. They are telling you to your face.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system.
The Earth is a closed system.
We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
And this is from one of the highest satanic scientist Kabbalah priests himself, straight from the goat's mouth. See, these Satanists just have to tell you, they are hiding it in plain sight again. And they're getting away with it because they are relying on both our inability to get our heads around the bamboozlement of impossible figures and phenomena, and they are also relying on our blind trust in the scientific institutions of the world and their word. No one has ever left flat Earth. It is a closed system, and not because there are radiation belts. No one has left because there is a dome-like roof above of what is better understood as a firmament. We cannot leave the Earth. This is what Admiral Byrd discovered in Antarctica. They discovered the foundations of the firmament. And that's why you cannot go to Antarctica. It is literally the edge of the Earth. And I know what you're probably thinking. What? This is going from crazy to crazier to insane. But by now you already know what I am going to say. Let me show you. In 2014, civilian space geeks constructed their own rocket with a camera on and sent it up with the goal of being the first civilian rocket to make it to space. Look what happens.
Our mission as the Civilian Space Exploration Team is to be the first civilian team in history to launch a rocket that reaches space.
All systems are go for launch. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What did that rocket hit? If there was a high amount of intense radiation up there, it would have scorched that mini rocket to pieces. There is no radiation above us, covering a globular spinning planet ball. It is a flat, stationary plane with a firmament above. And I know that you want to scream and say that does not prove anything. The rocket's engine could have failed. But take it easy. We are just getting started. You see, what they never told you in school is that every single civilization in our Earth's history knew that the Earth is flat and there existed a firmament above our heads. They were trying to tell us, and illustrations throughout the years have brought their conceptions of the world that we live in to life. Look. Only one is the satanic lie. Take another look at NASA's insignia. Did you not notice? Look at the ring around the planet, Saturn. And look closer at what they call the red chevron. Don't you think it looks like a split tongue? The tongue of the serpent? It almost resembles the letter T, which would give the organization's name an interesting anagram. But just a coincidence, I'm sure. And why does every single rocket that NASA supposedly sends up to space take the exact same path? Look, they aren't sending rockets into space. They reach a certain altitude and begin bending until traveling horizontally and landing in the ocean somewhere. They cannot go up and leave Earth's atmosphere and journey into space because there is no space. There is a firmament above. And they have been hiding it in plain sight the whole time. Look closer at the Masonic drawings. Can you see it? The four pillars, or the four corners of the earth, the sun and moon the same size and both within an arched dome or firmament. And of course satanic pedo Hollywood has already told us while laughing behind our backs. Look.
Don't do it.
And the more they brainwash us with movies about space, fake rocket launches, and bamboozlement science, we are forgetting more and more that our ancient historical texts reference the firmament. The Book of Enoch, a non-canonical biblical text that was discovered as part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, reads, "And I saw the cornerstone of the earth, and I saw the four winds which support the earth, and the sky, and I saw the winds which turn the sky and cause the disk of the sun and all the stars to set. And I saw the winds of the earth which support the clouds, and I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of heaven above." The Quran references it. "With power and skill did we construct the firmament." The Book of Job, which is older than the Torah itself, references this very firmament. "Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass?" What does that mean? A molten looking glass.
I guess I'm up against the highest, hardest stained glass ceiling. So, I guess I'm up against the highest, hardest stained glass ceiling.
And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
It was fine for all this talk about me running to break the big, hard glass ceiling. And
although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And the light is shining through like never before.
There's a mystery. Scattered around in the sand are thousands of chunks of strange yellow-green glass.
It is really, really a mysterious glass. We scientists are still kind of puzzled how these things form.
And I can't believe we just put the biggest crack in that glass ceiling yet. It's got about 18 million cracks in it.
Again, they are telling us. And the crowd claps and cheers in their own ignorance. They are telling us while laughing behind our backs. But wait a minute. The firmament cannot be made of super strong glass, or that rocket would have been shattered upon impact. And I know, maybe the rocket just malfunctioned or ran out of power. Stay with me. Interestingly, the biblical book of Genesis holds some clues to this mystery. "And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so." Could there really be water just above the firmament and directly below it? It sounds like an absurd concept. Not as absurd as bending oceans wrapped around a spinning space ball, mind you. So let's investigate. It's the stars and the planets themselves that offer more clues. In case you forgot, the planets that NASA and other official space agencies show us are CGI, or artistic renditions. We have seen their lazy Photoshop skills exposed in previous episodes. We see something very different when we use an advanced and powerful lens, like found on Nikon cameras, and look at the planets above us. Look. They are pulsing and shifting, almost dancing. NASA says this is because of the Earth's atmosphere, but as we just saw, not all of them follow the same pattern. Each planet here radiates its own specific patterns and light movements. You see, what we call the planets are actually stars like the rest of the stars we see at night. And the sun is a sun, not a star. This is a star. And this is a sun.
פעמון הגשר הצר שבין אתמול למחר הערב דואר ושט ביתי אינו רחוק גם אתה נוסע מכאן געגועי לך צייר כי אין בכוחי לדבר ניפגש בבריכה בארץ אהובה כי נפלי אתה
There is no space, no Kabbalah Ein Sof vacuum of nothingness. Space is an elaborate hoax. Real space is water. And the water below the firmament appears to be some kind of gooey substance that is paradoxically soft and yet impenetrable. They cannot get through it. And it seems that one scientist found a similar kind of substance within the dark depths of the ocean.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. I might agree it's one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I have ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never
NASA tells us that our globe is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour on its axis and 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, which is then traveling at 570,000 miles per hour within our galaxy. If this was truly the case, then we would not see the same constellations in the same places in the night sky. The night sky would be completely random and perpetually changing. But it isn't. As we've seen, the stars above us, attached somehow to a great, immense and mysterious firmament, travel in circular motions around our flat, stationary Earth, with Polaris, or what we call the Northern Star, a fixed unmoving point in the center and above the center of our Earth at the North Pole. We've been told that comets are huge ice particles that, when passing within the distance of our sun, begin to melt, which causes them to release gas and create a trail and tail. They tell us that comets can travel 100,000 miles an hour. But they are lying again. Here is time-lapse footage of the recent comet Neowise. As you can see, the comet is not actually moving in its own path. It is fixed in its area on the firmament and moving in conjunction with the rest of the stars. There is no travelling comet journeying at 100,000 miles per hour. But look closer. Can you not see it? It is a large opening in the firmament, casting a ray of light from whatever exists behind and through the water beneath it, much like you see with the light entering in an underwater cave opening deep in the ocean. There's a very simple experiment that you can do in the comfort of your own home to prove the existence of the firmament or earthly dome. Create a rainbow. National Geographic tells us that a rainbow is a multicolored arc made by light striking water droplets. The most familiar type rainbow is produced when sunlight strikes raindrops in front of a viewer at a precise angle. Rainbows can also be viewed around fog, sea spray, or waterfalls. A rainbow is an optical illusion. It does not actually exist in a specific spot in the sky. The appearance of a rainbow depends on where you are standing and where the sun or other source of light is shining. They go on to state that rainbows are the result of the refraction and reflection of light. Both refraction and reflection are phenomena that involve a change in a wave's direction. A refracted wave may appear bent, while a reflected wave may seem to bounce back from a surface or other wavefront. Light entering a water droplet is refracted. It is then reflected by the back of the droplet. As this reflected light leaves the droplet, it is refracted again at multiple angles. Refraction is the bending of light. It also happens with sound, water and other waves, as it passes from one transparent medium such as glass into another. Here we see the white light hitting the glass triangular prism and refracting the light into a straight rainbow. We have never seen a straight rainbow, a triangular rainbow, or one that forms right angles or goes up and down or left to right. In order for refraction to take place, the white light has to reflect through a prism, which has to be transparent like glass. So whatever the white light of the sun is hitting when we see a rainbow, it has to be the shape of the prism it is hitting. The rainbow is always there, but there needs to be a screen for us to see it. The rainbow is always there, but we only see it when the rain forms a condensed mist, like a screen. That's why we see smaller rainbows in garden sprinklers, and it's important to note that the rainbows we see in garden sprinklers retain the same shape as the ones we see in the sky. The screen mist of water provides us a screen to see the refracted light of the rainbow, which holds its prism's shape, i.e. a glass dome. It's really that simple. In the same way the laws of density and perspective are really that simple. But here's where it gets unbelievable. Look at this image of a rainbow reflected in the ocean. Notice how the colors are reflected, like in a mirror, so the colors are reversed. The violet, indigo and blue that are always at the bottom of the rainbow are here at the top of the rainbow in the reflection. Now try this for yourself at home. ScienceSparks.com tells us how we can make a rainbow. You can either make a rainbow with a mirror. Try placing a mirror inside a glass and angling the glass so sunlight hits the mirror. You should be able to reflect a rainbow onto a wall. Or you can do the same exercise, but instead of using sunlight, you can shine a torch. The rainbow that is reflected from the flat mirror, i.e. the prism, and the screen of water, like when it rains or there is water mist, creates a near straight rainbow onto the wall. If water is the reason for creating the arched rainbow shape, as science says, then why does it here produce a straight rainbow? Now take a dome circular glass as your prism and fill it with water and let the white light of the sun shine through it. You get an arched rainbow because the prism has a dome-like shape. And it's just like the rainbow we see here on Earth. There is a double rainbow here. But unlike the double rainbow we see reflected in the ocean, the colours here are not reverse. Now look. Can you see it? The colours in the top rainbow are reversed. What you are seeing is a reflection of the rainbow in the glass firmament above, just like you would in a mirror and just like we see over the ocean or a lake. How dare they lie to us? And now really think about it. Why would a satanic Illuminati network of individuals who have all the money, power and control in the world and who molest, rape, torture, murder, drink the blood of children and worship Lucifer want to hide that our earth is flat and that there is a firmament above and the sun and the moon are local and within our dome? Why hide the true nature of our earth from us? Well, if they worship something immaterial they call Lucifer and convince everyone that is not in their little cult that they are the product of a nothingness that randomly produced a small speck which then randomly expanded and created matter and life, then you remove all possibility in the person's mind that their life is anything more than a random coincidence. However, if the Earth is a closed system with a firmament above, then it really requires serious speculation and consideration as to how our ancient ancestors and various ancient and biblical texts knew this. The Illuminati cabal do not want us to seriously consider the notion of creation, purpose for human existence, the existence of good and evil as real energetic entities rather than archaic words to describe something that their fraudulent sciences call the spectrum of mental health. The satanic Illuminati power complex cast humanity into the dark and kept the knowledge for themselves. Again, they worship something immaterial, which they call Lucifer, and sacrifice children to whatever this thing is, and all the while control every aspect of knowledge we receive. We go about our days with heads down, glued to our smartphones, downloading their programs and information that keep us brainwashed, when our eyes should be looking up to our firmament and the stars attached within it. But wait, there's more to the story. As we saw, they called the nuclear missile events of the 1960s Operation Fishbowl, and this operation was part of a larger one, Operation Dominic. The name Dominic comes from the Latin Dominicus, which means of the Lord. So together we get Fishbowl of the Lord. Again, it's there hiding in plain sight. The actions committed against children are the greatest of all sins and crimes, but this comes very close. There is nothing more satanic and evil than hiding the true nature of what humanity really is and what exists beyond. Could there be a God? I don't know. The biblical texts, which hold many truths and clues, have been tampered with by the satanic body of elites. The Bible used to contain over 80 books, but some were removed and hidden. It now contains 66 books. 66. That number again. Something I did not want to show you until this point in the series are the true mathematical calculations of the Masonic science of the heliocentric Earth. We are told it spins on an axis of 23.4 degrees. If a straight angle is 90 degrees, and we subtract the 23.4 degrees of the Earth's tilt, what number are we left with? 66.6. I have told you that the Earth orbits the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, but you see I rounded up. Wikipedia gives us a true Masonic figure, 66,600 miles per hour. I have also shown how according to the heliocentric model the Earth should curve at 8 inches per mile squared. What is 8 inches in feet? At this point you already know. It's 0.666. And look at what latitude they tell us that the Arctic and Antarctic poles are located at. 66.6 latitude. Can you see what is happening? How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? They are lying to us. There are no coincidences. Coincidence and randomness is Kabbalah science. I have saved this until now because I wanted to show you first. Buried deep within hundreds of pages of declassified CIA documents that present abstracts or cover notes of Soviet scientific studies, there are a couple of cards from the 1940s and 60s that are very telling. Here is an abstract outlining a study they were conducting on photographing the firmament. The full studies are not accessible to the public, but we can see here that they have produced a camera that can take a photograph of the firmament in its entirety all the way down to the horizon. Another abstract details echoes and glows in the firmament, and another measuring the color temperature of the firmament. In another abstract there is a contents page for naval personnel. Look at the contents. The shape of the firmament. Rings around the sun and distortion of the sun's and moon's disks at the horizon. Disks, not spheres, just like reference in the Book of Enoch. Again, it is just an abstract of the manual and we cannot see the full contents. In another abstract we see reference to what they call the Eros firmament. It states that at the Eros firmament, the passage of the sun is 5 times quicker. The passage of the sun. They do not reference the Earth's spin in orbit, but that the sun is the one moving and making a passage over the Earth right below the firmament. Notice the dates, which align with all the operations at the poles and firing missiles up into our sky. The reference to a firmament is scarce and almost unnoticeable in the hundreds of pages that were declassified, but it is there. And there is a huge difference between these declassified documents and the government leaks I spoke about earlier, like that of Majestic 12. Barely anyone has ever noticed these snippets of study abstracts. I would say that it was by negligence that these references were even declassified within hundreds of other pages of unrelated material in the first place. But I don't think it's that. It's complacency. No one is ever likely to come across these buried documents, and if they did, I doubt they would think twice after skimming over a study title referencing the firmament. The space heliocentric hoax has been so ingrained in our minds from our early years and reinforced on a daily basis in ways we don't even think twice about, it would never occur to us the significance of such references in documents of the 1940s and 60s. But it is there, hidden in plain sight. Even the Simpsons have told us.
Santa Claus kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium.
Oh, and you remember Nazi aerospace engineer Werner von Braun, who was a leading director at NASA upon its founding and a leading figure in the Apollo moon missions? Well, he died in 1977. Look at his grave. It references Psalms 19:1. What is that verse? The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. You see, it's always been there waiting for us to notice. We just fell asleep as children to bedtime stories of space explorers and never woke up. Space is a highly manipulative and controlled psyop, an elaborate hoax to control us and destabilize us from our true human nature. It is the greatest lie of all time. And I know what you're thinking. If space is fake, does this eradicate the possibility of alien life? I can almost feel the disappointment in you, just like all those years ago when you discovered Santa was not real. But no, it doesn't mean there isn't other life, and I implore you to consider the potential vastness of a new kind of space and land beyond the poles that Admiral Byrd was referring to. Again, it's been right in your face the whole time. ETs, extraterrestrial, aka extraterritory. Don't worry, I am not going to ruin the excitement your imagination feels when it thinks of extraterrestrials. In fact, I'm going to enhance it. But before I do that, however, we need to examine more of our flat stationary plane that is bound by the wonder of our firmament and the waters above. We still have time, and I need to make an important stop first. Come on, move swiftly. Follow me to part 9. I need to show you the panic they are in now their little secret is starting to emerge.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Not only have our media corporations been funded and owned by high-end Illuminati elites and puppets like the Rockefellers and Robert Maxwell since their inception, but this same system of control also remains today. Even outside of the United States, in nations such as the United Kingdom, a handful of Illuminati cabal billionaire elite puppets own all media corporations. These media corporations receive huge amounts of their funding from major trusts and foundations and from major corporations through advertising. The level of infiltration is outstanding, and all you have to do is follow the money and you will find the same individuals and foundations at the top. And most people understand and recognize this. The problem is that many believe this level of ownership and control primarily extends to the reach of political bias and stops there. For example, it is well known that Harold Evans, a former editor at the Sunday Times, made it very clear to the Leveson inquiry how Rupert Murdoch interfered with the content of the paper. Evans was often rebuked for not doing what Murdoch wants in political terms, including when reporting on the economy. But again, the scandal of injecting political bias into reporting is just another form of theatre. Remember, the Illuminati elites own it all, and in reality right and left are just two wings of the same bird. What most do not realise, however, is the extent of infiltration in our global media and the staggering reality that the media was created with the intended purpose to control the masses. In 1948, Frank Wisner was appointed director of the Office of Special Projects, which became the espionage and counterintelligence branch of the Central Intelligence Agency. Wisner was told to create an organization that concentrated on propaganda, economic warfare, preventive direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states including assistance to underground resistance groups and support of indigenous anti-communist elements in threatened countries of the free world. Later that year, Wisner established Operation Mockingbird, a program designed to influence American media. In the beginning, Mockingbird was created and led by Wisner, Alan Dulles, Cord Meyer, Richard Helms, and publisher Philip Graham of the Washington Post. Their main focus was to interact behind the scenes with major media outlets and get reporters on the CIA payroll. The agency had them all in their pockets: ABC, CBS, NBC, Time Magazine, Life Magazine, Newsweek, Associated Press, United Press International, Reuters, Scripps Howard, and Copley News Service. William Schaap, world-renowned legal scholar, author, and university professor, did much to expose the role of the CIA in popular culture, showing that it spent 1/3 of its budget on media propaganda operations. As publisher of The Lies of Our Times, Schaap showed that the CIA owned 250 different media networks across radio, television, and the newspapers. William Casey, the director of the CIA during the 80s, famously stated, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." Richard Keeble, professor of journalism at the University of Lincoln, explores the relationship between the UK media and the nation's secret services in his book, Close Encounters of a Strange Kind, a critical history of the links between mainstream journalists and the intelligence services in the UK. He quotes Roy Greenslade, who has been a media specialist for both the Telegraph and the Guardian, as saying, "Most tabloid newspapers, or even newspapers in general, are playthings of MI5. Richard Keeble states that Block and Fitzgerald, in their examination of covert UK warfare, report the editor of one of Britain's most distinguished journals as believing that more than half of its foreign correspondents were on the MI6 payroll. And in 1991, Richard Norton Taylor revealed in The Guardian that 500 prominent Britons were paid by the CIA and the now defunct Bank of Commerce and Credit International, including 90 journalists. David Lee, former investigations editor of The Guardian, wrote about a series of instances in which the secret services manipulated prominent journalists. He claims reporters are routinely approached and manipulated by intelligence agents, and identifies 3 ways in which they do it. 1. They attempt to recruit journalists to spy on other people or themselves attempt to go under journalistic cover. 2. They allow intelligence officers to pose as journalists to write tendentious articles under false names. 3. The most malicious form. They plant intelligence agency propaganda stories on willing journalists who disguise their origin from readers. Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine Maxwell, owned the Mirror Group newspapers. He was also a triple agent for the CIA, MI5, and Mossad. Anderson Cooper, a prominent CNN anchor, apparently interned at the CIA before assuming his role at CNN. As if anyone can just intern at the CIA. And he is also the son of prominent high satanic priestess Gloria Vanderbilt. Similarly, there is a striking coincidence in the time frame from when the Pentagon DARPA-run LifeLog operation was shut down and when Facebook was launched. LifeLog aimed to gather in a single place just about everything an individual says, sees or does. Out of this endless ocean of information, computer scientists would plot distinctive routes in the data, mapping relationships, memories, events and experiences. This is in essence the same thing as Facebook. The LifeLog project was cancelled by DARPA on February 4th, 2004, the exact same day that Facebook was founded. They want you to believe some loser geek invented Facebook at Harvard, when in reality it was born from the secret military-industrial complex. Disguised as social networking, it is a subtle propaganda machine of control, influence, data collection and surveillance. Again, all of this points to infiltration instead of invasion.
They know, as of today, and I say as of today at this hour, we have 33 confirmed positive tests for the virus.
Yesterday we had 22 cases. Today we have 33 cases, so it has gone up by 11. That brings, those are 11 new cases. 22 goes to 33.
As we sort through this here in Arkansas, today we have 33 confirmed positive cases in Arkansas.
As of today, we have 33 confirmed cases with Boston residents. We expect those numbers to climb.
As of this afternoon, we have 33 Pennsylvanians who have tested positive for COVID-19.
So as of this morning, there were 33 confirmed cases in North Carolina.
Evening to you. Lots to get to tonight. I'm Leon Hendricks. We want to start with new information into our newsroom. Within the past couple of hours, there are now 33 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in Michigan.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the news at 6. I'm Richard Gearhart. Karina Corral has the night off. More cases of the coronavirus were confirmed today in San Luis Obispo County, bringing the total number now to 33.
Right now, Georgia is reporting a total of 99 cases in 19 counties. That is 33 new cases from just yesterday.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Swenson. More cases and more events affected. Here is the latest coronavirus news. There are now 33 cases in Louisiana.
As expected. The number of cases of COVID-19 jumps. A total of 33 people in our state have been tested and are confirmed to have the coronavirus.
Day 4 of the shelter-at-home order brought 6 new confirmed cases of the coronavirus to San Luis Obispo County, bringing the total number to 33.
All troopers will be professional, polite, and will treat everyone with dignity and respect.
These latest steps as the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases in Rhode Island jumps by 33 overnight.
If your email inbox is out of control and you've given up sorting it out, a Baltimore company thinks it has a solution for you. Could this be the end of email overload?
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 Could this be the end of email overload? Could this be the end of email overload? Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload? Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of your email overload?
Could this be the end of 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 that email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload? Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload?
Could this be the end of email overload?
That sign, rap sign.
Reporting. What I want to show you now, viewers, is a wonderful scene. These are Muslim mums. There's a little fella here who's bought a little sign, and this is in commemoration. You can see his little sign to the heroes of London. There are flowers on the street here. Ladies with hashtag turn to love, hashtag ISIS equals enemies of Islam, hashtag ISIS will lose, hashtag turn to London. And I think a poignant scene, and a scene we should sit on just for you viewers to understand exactly how people feel here on the streets of London, so close to what were such brutal attacks last night.
These supposed coincidental headline and update echoes between news anchors and reporters sounds very scripted, because they are. Just in the same way the ethnic inequality stand was staged in London. The media complex is a highly compromised industry that ultimately has the most power over the entire world. It is in the grips of the Illuminati, compromised secret services, a select handful of billionaires, and carefully disguised plants. Whatever they say, we believe. It is truly the most powerful entity in our world, and its grip extends far beyond journalism. On the 18th of October 2019, a high-level pandemic exercise called Event 201, hosted by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, gathered some of the big shots of the world to run a simulation and plan in the event of a global pandemic. They used the example of a coronavirus. What foresight they had! Even the stuffed toys they handed out on the day looked similar to the media's representation of COVID-19. In segment 4, they discussed communication strategies. They began with a mock news report and then discussed how to control and disseminate information. Here is a clip.
Okay, others, yeah, Jane.
Yeah, so can I agree with that? And my fact, it did come from the Edelman Trust Index, you'll be pleased to know, but also borne out by the work I've done as a CEO in my time. Can I also add that I think there are real technology opportunities here. I personally do not believe that trying to shut things down in terms of information is either practical or desirable. And we do have, I think, a couple of strategies that are available to us, one of which is the flood strategy, second of which is relying and informing and equipping trusted sources of information with the facts so they can then pass that on. But we also need to actually think about a technological answer to this. So there is work that's being done to actually create algorithms to sift through information on these kind of social media platforms. And I know that the Gates Foundation and others are funding organisations to work on things like this in order that people can actually have more confidence in the sources that they will use in any event.
And then another issue, I suppose, is just through that, if you have a trusted source, I believe in the idea that we shouldn't be trying to control communication, but rather flood the zone, in a sense, with a trusted source that then is influential community leaders as well as health workers, as Brad noted, and others on these issues in order to try to amplify the message that's coming through.
And flooding good information.
So I think one of the ways that we need to approach this is to make sure that we have the right representatives on traditional media networks in order to portray our side of the story and make sure that there isn't misinformation.
That's a manifestation of flood.
Chris? Sorry?
No, I think a complementary tactic, too, is to tap faith-based organizations and civil society and other institutions to recruit them also to basically, almost at a grassroots level, continue to basically have the integrity of the information.
The champion for TB in South Africa was Nando's Chicken. And so I think as we think about these large, atypical players who have no credible vested interest in this issue but have a strong voice that's economically differentiated for their...
You see here they talk about flooding the zone. This is a propaganda technique in which the government officials, the media and others literally flood our zone with the same messaging. It operates on repetition to create a consensus of belief. It can instill both fear and reassurance and works to shape our understanding of the world. They also talk about employing trusted voices to enforce their messaging. Trusted voices primarily take the form of organization officials, spokespersons, celebrities and famous individuals in whom we trust and admire. That's why Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom York are great puppets to promote action for climate change, another silly hoax. And Beyonce and John Boyega lead the way to enforce dangerous, divisive social movements like Black Lives Matter. We have seen so many celebrities from Lady Gaga, Piers Morgan and many others reinforce the importance of following the rules during the COVID-19 pandemic. Celebrities and Hollywood stars, as we have seen, are complicit in the satanic Illuminati complex, and they have everything in the world, but there will be times when they are called upon to do the work of steering our minds in certain directions. It is these same tactics of manipulation that we see in the coverage of Flat Earth. Throughout the last 5 years, as Flat Earth was gaining popularity and people were beginning to question the absurdity of living on a giant spinning space testicle, many took to social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook and Twitter to collectively start exploring the notion that our Earth is not a globe. Let's examine the media's response to this and the use of trusted voices.
Going backwards. Like you talk in the book about how we now have to listen to people saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah, yes, that's one of the pieces in there is about the new Flat Earth International Conference. This isn't a conference from the 14th century. This is a conference that started, I think, in 2017. And it is a growing thing, and that's because people are so contrarian, people are so willing to believe unsubstantiated things that have websites, that they are now going back on the conclusion we have all rightly drawn about the shape of the planet we live on. And that people are sort of going, and by people I mean idiots, are saying, I'm a questioning person, so why am I going to go along with this idea that the world is round? Well, I'll tell you why, because people went up in a rocket, looked out of the window and took a bloody photo.
Put aside the fact that we've taken photographs of it and you can see a horizon, and not only can you see the horizon, but you can see things move behind the horizon or in front of the horizon, depending on the height that you choose to look at the things. You see, I'm lost for words. It's probably the most nonsensical suggestion that a thinking human being could possibly make. It is drivel.
In the Middle Ages, what shape did people think the world was?
Flat.
I know we all think they did, but there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever. They all thought it was round. They all wrote about it as round. The Greeks knew that it was round.
Round and flat?
No,
round.
They thought it was a sphere. The Greeks knew it was round, he says. Chaucer knew it was round. Roger Bacon wrote about the curvature of the Earth in the 13th century. You see, almost no one in the history of the world has believed that the Earth is flat.
I was watching a documentary recently about flat earthers that was fascinating. I don't know if anybody saw this. There are people who believe the Earth is flat. The documentary is called Assholes.
You must ask yourself here the question as to why these trusted voices are all saying the same thing. Flat earthers are not only wrong, but we are stupid, idiots, assholes, nonsensical, full of drivel. Why the hate-directed speech? It is very interesting to me that the trusted voices tend to be celebrities admired for their so-called wit and knowledge. You see, their manipulation of the public here is not actually subtle. Anyone with common sense would question their heated response. Why does it matter if some believe the Earth is flat? Ask yourself, would David Mitchell, Stephen Fry or Brian Cox talk this way about religious groups who believed in so-called archaic notions such as God? They are being paid to say this. Their response is not scientific at all. It's panic. It primarily revolves around ridicule and outright rejection. Any real scientist may actually find the notion of flat Earth intriguing. They may want to investigate further and enjoy this kind of discussion and debate. But no, flat out rejection from the globe heads. And it is not because flat Earth is preposterous, it is because their entire careers and comfortable satanic lifestyles are at risk if they do not comply with their handlers' wishes. They must act as a trusted voice. But this wasn't enough to stop the flat earthers, and more people are waking up, and to combat this growing awareness, the matter went to Congress.
Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, ask yourself, if flat Earth is false and a conspiracy theory, why is it specifically being discussed in Congress? Did they also discuss Bigfoot and aliens? This is Juniper Downs, the global head of public policy and government relations for YouTube. The Congress session dressed itself up as attending to the matter of disinformation, when in reality it was a call for censorship. Furthermore, when trying to view this video on YouTube, you receive this message. Let's look at the ways YouTube censors flat Earth. First and foremost is the manner in which they use algorithms to promote manipulative content debunking flat Earth. Miserably, might I add. All of the content on the first page focuses on debunking flat Earth. Videos such as destroying flat Earth without using science, not even debunking, destroying. Look at this Vice feature on flat Earth. Look at the cover photo. It already sets the viewer up for rambles of what appears to be a crazy man.
Based on what they're showing us, it seems very fake when we're being presented with things like the moon landing footage, and you've only got to look at it with a critical eye to see that it's done on a set. Is the moon fake news? No. But does the moon have fake news surrounding it? Yes, absolutely. Of all of the celestial bodies, it's the one that would most indicate sphericity, is that the right word, being spherical, and therefore it's used by people like NASA to prop up the notion that we are living on a sphere also. So it's used to perpetuate fake news.
And what about a Guardian feature on the so-called Flat Earth Society, titled Meet the People Casting Aside 2,500 Years of Science? And what about the BBC's coverage of this topic?
We used to think when we got started individually in this that we were alone. We have one thing in common. We live on a flat plane.
When you're watching videos at home, it's just you and the screen. And it's lonely. I came here because I needed to see what flat earth people looked like. And I was not disappointed. They look normal. Very few people overweight. About 30% of them are cigarette smokers. And only 4 of them that I met are from around here.
Can you see what they are doing? They are creating a false narrative to promote a false demographic of people that believe the earth is flat. Primarily fringe outsiders shouting in unhinged ways on the streets, people having midlife crises, who have lost their wives or dress ridiculously, but consider themselves normal. The media are generating a perception of the type of people who will believe the earth is flat, and it is highly manipulative and plays into the concept of what Charles Bukowski called the genius of the crowd, the predictable propensity in people to always side with the masses out of insecurity, for fear of being rejected and ridiculed. No one would want to associate with a demographic of people that are represented as outsiders on the fringe of society. If the majority believe something, then most will follow. It applies to many things in life, from trends, reviews and critical acclaim, and to political beliefs and worldviews. People are attracted to the mass opinion. No one wants to be associated with a flat earther after watching these videos through fear of being laughed at, or they will stop in their exploration of Flat Earth because the media represents a community as a collection of fringe or insane individuals. It isn't glamorous, or even given the intellectual recognition it deserves. There is no in-depth discussion of the science behind the Flat Earth model, just a forced demographic narrative. The media here intervene to stop people even giving it a chance. YouTube pushes this content to the forefront. Another selected video is titled, "How Average People Fall for Flat Earth." What do they mean, average people? They are patronizing us and playing the same tired hand of promoting bamboozlement as some kind of exclusive genius that the ordinary folk cannot fully grasp. YouTube's content fluctuates between making fun at the so-called flat earth idiots, aggressive debunking videos, and comedy sketches where people ask, if the earth is flat, why does no one fall off the edge? Flat earthers have never once said that there is an edge you can fall off from. And this type of redundant humour is enforced with memes. If you Google search Flat Earth, not only do the algorithms push forward similar content, but its image search is filled with satirical images that misrepresent the entire argument put forth by the Flat Earth community. You see, terms like Flat Earthers and Flat Earth community create a false idea that there is a unit of people that all hold the same specific beliefs. I am using it in this video for the sake of argument, but in reality, Flat Earthers are just people digging for the truth, all with very different views and conclusions drawn from extensive research. But back to YouTube. They also censor searches when looking for something more specific. Here I type in Eric Dubay, a prominent Flat Earther and one of the smartest people I have come across on YouTube. YouTube promotes 2 of his current content before flooding the zone with the same trashy pseudo-scientific debunking videos. You see, they can't be too obvious in their censorship. Furthermore, when typing in Flat Earth, users are greeted by this sinister push at the top of the page. This is what Juniper Downs was talking about in her response to Congress. It is an insert from Wikipedia. Just an innocent bit of context to this field of inquiry that stresses that Flat Earth is an archaic, outdated mode of thinking about the world. If you type in Bigfoot, aliens, universe, you are not greeted with any such context box. Why not? And it doesn't stop there. YouTube has attached this sly context box to all prominent YouTube channel videos. And more sinisterly, YouTube removes Flat Earth videos, bans them, depopularizes them by removing likes and subscribers to people's channels. People have had their channels demonetized. Making videos is a lengthy, arduous process, and especially in relation to Flat Earth content, it requires a vast amount of research, time, and effort. And yet YouTube deems it appropriate to defund these channels, but at the same time allows other YouTubers such as Jeffree Star to rise to fame.
Near the butane. Amazing. We're gonna put up a picture of me and Nathan, just so you can stare at us while I get high. Be right back.
Screenshot where someone on her wedding video, which this is like your special day, honey, asked, I bet you Jeffree Star is at home watching this. I'm actually not, baby. I'm busy running a multi-million-dollar company, or maybe 5 companies, and I'm a little busy over here filming and just, you know, living my life. But someone wrote, I get, Jeffree Star is probably at home watching this, or something like that. I'll throw up a screenshot right now. And she, Miss Thing, had to write, Jeffree who? With a wink. And I'm like, that's all you can say, Jeffree who? How about Jeffree that had the lipstick in Sephora with my motherfucking name on it with your company for the last 10 years? How about Jeffree that's in all your books, all your memories? Like, girl, because she was always the friend that had the nicer stuff. And
Jeffree Star is an online makeup personality whose videos further intensify society's growing vanity and self-obsession, and who frequently talks about others in denigrating ways, pointing out their supposed ugliness, and who promotes hypersexualized content such as the Orgy collection. You see, Google, YouTube, and others like Twitter are not truly social media platforms. The way they behave with their censorship actually classifies them more in line with publishers than platforms. You must really consider why the trusted voices, government officials, mainstream media, and social media publishers of our world are censoring and desperately trying to debunk and delegitimize Flat Earth. It is panic.
They've been talking down new sources of energy. They dismiss wind power. They dismiss solar power. They make jokes about biofuels. They were against raising fuel standards. I guess they like gas guzzlers. They think that's good for our future. We're trying to move towards the future. They want to be stuck in the past. And we've heard this kind of thinking before. Let me tell you something. If some of these folks were around when Columbus set sail, they must have been founding members of the Flat Earth Society. They would not have believed that the world was round. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
If I say that the world is round and someone else says it's flat, that's worth reporting. But you might also want to report on a bunch of scientific evidence that seems to support the notion that the world is round.
In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
Flat Earth should not have been a subject in a presidential speech. Why doesn't he reference UFO believers or other so-called groups that fit into the camp of conspiracy theorists? You see, the term conspiracy theory was actually invented by the CIA and flooded into circulation via the media during the 1960s. As Lance D. Haven Smith outlines, the term conspiracy theory entered everyday language in the United States after 1964, the year in which the Warren Commission, an investigation into the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, and was used by the New York Times on multiple occasions during its coverage of the investigation. How convenient! The term conspiracy theory was practically invented and established as an everyday phrase during the investigation of JFK's murder. You see, the real conspiracy theorists actually believe that the government officials and trusted voices care about them and would never lie, and that the media would never mislead or lie to them outside of political bias in the same way they believe that the pharmaceutical industry, which makes billions from the sickness of the people, want to really cure them. Really think about the amount of money that gets thrown around via foundations and charities for health, and all the so-called scientific progress we hear about, and all the while all we see is people getting sicker and sicker. They are lying to us. The attack on Flat Earth is nothing but panic. Their biggest fear is an awakened public.
A symptom of a larger problem. There's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country. It may be the beginning of the end of our informed democracy.
They are right when they shout about it being a threat to democracy. But not our democracy. It is a threat to their democracy, to their freedom of greed, elitism and satanic practices, and which all exist due to and depend on our brainwashed ignorance. It is not democratic to censor free speech and ideas, and it is not democratic to demonize people for holding a view that is not in line with the general misinformed consensus. They are relying on the genius of the crowd to make people feel like they are either crazy or stupid for even being curious about looking into the true nature of our Earth. You see, Operation Mockingbird never ended. These talking heads manipulate us and tell lie after lie. We download their ideas from our screens and into our minds only to become echo chambers of opinions and viewpoints that were never really our own in the first place. We go about our day-to-day echoing and regurgitating their lies and views of the world as if they were our own. The programming is so subtle sometimes we don't even realize we are doing it. There is an attack on free thinking, and it is being led by the #1 enemy of the people, the satanic elite and its media and trusted voices and education system. Out of this entire series, this is in many ways the most important thing you could take away and raise your awareness to. I used to be extremely brainwashed, and breaking away from this sick matrix of lies is the best thing I ever did. But come on, enough of this. We have to get back to Flat Earth. we have to understand the mechanisms that make it all possible in the first place. Come with me now to episode 10. It's time to talk about energy. On the 10th of July 1856, a genius was born. Nikola Tesla, a Serbian-American, would go on to discover and innovate some of history's greatest inventions. Without Tesla, we would not have access to electricity like we do. Tesla designed alternating current electricity, the system used across the earth today. He created the Tesla coil, which is still used in radio technology today. His inventions include, but are not limited to, dynamos, which are electrical generators similar to batteries, the induction motor. He discovered radar technology, X-ray technology, remote control, and the rotating magnet field, the basis for most alternating current machinery. He designed the first hydroelectric power plant and laid the foundation for wireless technologies with his Tesla coil. Tesla also invented many things that were a huge threat to the satanic cabal elite. He invented the death ray, a device capable of generating an intense targeted beam of energy that could be used to dispose of enemy warplanes, foreign armies, and anything else you rather didn't exist. The Death Star in Star Wars riffs on this invention. He invented something called an oscillator, a device that when he attached it to an office nearly shook down the entire building and everything around it. In other words, a device that can deliberately cause earthquakes. Apparently Tesla destroyed it with a hammer. With funding from Illuminati puppet J.P. Morgan, Tesla designed and built Wardenclyffe Tower, a gigantic wireless transmission station. Morgan thought Tesla was designing him a wireless tower that could transmit messages across the world. Tesla, however, had other ideas. He intended it to be the source of transmitting free, wireless energy throughout the world. Imagine the Illuminati cabal's panic. No more fossil fuels and oil. They would never permit Tesla to disrupt a major branch of their control over the people. So Morgan stopped the funding and the project ended in 1906. Interestingly, he also invented a flying craft, very similar in design to what we call flying saucers or have come to know as a UFO. It was to be powered by free energy and met the same fate as Wardenclyffe Tower. The aviation and motorcar industry was just too profitable to the Illuminati cabal. Most importantly, out of all his contributions to humanity is the Tesla coil. Tesla used it to study fluorescence, X-rays, radio, wireless power, and electromagnetism in the Earth and its atmosphere. Tesla understood that the Earth itself is magnetic, and that it can generate electricity or electromagnetism by utilizing frequencies as a transmitter. He famously said, "If you want to find the secrets to the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." And Tesla discovered free energy by figuring out the exact electromagnetic frequency of the Earth itself. The Earth's electromagnetic frequencies was predicted by physicist Winfried Otto Schumann and would later be named the Schumann resonances, a spectrum of peaks in the low frequency of Earth's electromagnetic field spectrum. The Earth's fundamental frequency, we are told, is 7.83 Hz. Frequency is the number of occurrences of a repeating event per unit of time. Frequency is measured in Hertz, which is equal to one occurrence of a repeating event per second. It is used as an important parameter in science and engineering to specify the rate of oscillation and vibration of a specific phenomena, such as audio waves, radio waves, and light waves. We are indoctrinated with the heliocentric globe life from very early on in our education. And although we are taught about the importance of electromagnetism in physics class, it is usually in the context of engineering, of building motors and electrical systems. What is less emphasized in our education, however, is the inextricable relationship between electromagnetic frequencies and vibrations with all living matter. At this stage in the series, I know I have your attention, and you are probably warming to the reality that our Earth is a flat plane and not a globe. But our globe indoctrination is so thoroughly established that you are probably still imagining the Big Bang as the Earth's beginning, and that the Sun and Moon are giant spheres spinning above us, locked in some kind of orbit depending on gravity. So I need to show you the mechanics of how this is all possible in the first place. We will leave the why for later. The best place to start is where we left off. We spoke about the firmament and there being water above. We explored the notion that the stars and planets are not spherical balls of rock and burning gas, but dancing glimpses of light interacting with the waters above the firmament. Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto came up with an innovative new way to capture the form of water. He titled this work Messages in Water. Emoto would take samples of water in petri dishes and freeze the water at -25 degrees. After a few hours, Emoto would analyze the frozen water under a dark field microscope with photographic capabilities in a lab at a constant temperature of -5 degrees. Emoto tested out different audio frequencies and human sound vibrations on each sample. He focused on the way human vibrational energy, thoughts, words, ideas and music affect the molecular structure of water. Let's look at his results. This photo shows the beautiful geometric design of the Shimanto River, the last clean stream in Japan. Notice the beautiful geometric form, similar to that of a snowflake. This one is of Mount Cook's glacier water in New Zealand. This is a photo from the fountain at Lourdes, France. This one, however, is from a highly polluted river. Look at the comparison of polluted water with clean river water. Emoto decided to see how music affected the shape of water. He placed water between two speakers for several hours while playing different music. Here is Beethoven's Pastorelle. This one is Bach's Air on the G string. This one, Chopin's Farewell Waltz. This one from Generic Healing Music. Look at this shape produced by the Kawachi folk dance. This one shows the result of heavy metal music. Like before, here is a comparison of metal and healing music. Emoto took the experiment a step further. He decided to look at the effect of human words and phrases spoken into the water, and by writing these words down and taping them to the glass overnight. Here is thank you. Here is love and appreciation. This one shows the effects of you make me sick, I will kill you. Again, a comparison. Very different geometric forms through intention. Here is a photo of very polluted water from the Fujiwara Dam. Here now is the same water, but after a prayer is spoken to it. Prayer, sound coupled with intention, has literally changed the water's entire molecular structure. Emoto's work not only demonstrates the diversity of the molecular structure of water and the effects of the environment on the water itself, but that sound frequency and vibration has a strong effect on its structure. Considering our bodies are composed of at least 80% water, perhaps we should be a little bit more careful as to the sounds we expose ourselves to. But this is where it gets really interesting. There is a field of activity called somatics, which applies different sounds and vibrational frequencies to matter and water. In somatics, a metal plate called a Chladni plate attaches to the top of a speaker. If you spread sand across the top and play different frequencies, it produces some very interesting results. The same experiment can be applied to water bowls. Look. You already know where I am going with this, so watch.
Everything owes its existence solely and completely to sound.
I know what you want to say. That's great, but it doesn't actually explain what the stars and planets are. And if there is water up there, then why is the entire firmament not vibrating with such light patterns? Have a little look at what they were able to produce in a lab.
This star in a jar is made when a sound wave is passed through a small bubble inside a flask of liquid. And this sound wave makes the bubble do something remarkable. First it expands, then it collapses. And this collapse happens so violently that vapor molecules trapped inside the bubble slam together and heat up so much that the bubble gives off an incredible burst of heat and light, several thousand times a second, giving the appearance of a star.
You see, it is highly likely that the actual firmament is made from some kind of electromagnetic medium, and its frequencies generate pockets of somnolescence that display the vibrational frequency of the firmament through their dancing shifting sacred geometry and color shifting light frequency. Yes, that's right, color has its own designated frequencies. And is this why in the Hunger Games, the heroes are able to deactivate the dome above them by disrupting its electrical current? Again, hidden in plain sight.
Force field. It's a dome, right at the edge of the arena.
And it is very interesting that, like reference to the firmament, the ancient biblical texts of our world offer insight into the origins of the earth's creation and all matter. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas, and it was good. You see, the emphasis here is on God's word. God spoke the world into being, and it was so. Words, speech, sound, vibration. Whether God is a man-like being, I do not know. But in light of the way vibration and frequencies influence the entire shape and formation of matter, we can see that this passage is most likely very accurate. And it really is a case of understanding the micro and the macro, from the tiniest to the largest. Just like the small amounts of water contained within a bowl can resonate beautiful geometric shapes, so do the stars. Have a closer look at this somatic sound pattern produced by frequency. This is exactly the same shape and formation we see in conceptual representations of the flat Earth in the United Nations in Gleason's map. Again, the micro and then the macro. It is vibration and frequency governing the shape and form of matter. Perhaps crop circles, with their perfect geometry, form from strong vibrational bursts from somewhere above, just in the same way that shapes form in frozen water. When applying semantics to the dolphin sonic communication, we see similar geometric shapes. They are even starting to compile a dolphin alphabet from this. And you see the same geometry in nerve cell regeneration. Again, the micro and the macro. God spoke and it was so. But we need to pause. We are only focusing on the mechanisms of our electromagnetic world of frequency and vibration right now. We will address the why this is all here and how it came to being in a later episode. Electromagnetism also perfectly explains how our sun and moon work on flat Earth. As mentioned previously, the sun and moon are not spherical bodies of rock or gas. They are disks that rotate our Earth much like a clock, but in a coil-like spiral dictating the seasons and climates as they go. When the sun is beyond the equator ring, the northern hemisphere experiences summer and the southern hemisphere experiences winter. Inversely, when below the equator, the southern hemisphere experiences summer and the northern hemisphere experiences winter. But up until this point, we have not explored how our celestial bodies of light can actually travel in such a clockwork fashion. And as gravity is a hoax, this mechanism becomes even more mysterious. But again, electromagnetism and engineering holds the answer. We are told that the Earth's magnetic field extends from Earth's interior out into space, where it interacts with solar wind, a stream of charged particles emanating from the sun. We are told that the Earth tilts on an axis, and it is as if there was an enormous bar magnet placed at an angle through the center of the Earth. Mostly, this is all lies. But there is a strong magnetic presence on Earth, and it appears to be located in the north, and that's why compasses point north. On our flat plane, however, north is actually center. South is the entire continent of Antarctica, the ice wall, and east and west the circular rotation around the north center with the south on its exterior. That's why it can seem that you are traversing the entire Earth when traveling east in a straight line. You end up where you started, not because the Earth is a globe and you are traveling in a straight line, but because when you keep the compass pointing to the east, you are in effect traveling in a circle. Let's now have a look at electric motors.
Magnetism, you will know that the opposite poles of magnets attract and the like poles repel. You may also know that a magnetic field appears when current flows in a conductor. Briefly connecting this wire to a battery deflects the compass's needle. Electricity creates a magnetic field. This effect can be used to create an electromagnet. This coil is the electromagnet in our simple motor. Connecting a AA battery, we can see the magnetic force from the coil moving the magnet in the compass. The coil is polarized. One side is north, the other is south. Let's start construction of our motor by creating the coil. Slide the permanent magnet into place. It doesn't matter which pole is up. touching the leads to a single AA battery should cause the coil to bounce. If the coil is balanced and all electrical connections are completed, the motor should start. This is a commercially made DC motor. It is significantly more powerful and efficient than our simple motor. It accomplishes this with strong permanent magnets and large coils wound on an armature, and a method for controlling the polarity of the coil's magnetic field.
As you can see, electric current produces a magnetic field. Inversely, magnetic fields can also be used to make electric currents. It works both ways. What came first in terms of Earth is really a matter of the chicken and the egg, and we will explore this and the source of magnetism in a later episode. To understand how the Sun and Moon function as electromagnetic luminaries, it is necessary to look at the Faraday effect.
Let's switch it on, let's see what it does. Through this coil of thick wire, we're about to pass a huge alternating electric current. On top is a 1 kilogram aluminium plate. So we hear this noise. What's that noise?
It's the vibration of the plate, because it's vibrating at 2 times the frequency of this one.
Whoa! Whoa! How does it do that? To find out, I've come to the place where it all started, the Royal Institution in London. This is the key to Faraday's magnetic lab. It's amazing that lock still works.
From the 1870s onwards, it became a storeroom, which is why it survived, and it survived intact. All the joinery, giant electromagnet, exactly the same as Faraday.
So this is exactly as Faraday would have had.
That's right, yep.
In Faraday's time, it was known that electric current creates a magnetic field, but it remained an open question whether the reverse is possible, if a magnetic field could generate electric current. Faraday answered this question with his most famous apparatus.
Faraday's electromagnetic induction ring, which is this.
In August 1831, Faraday wrapped 2 coils of insulated wire around this iron ring.
But in 1831, you could not go down to your local electrical hardware shop and ask for X hundred meters of insulated wire. You had to insulate the wire as you went, and so as you pushed and pulled the wire out of the ring, you had to insulate it. It takes 10 working days, which is a huge investment of time.
But the investment paid off. When Faraday connected a battery to one of the coils, he saw a brief pulse of current in the other coil. And when he disconnected the battery, he saw a pulse of current in the other direction. He realized that current was induced in the second coil only when the magnetic field through it was changing. And if they hadn't been wrapped on the same ring, Faraday may have noticed that the 2 coils repel each other when the current is induced, and that's due to the interaction of their magnetic fields. Which brings us back to this. Through the bottom coil, we are passing a huge electric current, 800 amps, which alternates in direction 900 times per second. This ensures there will always be a changing magnetic field above the coil. Instead of a second coil, we're using the aluminium plate, but the principle is the same. The changing magnetic field induces currents in the plate that create an opposing magnetic field, so it levitates.
How awesome is that?
The opposing electromagnetic fields here cause the plate to levitate. Really think about it. If gravity actually existed and was such a powerful force, then this would not be possible. The opposing electromagnetic fields cause the plate to lock or levitate. Gravity does not even enter the equation. Just pure, repeatable and demonstrable science. We can see the same thing here.
Of the magnets, you see, if I can move it on the side, it will again pivot around the axis of the magnet, because it makes sure that the magnetic field inside of it stays the same.
Right. It's astonishing. Can you put it on the track for us?
Yeah. I just levitate it above the track quite high, and I can just rotate it.
So it's actually floating above the surface.
Yeah, it's not floating, it's locked above the surface.
So you could tilt it at an angle and it would still fly around.
Yeah, I can do it like this, and it will just go around like this. Because I go and put it at different height, and then like this.
And lock it at the height.
Lock it, yeah, different height, different configuration.
Right.
And I can even lock it at opposite way. If you could just hold for a minute. High. I'm doing the same thing. I'm locking it upside down, and then it is suspended.
The disk here is locked and can traverse uninterrupted over the circle of magnets. In the same way here we see it work inversely via quantum lock-in. The disk traverses locked underneath the magnets. This is how the Sun and Moon work on flat Earth. They are locked via the Earth's self-generating magnetic fields, and which takes the form of a spiral coil. And I know you're probably thinking that this is fascinating, but it still doesn't explain how the Sun and Moon luminaries are powered. We see them journey over our earthly plane, but how are they illuminating the Earth? We don't see any wires. And this is where Tesla becomes important. The Tesla coil works in a similar way. As you can see here, the metal foil paper circles the Tesla coil tower in a circular motion due to electromagnetism. But the Tesla coil laid the foundations for wireless technology and what is called free energy. Tesla viewed the sun as an immense form of electricity, positively charged and with the potential of some 200 billion volts. As we have seen, a magnetic field can produce electrical currents, and in theory, with the right mechanical setup, we should be able to produce free energy. Of course, the satanic elite stopped free energy because there is no money in it, and the progress we could make would pose a huge threat to the levers of control they have placed upon us. But Tesla was en route to inventing it. Look at this mini Tesla coil. You see, the light bulb is charged and illuminated without any wires. The intense magnetic field has produced an electrical current. So let's go back to the Faraday effect example and see what happens next.
This current is not only good for levitating the plate, it can also make light bulbs glow.
A gift. Oh, thank you. Oh, that is cool.
Not too close because it will burn the arms.
Can I put it there?
Yep.
And just as current in a toaster element heats it up, the induced current in the plate dissipates its energy as heat.
Some water too.
Thank you.
Yeah, to see the temperature.
Check out how hot this plate is. Oh, that is nuts. Is this your favorite demo?
It's like a flying barbecue or something.
Tell me this is not the best dinner table centerpiece. It levitates, it gives you light, and you can cook on it. And all the while, you're demonstrating Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction.
The light bulbs are illuminated without any wiring because of the electromagnetic field. In essence, this picture here is our sun. Remember, the micro and the macro. And it opens a door to speculating on the nature of the moon. The sun and the moon are the same size. If the sun is positively charged, then could the moon be its negatively charged counterpart, like we see in a battery? Could that explain why the nature of moonlight is oppositional to sunlight? Or could the moon be an old malfunctioning sun? Perhaps that explains the lunar moon phases, or its waxing and waning. Is it trying to charge and generate enough power to become an intense positive charge luminary like the sun, and as it generates to its full moon phase, it malfunctions and begins charging down, or waning? The notion that our Earth is a flat plain disk isn't looking like such nonsensical drivel anymore, is it? Electrical energy, frequency and vibration is literally everywhere on Earth. It is omnipresent, omnipotent, and most likely omniscient. And the Earth functions as an energy plate, much like what Tesla created with his purple energy plate, or coil as an electromagnetic base. We are all used to magnificent, frightening displays of electricity in our skies in the form of lightning. But did you know that there is an entire electroscape above the clouds? Scientists took a plane above a huge electric storm to document this. They call them sprites and elves. Look.
As soon as it gets dark, thunder begins to reverberate around the airport. The researchers board the planes on what looks like a promising night. At 9 p.m., the two jets take off. They're heading for thunderclouds 120 miles away that are vigorously producing lightning. The cabin is in constant communication with Yair and Lyons at Yucca Ridge.
Essentially, they want some kind of a central location.
He evaluates the data and gives the pilots the latitude and longitude of large thunderclouds where sprites might appear.
For reference, we'll be on this data collection run for about 10 minutes.
Did you get it?
For an instant, a giant red flash appeared. On replay, they can see beautiful shafts of light thrusting upwards towards space. The mysterious sprite in all its glory. Then, the sprites keep coming. On board, the team reviews the stunning and unique images. This sprite was shaped like a mangrove tree. It's been captured in more detail than any sprite until now. Just like its name, this sprite evokes a fairy with wings.
Yeah, very big jellyfish. It's pretty. Very pretty.
It indeed looks like a jellyfish with many tentacles. Sprites of many different forms appear, one after another. Seen up close, they have a variety of shapes. Eventually, a sprite appears that demands special attention.
This is spectacular.
The umbrella-like top of this sprite.
You can see that they are coming from the firmament above. In this still, you can actually see what looks like the surface of the firmament illuminating. This is most likely what causes thunder and lightning in the first place. Powerful bursts of electrical discharge from the electromagnetic firmament, which instills electricity into the clouds and atmosphere below, and which is then expressed in the form of lightning. Again, the ancient texts tell us this. And other things I saw concerning lightning, how some of the stars rise and become lightning, but cannot lose their form. It's been proven that lightning excites the Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic heartbeat of the Earth. Again, electrical energy, frequency and vibration is literally everywhere on Earth. Think about the oceans. Water is a well-established conductor of electricity. Seawater has a salinity of roughly 3.5%, which is composed primarily of sodium or salt. Sodium is one of the 4 electrolytes. Our bodies cannot survive without sufficient electrolytes. These electrical ions literally regulate our blood volume and pressure, our cells, muscles, hormones and organs. Look at an electrolytic cell and then a voltaic or battery cell. Both are very similar in nature and both look very similar to the models of Flat Earth itself. Again, the micro and the macro. Furthermore, look at someone who has been struck by lightning. Look at the scar. It looks like a tree or a tree's roots. Electricity, vibration and frequency again creating form. Trees are often exposed during storms. Could this be why the fruits that grow on trees are acidic in nature, just like batteries contain battery acid? Water is also diamagnetic, meaning it repels a magnetic field. This explains the tides. The magnetic fields generated by the sun and the moon influence the movement, ebb and flow and height of the oceans as they journey above over our flat Earth. This causes the oceans to fluctuate between high and low tides due to being repelled by magnetism and then released. Look. Just like our voices influence the geometrical shape of water's molecular structure, God's voice formed our world. The earth and everything contained within it is a manifestation of divine sound. The evidence for creation is literally everywhere, and the driving force is energy, vibration, and frequency. We often think of the natural world as the antithesis to our cities that run on electricity. The reason our human-generated energy feels so at odds with nature is because, in many ways, it is very unnatural. We are bombarded with very strong electromagnetic fields generated by cell towers, wireless internet, and smartphones constantly. What the bull believers don't realize is that satellites are just another hoax. We are told that there are over 2,000 satellites orbiting the Earth, most of which exist within low Earth orbit. So where are the satellites in the recent blue marble images? All our images of satellites are either computer animation or CGI. There is no cloud of information above us. The real cloud you see is under the ocean. As Time magazine has already told us, there are over 300 undersea cables and that they carry 99% of the world's intercontinent data. The rest of our data is carried by the thousands of cell towers everywhere. Cell towers are responsible for our wireless internet and smartphones via unnatural electromagnetic frequencies, or what is known as EMFs. There are no satellites, it's just another lie, and it seems like there is no end to their lies. There was a reason the satanic complex started panicking when theories arose that 5G was causing COVID-19. While this is not entirely true, it is irrefutable that the constant exposure to high EMFs is affecting our natural synchronization with the Earth's own electromagnetic field. Our bodies run on electrolytes, and if we are continually exposing ourselves to high amounts of EMFs at such a close range, it will inevitably start affecting our health. Eventually, the sodium-calcium channels in our body will become dysfunctional and disease will occur. They panicked because the COVID-19 5G theory drew everyone's attention to the harmful effects of intense EMFs on our bodies. And it isn't just us. Recently, scientists are becoming aware that our cell towers, which generate vast amounts of EMFs, are beginning to affect the birds, trees, and insects. An example of this is the bumblebee. The artificial and abundant electromagnetic waves from our proliferating grid of wireless technology is not only disturbing the bee's natural navigation abilities, the bee navigates via magnetic fields, but it is also causing bee populations to decline worldwide. This is a real shame, as it is the bumblebee that holds the key to unlocking one of the biggest secrets of all time. So enormous in size it is on par with the firmament. I need you to fasten your seatbelts and follow me to the next episode. What I am about to show you has the potential to change your entire perspective of our world forever. It is time to lift another veil. There seems to be no end to the lies. It is important to understand that a science can be constructed out of almost anything. The indoctrination of heliocentrism and its subsequent scientific fields are primarily metaphysical and not rooted in the physical observable world we inhabit. The satanic cabal could have easily told us that the earth was shaped like an oblong or triangle, and entire sciences and mathematical equations would have been dedicated to explaining this. Good science fiction works in the same way. The science adds up, but it doesn't make it a reality. Our reality is not governing the field of heliocentrism. We experience nothing that suggests our Earth is a globe. No. Rather, it is a concept or idea that is governing heliocentrism and leading many scientists further astray from discovering real truth. The perceivable world is at odds with scientific theory. It is deliberate deception. And this deception is also present in our geological understanding of Earth's flat plane. Throughout cultures, we come across mythological stories of creatures being turned to stone. The most famous of these is the legend of Medusa, who had snakes in place of hair and whose glance would turn people to stone. The tales are found in European, Native American, Asian, Ancient Greek and Oceania culture. The stories often feature serpents or basilisks. Many believe they are our ancestors' ways of explaining petrification. Here are images of petrified animals, and here are some images of petrified wood from Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona. We are told by the scientist priests of the world that organic living matter petrifies in two ways. The trees became petrified when buried in sediment, like thick mud, or in volcanic ash. Look closer at the petrified trees. They haven't just turned to stone, but are composed of crystals. A cataclysm such as a mud flood or volcanic eruption literally turned wood and living matter into crystals. The object, we are told, needs to be impacted so oxygen and bacteria cannot reach the matter to begin decomposing it. Yeah, right. Why we believe such nonsense in the first place is beyond me. We bury our dead and they decompose. They do not turn to stone or crystal. And a volcanic eruption produces volcanic ash. This ash is destructive, as Wikipedia tells us. It can affect human and animal health. It can disrupt electrical systems. It can destroy aeroplanes and buildings, ranging from complete or partial collapse of roofing. And yet scientists tell us it is this same volcanic ash that is responsible for the phenomenon of wood petrification. Thousands have died at the hands of volcanic eruption. Why don't we see petrified human bodies of crystal? Why do the victims decay? And it isn't the lava. Lava would melt bone. Volcanic ash does not cause petrification. This petrified wood is laying out almost intact and neatly for the world to see. It also appears that they have been cut into tiny chunks. Did the ash or sediment also chop this wood before turning it into beautiful crystal? And if not, then please find me the ancient saws that can cut through stone and crystal. This is nothing more than mere theatre for the gullible. Sediment and volcanic ash does not explain petrification properly. A frog does not just turn into stone. You can even find petrified honeycomb and beehives. During the course of its life, the bumblebee will buzz to and fro collecting nectar and pollen from the flowers. It can detect both the presence and pattern of electric fields of the flowers. It does this to gather information on the flower and find out if it has recently been visited by another bee. Once they have collected enough nectar and pollen, they return to the nest and deposit this into wax cells. These wax cells are constructed into symmetrical, hexagonal forms. The honeycomb is a mass of hexagonal prismatic wax. The bees have an innate intelligence to construct their honeycombs with hexagonal tiling because it creates equal-sized cells while minimizing the total perimeter of the cells. In other words, it is economical. It uses the least material to create a lattice of cells. The geometric efficiency of the hexagon can be seen everywhere in nature. The dragonfly's eyes are composed with hexagonal efficiency. Look, the hexagon is everywhere. No two snowflake patterns are the same, but they all share the same fundamental hexagonal geometry. And then there is the case of flax plant stems. As you can see, each individual fiber is hexagonal in shape. This is not an accident. No Kabbalah Ein Sof randomness, luck of the draw. This is intelligent design. The natural world grows and develops with efficiency. The stem consists of hexagonal columns that allow it to grow upwards. And the result is this. Beautiful plants and trees grow upward towards the sky. When we look at tree rings under a microscope, we see similar geometric patterns of the hexagon. Microscopic photographs of petrified wood shows these same hexagonal columns. But according to the scientific priests, there exist anomalies in our world. The basalt columns, perfect hexagonal columns that mirror the tight efficiency we see in organic living matter. Wikipedia and mainstream science tell us that columnar basalt formed due to the cooling of magma or lava flows. This is what lava looks like when active. And this is what it looks like when it has cooled and hardened. So how did magma or lava cool down and form hexagonal shapes so perfect in their geometric symmetry? This is Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Does it look like magma lava formed these huge, perfectly shaped hexagonal columns? I want you to imagine that you are a child again, beset with curiosity at the wonders of the world. What do you see? Devil's Tower in northeastern Wyoming, the world's most famous structure of basalt columns. A pilgrimage for rock climbers who venture up the seemingly endless chimneys between the columns. They tell us it was formed by igneous lava. What do you see now? I know what you see. Traces of old volcanic magma that cooled and formed a rock mesa. We weren't even given a chance. We all know this film. Steven Spielberg weaving his sorcery and solidifying the satanic name, Devil's Tower, and pushing the alien agenda on us once again. Constant distraction. It wasn't always called this. The Native Americans called it Mateo Tepe, or Great Bear Lodge, and there is entire folklore surrounding it. It wasn't until 1875 that Richard Irvin Dodge gave it a satanic name, and which President Roosevelt immortalized in 1906 when he designated it the first US national monument. This is not solidified lava flow. It is the remains of a giant silicon-based tree. This is the real petrified tree, and this is the distraction, the control, The lie. These were not formed from volcanic ash. They are remnants, tiny branches and twigs from something much larger and long forgotten. Look closer as these climbers venture upwards. You can see the individual hexagonal towers, much like the individual hexagonal fibers. Some fibers become loose over time and break away from the overall mass. Look closer at the cracks and broken parts of the outer stem. It's petrified epidermis, the layer of cells that cover the stems, much like our connective tissue fascia. The stems do not enter the ground horizontally, but bend into the ground, like the base of a tree. Look at the plant's stem flax again. See how the mass becomes smaller at the edges. Now look. We see the same thing here. Imagine the climber who thought of nothing else but rocks and never saw the tree. Look at the other basalt column wonders of the world. Please tell me how magma or lava formed this. Did the magma flow just stop in midair and begin to cool and solidify into these hexagonal columns? Just as divine creation gave other organisms the innate intelligence of hexagonal efficiency, these columns were part of living trees. Our flat earth is fractal. It is a case of the microcosm and the macrocosm. A great, majestic wonder with nothing similar in sight for miles around it. Lava could not have formed this even if it tried. But you didn't notice, did you? Can you not see it? We were born with sight and we've become blind. Your eyes have become traitors over time. Look closer. The top is flat. This tree was cut down. And this was just a small one. These giant tree stumps are literally everywhere. Look. Not all of them were cut down. Only the really good ones. Others were blasted, torn, and laid down. Look. Why were these trees cut down? What on earth happened? The basalt columns are likely a particular kind of plant, and not all of the giant trees of the world are formed from basalt columns, but other silicon structures. The giant trees were diverse in species and type, much like we see in our trees today. Not all of what we've learned to call mountains are giant trees. Eyes exposed to the light take time to adjust, but you will start to spot the difference. This is not a volcano. It's a pile of loose waste that was generated and piled up by giant machines. It has a perfect cone shape, like all loose structures. Lava and volcanic ash contain high levels of silica. They piled the grounded silicon and chemical waste of their activities here. These chemicals sometimes react with each other and sometimes burn. Any farmer will tell you compost heaps can start to heat up to the point of spontaneous combustion. The microcosm and the macrocosm. Silicon is the second most abundant element found in Earth's crust after oxygen. Silicon is structurally very similar to carbon. Many scientists have theorized that silicon-based life is possible. When silicon interacts with oxygen, it turns into quartz. This is a carbon-based tree, and this is a silicon-based tree. History is a lie. There was a silicon era in which trees grew to enormous heights, and they were made primarily of crystal, just like quartz. What we call rocks today are really just fragments of old giant trees and other living organisms. Rocks and stone are the phase between silicon and carbon life forms. There are no petrified organisms, just the remains of silicon-era organisms. More than 75% of the Earth's volcanoes reside in the Ring of Fire, a major area in the basin of the Pacific Ocean, the deepest ocean on Earth. Look at this image of our oceans without water. You can see the scarring and trenches on the ocean's floor. This is where they dug and mined the most. The Ring of Fire is home to the deepest trench on Earth, the Mariana Trench. It measures 2,550 kilometers in length and is over 10,000 meters deep. Look at all the other trenches in this area. It is not a coincidence that the largest volcano on Earth, the Tamu Massive, is located right next to these trenches under the water. It is the size of the United Kingdom. The extent of the mining here has created 452 ocean waste piles, or what they call volcanoes. You see, there never used to be oceans on Earth like we know them now. What is now the oceans was once covered in deep silicon crystal. All life was primarily silicon-based. Silicon does not need water to grow. It is very different from the carbon-based life that we know of and experience as humans. Only carbon-based life needs water to survive. Scientists have found an unusual amount of carbon in the ice of the Earth's poles that dates back thousands of years. This high amount of carbon in the ice shouldn't be there. They tell us its recent presence is because of burning fossil fuels since the Industrial Revolution, but that doesn't explain the carbon that dates back thousands of years. It suggests there was a huge worldwide fire at some point in our history. Carbon was brought into Earth. Silicon is usually bound with oxygen. We are told that in order to reduce the silicon to its purest state, which means removing the oxygen molecules, carbon must be used. Silicon is purified through a reaction with carbon in the form of coal, charcoal, and heating to 2,000 degrees in a furnace. They mined the silicon out of Earth and harvested the giant silicon trees and used a vast amount of carbon to purify the silicon. Our oceans contain 38,000 gigatons of carbon. 1 gigaton equals to 1 billion tons. But silicon is the second most abundant element in the Earth's crust. Carbon presence in the Earth's crust is actually very low. Carbon life was never meant to be. Earth would never have favored carbon-based life over other possible choices. A creator would never have favored carbon over silicon. Silicon would form an unbelievable, beautiful world. It binds to oxygen 5 times stronger than carbon. Carbon is weaker and combined with many other elements. Because of this, our lives are short and susceptible to disease. But again, not all mountains are trees. There is a reason you can feel completely changed spiritually and physically in some parts of the mountains and then feel a sense of the barrenness in other parts. This is a cuttlefish, the largest bucket wheel excavator in the world today. The rotary excavator works by scraping the land and leaving a concave wall of stone. Look at these cliffs in Australia. They are called a wonder of the world, the wave rock. But can you see the resemblance? It is not a wave of rock. It is the scars of giant rotary excavation. We can find representations of gigantic machines in the pre-Spanish pottery displayed in Costa Rica and San Francisco. Imagine you are a rural inhabitant and you see one of these, much more gigantic in scale, and for the first time. You would too think they were some kind of mythical monster. Look at Tula, the ancient capital city of Toltec. They revered these beings and paid homage to them with sculptures on top of their half pyramids. Look closer at their hands. They look like they're holding drills or power tools. Look at this drawing. It depicts beings in some kind of metallic suit, with helmets that cover their entire face for protection, and what looks like to be swords in their hands. We are told these artifacts were made before metal was discovered, but that is clearly a lie. Look at these images of quarries. You see the tiered, stepped structure. It is a formed structure with right angles when viewed from above. The excavators take huge chunks of land, and this is the remaining result. They have lied about everything. What they call ravines, cliffs, valleys are nothing more than quarries. Look at the valley passages and limestone cliffs that border it. Massive chunks of land were excavated and carved out. Now look at the rest of our world. Quarried tiered stone. You can still see the traces of machines' tracks on the ground as they gutted the land. It is a wasteland. In some old quarries, there is a lot of moisture, and people are able to do farming, and plants regrow. This is not a lake. This is a flooded quarry. Look at the Caspian Sea. It is a giant flooded quarry. And these quarries are literally everywhere. Tibet Mountains, a 6,000-meter quarry. Grand Canyon National Park in America, huge quarry. Lake Louise in Canada, flooded quarry. The Red River Gorge in America, quarry. The Peak District in England, a quarry with new growth. The Highlands in Scotland, a tiered quarry system. Snowdonia in Wales, a flooded quarry system. Blue Mountains in Australia, a huge gutted quarry. The Blue Mountains again. Compare this wall to the human marble mining in the Alps. We have to wake up. Tongariro National Park in New Zealand. Quarried waste heap. Utah State Park. A huge quarry. Bugatti Mountains. Quarry waste. Zermatt Glacier in Switzerland. A quarried path with scarred tracks. Rainbow Mountain in Peru. A quarry heap full of chemicals. Lunar Crater Lake in Iceland. A flooded quarry. Namibia Desert. Vast quarried waste. Egyptian desert. The bottom layer is totally scraped out. Nothing grows here. There is no soil left. Deserts are completely artificial. They are the result of giant-scale mining activities so barbaric that they removed all soil and living life. Australia is a huge quarry with barely any soil, just red dust. The Sahara Desert is gigantic quarry waste. What is sand? It is silica or silicon dioxide. Sand is grounded, fine silicon dust. Just like we see sawdust when cutting down carbon trees. It is the remains of the silicon trees. Baltic amber often washes up on the shores of the Baltic Sea. Amber is fossilized tree resin. 90% of the world's amber comes from here. There is so much amber in the oceans, it shouldn't be there. It is the waste of the large-scale mining of Earth's old gigantic trees. There is not an area on Earth that throughout history has not been mined. There are no natural rocks, mountains, cliffs, ravines, plateaus, canyons, deserts on Earth. Earth is not a spinning planet that's evolved over time. It is an old, flat quarry. They have lied to us about everything and hidden the true barbaric history. A tremendous sin. Did you know that trees communicate via root systems? Through underground network systems. The Wood Wide Web. They communicate via slow pulsing electrical signals. There exists entire cave systems of crystal under the earth. They say caves form from water erosion. But why are there gigantic crystals in so many of them? These are not caves. They are cut-off root systems of our old, majestic, giant silicon trees. Look at the rivers of our world from above. They look like excavated tree roots, because they are. They gutted our giant trees and their roots. Many river systems are actually the flooded, cut-off root systems of our old, majestic giant silicon trees. It is not a coincidence that many of our giant tree stumps are located within national parks and protected land. It means we can't dig there and discover roots attached to these structures. Hollywood have mocked us and given us a vision that is most likely very similar to Earth's true history. Look. It's interesting that the director of this movie, James Cameron, also has an obsession with diving down into the Mariana Trench. Silicon, we are told, is a powerful semiconductor. It is the primary element that makes computer chips possible. Memory chips and processors would not be possible without silicon. It holds memory. That's why they call our era the Silicon Era, and that's why it's called Silicon Valley. They came and brought in carbon so they could oxidize and retrieve pure silicon from our once beautiful world. It may have looked something like this. Why did they do this? What on earth happened? Carbon life was not supposed to be. If you look closer at the carbon element, we discover that it consists primarily of the isotope carbon-12. The carbon-12 isotope makes up 98.93% of the entire element of carbon. Carbon-12 is composed of 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Carbon is number 6 on the periodic table. It is the mark of the beast. Carbon life, human life as we know it, was created by the beast. 666. Maybe that's why humans have such an innate propensity for satanic, barbaric behavior. We must move towards truth, light, and goodness. Everything we have been told is a lie. Our entire history is a satanic fabrication, and the joke's on us. I want to show you something else. Old photographs. They said it was just for preservation and restoration, but you can make your own mind up. I know. Come on, we have to keep going. There isn't much time left. Let's go to episode 12. We're almost there. Once you regain your sight, it is very hard to go blind again. The programming and brainwashing runs so subtly deep that we have all come to associate the notion of ancient with underdeveloped, less technologically advanced, and believers of mysticism. Consider the structures built throughout history. The ancient fortress of 1GYtoLj2o in Peru. These huge stone blocks are made from granite. They weigh between 40 and 120 tons, or between 36,000 and 120,000 kilograms. The world record for the deadlift in the weightlifting world is 500 kilograms. So how did the Incas transport this granite to such a high altitude location? Look at the way the stones fit so neatly together like jigsaw pieces. How did they cut granite with such precision? Look beyond the stones. Who were these gigantic steps made for? And by who? Babalovo Palace and its bath. This bath was allegedly created from a 160-ton piece of granite. 160 tons is 145,000 kilograms. The bath structure today weighs 48 tons, or 43,000 kilograms. They say it took the artist 10 years to create. But look, how perfect its curved structure is, and the upper rim of the bath. Yeah, right. No matter what fabrication they attach to this, creating such a structure by hand is impossible without advanced machinery. Alexandra Column, erected in 1834. The column is a single piece of red granite. It weighs 600 tons, or 540,000 kilograms. Again, how did they lift this in the 1830s? And how was it carved to such perfection? Look at the intricacy displayed in the statues of Capella San Severo. These were allegedly crafted in 1753. It is obvious this is not handcrafted. Cutting through a single piece of pure marble with such perfect precision and attention to micro detail is impossible without some kind of advanced machinery. History as we know it is a lie. These all point to civilizations with advanced technology. The photographs of Stonehenge and the Temple of Abu Simbel tell us to be skeptical of other historical structures, such as the pyramids. It is likely that the pyramids are not as old as we are told, and they could have been constructed by anybody and at any time during history. It is likely that they were all constructed more recently with two primary purposes in mind: to deceive us and as a ritualistic place of worship, honoring their satanic gods. The first power tool, we are told, was not invented until 1895, and the first electric lamp in 1879. So how was this architecture crafted and constructed? It is so obvious this is not the truth. If you really look at all the cities of the world, you can see their stone structures and design would have actually been impossible if we are to believe the fabricated pre-industrial narrative and timelines. There is an abundance of compelling photographic and structural evidence suggesting that the civilizations of the world experienced a cataclysmic mudflood in its recent history, which buried many cities. Cities with architecture built with advanced technology and that ran on free electricity. There also exists evidence of a worldwide nuclear war somewhere between 1780 and 1815. It all points to an early 19th century worldwide reset through depopulation. We also see old photographs of nigh-on deserted cities and of birthing stations and orphan trains, suggesting they needed to repopulate large areas of the world at some point. It is likely that a lot of 18th and 19th century culture was designed to program and indoctrinate false history into these children. This is a topic to explore outside of this series, but it all suggests that our history has been heavily edited, timelines distorted and corrupted. The Mandela effect. Why do you think it was so easy for the Rothschilds to rise to power? Were they just really adept at manipulating the financial world? It is very likely that the rise of the Illuminati and the Rothschild banking took place against a different contextual background and much earlier in history. The Napoleonic War is likely a fabrication, and the war in which the Rothschilds came to power was a different kind of war. It is also highly likely that Tesla's story is not entirely true. It seems more accurate that he actually rediscovered free energy, and that's why it was suppressed immediately and not given a chance. It seems very convenient that photography was not officially invented until 1822. Are we advanced today? Yes, we have computers, but look at all the wires. Our infrastructure has not actually progressed. Trains, cars, and planes, in principle, are the same as they were when they were invented. Aesthetics and slight improvements in speed give the illusion of progress. Control and manipulation, both necessary as we advance technologically, because technology exposes their lies. Advanced cameras expose the lies of space. That is why the key methods for discerning truth from lies is to trust our own eyes, senses, and judgment over narrative. There is zero evidence of the heliocentric model on Earth. And to follow the people who run our world, follow the money, follow the bloodlines, follow the symbolism, and follow their fear. When they suppress, when they scream hoax, when they smear, we must dig and examine. The question burns. Who or what cut down our giant trees and mined the earth? And where did all the mined material go? There are a handful of possible conclusions we can draw from studying the geological nature of our flat Earth. The first is that whatever beings mined Earth were undeniably more advanced, technologically, industrially, and intelligently than the human species. The second is that they were obviously much larger than us as a species. You could reconcile the possibility that they were humans like us, but just technologically more advanced, and had developed the machines capable of committing such actions. But this is very unlikely. Mythological stories of giants abound in our culture, and these tales can be found in every single culture throughout history. In the Christian and Jewish biblical texts, we find accounts of the Nephilim. In ancient Greece and Rome, we have giants and titans. In the Quran, we have the people of Ad. Giants are present in scripture, mythology, oral history, folklore, literature, and movies. The Book of Enoch speaks about fallen angels, or the Watchers, beings that came from a realm above the firmament and began to interbreed with humans. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 300 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. The canonical Bible gives us the same account, this time naming these giants as the Nephilim. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and afterward. During that time, the sons of the true God continued to have relations with the daughters of men, and these bore sons to them. They were the mighty ones of old times, the men of fame. The land that we have gone through as spies is a land that devours its inhabitants. And all the people that we saw in it are of great size. There we saw the Nephilim, and to ourselves we seem like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them. It would be naive to think the ancient texts have not been edited, or books of scripture hidden. The Vatican Apostolic Archives are highly secretive vaults containing thousands of texts inaccessible to the public. Even Wikipedia gives credence to the enormity of these vaults, stating that they contain 53 miles of shelving. What is important to remember is that the biblical texts also contain chronicles of their God, of their Lucifer. The deeper you travel down the rabbit hole, the more these texts surprisingly align with the reality of our world, and offer insight much better than any corrupted field of science. The Nephilim, we are told, were the nuclear weapon of Satan, full of destruction, wickedness, and corruption. They corrupted human genetics and were destroying the earth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it has sunk down, and its destruction was near. And all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of heavens were opened. This is the story of the great flood that God created to rid the earth of the Nephilim and save humanity. Noah survived because he was the only human whose genetics had not been corrupted by the Nephilim. The Great Flood myth can be found throughout all cultures, including Hebrew, Hindu, Babylonian, Norse, Chinese, African, European, Mesoamerican, Mesopotamian, and Australian Aborigine. This is the same satanic method of deception we see with the many names of Lucifer throughout cultures. There is one true historical account of what happened before and during the Great Flood, but the account has been mythologized and fragmented in order to deliberately deceive and confuse. People are less likely to gravitate towards mythology when the scientists are pushing mathematical bamboozlement. The geological and natural world cannot be edited. The truth only suppressed and manipulated through narrative. These wonders provide undeniable evidence of large-scale mining of Earth. They fear us discovering the anomalies, the pieces of history they cannot cover up or overlooked when creating their false narratives. Advanced cameras prove that there is some kind of water surrounding our firmament above, and the tremendous mining of land under the oceans indicate that at some point in our history, the earth was indeed sunk down and being destroyed by a species much larger than humans. Impact craters are found everywhere. There are 190 spread across Earth. We are told they are caused by debris and meteorites from outer space. But look closer. Any geologist worth their salt would immediately ask the question, where is the remaining meteorite rock? If a meteorite of 160 foot in length crashed into Earth, then where did it go? Of course, they tell us that the meteorite mostly vaporized upon impact due to its speed. The same story over and over again. Claims that no one can actually prove. Continually putting all our faith in the priests of atheism. What are these craters? They do not appear to be quarries. There is no stepped, tiered patterns of barbaric gutting. Perhaps some were old excavation sites. But look closer at the circular, upturned rim of these craters. Now look at another wonder of our world. Geysers. Springs that occasionally eject turbulent torrents of water. Can you see it? The same upturned edges form from the release of water pressure. There were not oceans on Earth during the Silicon era. It's interesting how some impact craters appear to be flooded, and while others show vegetation growth in the center, most likely from the moisture. As you can see, right in the middle is the opening in which the water comes up from and releases into the air. We can see traces of the old closed opening in the crater. The microcosm and the macrocosm. In the biblical model and ancient stories of the Great Flood, the waters came from above as the vaults in the firmament were opened, and from below, from a place called the Great Deep. The Great Deep in the biblical model is not the oceans. The Great Flood rid the world of the Nephilim, and it's possible that it was the waters from the Great Deep that filled the huge excavated land with what's now known today as the oceans. The vast amount of carbon in the atmosphere from the mining then influenced the direction of growth of all the life that followed. There are many recent documented accounts of nations' governments intervening in archaeological digs and discoveries. Many have written extensively about findings that directly contradict the mainstream narrative of humanity's historical, geological timeline and challenge the Darwinian narrative of evolution. All figures have been victims of extensive media, governmental and scientific smears and desperate attempts to debunk and discredit. The scientific priests are always successful in stifling these voices and suppressing their discoveries. One of the most interesting of these figures is Richard J. Dewhurst, whose book, The Ancient Giants Who Ruled America, The Missing Skeletons, and the Great Smithsonian Cover-Up, examines why the various giant skeleton discoveries made by archaeologists were silenced and erased from the official historical narrative. The idea of giants or of the Nephilim existing in our past seems stranger than fiction. Our satanic matrix programming kicks in, and the immediate reaction is to dismiss. But we have already accepted a very similar natural history, a corrupted half-lie. They've already told us that giants once roamed the earth, but in the form of these. We all know these. And it was a meteorite that supposedly wiped this species out. Can you see how they have corrupted a real truth and told us in their indirect way? Dinosaurs probably did exist, but not in the narrative or timeline they've given us. In a world of enormous silicon trees, there would be so much oxygen in the atmosphere. Because of this, living life would grow to immense heights and sizes. All life back then was a lot bigger than it was today. Because of the oxygen, living creatures would also have lived much longer lives, some for hundreds of years. If giants did once exist, then why lie and hide it from us? Simply because it completely destroys the theory of evolution. It is no secret that Charles Darwin's grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, was a Freemason, as was the entire family's male lineage. Erasmus was not just any Freemason. He was a 33rd degree Freemason, the highest rank of the organization. The number 33 is highly satanic, used throughout their symbolism and rituals. Not only do the numbers produce their beloved 6 when added together, but 33 is also a direct allusion to the age Christ was when he was crucified, always mocking that which directly opposes their God. Darwin's theory of evolution is just that, a theory. The double standards are outstanding. Darwinism has always carried the title, the theory of evolution, just like gravity is the theory of gravity. But their scientific theories are forced upon us from birth and taught in our education systems as truths. When a conflicting theory arises, they are usually classified as conspiracy or pseudoscience. We need to wake up. The fact remains that Darwin's theory of evolution has never been proven. Just like gravity, we do not actually witness evolution taking place. There is literally no evidence of species evolving. We just have to have faith that at some point, millions of years ago, it took place. They have never found the missing link between humans and monkeys, and all subsequent militant work by figures such as Richard Dawkins and David Attenborough is nothing more than satanic programming and propaganda. I too was brainwashed by Dawkins' The God Delusion. A stupid mistake. Throughout the last century, scientists have desperately tried to find proof of evolution, enforcing so-called discoveries to the point of invention. They have claimed to have found a jawbone of the missing link, what is referred to as the Piltdown Man. For the next 40 years, scores of scientific articles, artistic reconstructions, and over 500 doctoral theses were written on this subject. But in 1953, tests proved conclusively that the Piltdown skull was actually human and only a few hundred years old, while the lower protruding jaw was from a recently deceased orangutan. A deliberate hoax. They lie. The 33rd degree Supreme Council of Freemasonry was held in Paris. Revealed in the minutes of their meeting is their promotion of evolution as science, while they themselves mock the theory. The minutes read, "It is with the scientific theory of evolution in view that we are constantly, by means of our press, arousing a blind confidence in these theories. The intellectuals will puff themselves up with their knowledge and without any logical verification of them will put into effect all the information available from science, which our agenteur specialists have cunningly pieced together for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction we want. Do not suppose for a moment that these statements are empty words. Think carefully of the successes we arranged for Darwinism. Darwinism had two objectives. The first, to dislocate the notion of creation as a real possibility, much like heliocentrism. And the second, to create social Darwinism, the idea of superior races and social classes, propelling humankind into some false belief that they must succeed and beat all competition. Social Darwinism became one of the driving ideologies behind fascism, communism, capitalism, and eugenics. It is in direct conflict with the teachings of Christ. Real consideration needs to be given to the reality of the Luciferianism at the heart of the entire social, economic, cultural and historical fabric that governs our everyday world. Real consideration needs to be given to why such evil is being committed to children on a grand scale. A select group of very rich, elite people who also happen to be psychopaths is one thing. But this is more than that. The crux of it is this: Lucifer worship, satanic slave control of the human population, and crimes against children could exist without the need to deceive us with heliocentrism. The fabrication of heliocentrism comes with great risks for the satanic cabal as our own personal technology advances. People are waking up and questioning the narrative. The spell that they cast over us years ago is slightly losing its grip. They are hiding something. Perhaps the source of good, a creator, prophecy, of a land. We are their slaves. They continually lie to us, committing crimes against humanity in the name of their Lucifer, while we are kept slaves, making them rich and supporting their twisted democracy. The possibility of other lands and planes of existence that they control or are controlled by is very probable. Whether accounts of the Nephilim are truly accurate, it is not possible to say. Admiral Byrd did state that there is land beyond the South Pole. Old maps written off as a hoax or inaccurate show other land, extra territory. The vast amount of material mined from Earth and our old gigantic trees had to go somewhere. It is very possible that they have discovered a way out of the firmament at Antarctica and are able to leave. It's also possible that there are other concentric ice walls and Antarctica is just the first one, and the foundations of the firmament lie way beyond. But there is a problem. They can only traverse this plane. They have never been able to go above or below, and that is their goal. The more you look closer, the more troubling it becomes, and the more it all aligns with the Christian biblical texts. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar, and the father of it. Lucifer has always been clear on his ultimate goal. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. The Tower of Babel, the story on how the different languages of the earth came to be. Nimrod, a Luciferian gigantic king, built the tower to reach up upon heaven, to reach the firmament and be like the Most High. God saw what they were doing and broke the tower and scattered all people over the earth and divided them by different languages so they may not attempt this again. The broken Tower of Babel, the European Union Parliament building, in direct opposition to what God said not to do. Unite all nations. The EU, a branch of the United Nations. Our minds programmed and manipulated by the media to think this could ever be a good thing. Union of all, a utopian lie to advance the Illuminati satanic agenda of a one world government. Their new world order, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the uniting of nations under one government, under one world currency, one world military, one world religion, the end goal, all potential threats to their system dissolved, complete control over the human slave species.
A new world order. A new world order. A new world order.
A new world order.
New world order.
And a new world order.
A new world order.
A new world order.
A new world order. A new world order.
A new world order.
A new world order. A new world order.
World order.
A new world order.
As I've told you before, because I love it so much, Novus Ordo Seclorum, a new order for the centuries, for the ages, forever.
The international order.
Global governance. Global governance.
Global governance.
Global society.
Global influence.
And people talked then, in 1990, of a new world order.
The reference to the Tower of Babel signals another motive, a more sinister one. Lucifer's goal to ascend like the Most High. They have been trying to breach the firmament for years. Operation Dominic and Fishbowl were attempts to nuke the firmament.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it.
The mysterious Libyan desert glass, scattered over hundreds of kilometers in the Sahara Desert. This mysterious glass puzzles scientists. Some theorize that it is formed from nuclear explosion. The glass is nigh on pure silica and is so strong it has a melting point of 1,600 degrees. Crystal remains. But of what? The trees? Maybe not. How many cracks did she say are in the firmament? This didn't always share the same name with a chocolate bar. Those before us called it the Great Rift. The ancient Greeks said it was a great path of destruction left by Phaeton, who tried to guide the chariot of Helios, the sun god, across the sky and lost control before being struck down by Zeus's lightning. They've been trying to breach the firmament for thousands of years. The Great Rift, the scarring of their barbaric failed attempts. Glass of pure silica, a silicon dome, a semiconductor separated by the waters, the electrical conductors, powering the luminaries through vibrational electromagnetic energy. They use quantum physics to articulate the properties of semiconductors. They call it the crystal lattice. the description of atoms, ions, and molecules in crystalline matter. Look at a crystalline lattice, hexagons. Look at the atomic structure of the lattice, the hexagon and the cube. The crystalline unit cell of the cube is the most common shape found in crystal. What do they know? What energetic field of darkness are they worshipping, giving their energy to, and sacrificing children for? And then there is this. They are doing it right now while we sleep. CERN. The Large Hadron Collider. This is the world's largest and highest energy particle collider and the largest machine in the world. They are in search of the Higgs boson particle to prove the Big Bang and to understand the nature of dark matter and black holes. All lies. Look at CERN's logo. 666. Do you remember the ritual that was filmed at CERN, located on the border of France and Switzerland? Shiva the Destroyer. The same symbol adorns the boardroom of the World Health Organization. The World Wide Web was invented here at CERN. 666. Look at the dance opera they put on to celebrate the opening of this. These are supposed to be scientists. This is a ritual full of Luciferian imagery. Lucifer, oh how you fell. Look, Shiva's dance of destruction. And the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth. And to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. And they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew tongue is Abandon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. Apollyon, Apollo again, the moon landing missions. The town in France where CERN is located is called Saint-Jean-Pully. The name Pully comes from the Latin a polyasum, and it is believed that in the Roman times a temple existed in honor of Apollo, right here where this French town is situated. And the people who lived there believed that it was a gateway to the underworld. What did God banish to the bottomless pit? The souls of the Nephilim. You've seen this geometry before. The 8-spoked wheel. It is the wheel of time. Controlling and distorting time and space. They are openly telling us what they are doing. The key to the bottomless pit. They are trying to open a portal to another realm or bring something out into our realm. The bottomless pit. They are trying to let something out. And the Pope is ready to welcome extraterrestrials. The sculpture in the Vatican is called Resurrection. Does this look like Christ to you? They are trying to resurrect something, but it is not Christ, and they are not aliens. The whole alien deception has been programming us from the beginning to accept something other. Some kind of life that is not human, but something else. Look at the satanic symbolism at the ceremony dedicated to the opening of the Gotthard Tunnel in Switzerland. This was put on by CERN. Did you really think it was just a stupid Netflix series? And look who it is. Up to no good. Alice. Desperately trying to go into or get out of Wonderland. They are telling you what they are doing with Alice. Trying to go down into the rabbit hole. Into the bottomless pit. Through these experiments, they discovered something called the rainbow universe and rainbow gravity. More nonsensical bamboozlement concealing what they are really looking for. Return to ancient Norse cosmology. Can you see it? A rainbow bridge connecting our flat earthly plane, which they called Midgard, with another realm, a realm underneath. You did not notice the enormous trees before, did you? Heed it now. The underworld they called Hell and Niflheim. Niflheim is very similar to the word Nephilim. Hell is the same biblical hell, or what the ancient text called Sheol. The Rainbow Bridge also connects to Valhalla, the city of Asgard, or what is known as heaven. A path to ascend to the Most High. It doesn't matter if you cannot move beyond your programming to conceive this as a real possibility. It doesn't matter if you believe in it. What matters is that they do believe in it, and they rule and own you. Stranger than fiction, a paradox. The deeper down the rabbit hole, the more upside down everything becomes. And yet it all starts to make sense. Do you understand the enormity of their lies? The human slaves of Earth, being fooled into thinking they are a random product of coincidence on a lonely rock. Learning this at such a young age and never giving it another thought. Fed to the brim with Hollywood fantasy movies, so the actual world lost its colour. Their spirituality denied, the truth of good and evil denied, any chance of living a life of righteousness replaced with the satanic worship of materialism and debased Darwinism, and all the while their masters, the cult leaders, are desperately trying to bridge realms and ascend from this plane to the Most High. What will it take to wake humanity? While they are sleeping, this is happening. The tower is being rebuilt, and the little freedom we had to begin with is vanishing. The dawn of their new world order is coming. But I know you've stirred, viewer, and I'm grateful for it. Now is not the time to lose faith. We have to tumble down one last rabbit hole before I let you go. What I am going to show you should restore your faith and hope. Come on now, our final stop has arrived. A light at the end of the tunnel. We end as we began, with a map. You've been so busy focusing on Antarctica and all the lies of the satanic cabal that you forgot to examine the location that brought you here in the first place. The North Pole at the center of Gleason's map and the flat plain we call Earth. Gerardus Mercator was a Flemish geographer and cartographer and is responsible for the Mercator projection for navigation, in which north is up and south is down. It is pretty much the same map we refer to today as the standard map of Earth. A year after his death in 1595, Mercator's family compiled his life's work into an atlas, which contained his earlier works. Here is one of his atlases produced in 1569. The map's polar extremities of north and south are represented by huge bodies of land. In panel 13, a more detailed look of the North Pole or the Arctic is provided. It shows a quasi-circular body of land at the North Pole, separated into 4 quadrant continents, with what appears to be an island in the middle. Mercator's 1595 world map presents this Arctic region in more detail. The body of land or rock in the center of these 4 quadrant continents here is called Rupes Nigra, which translates to black rock. The official historians of the world tell us that Mercator's vision and influence came from the text 1GYtoLj2o Fortunata, a conveniently lost book containing a description of the North Pole as a mountain surrounded by a giant whirlpool and 4 continents with 4 directional rivers. Historians date the book to being created in the late 14th century and tell us that no pages or extracts of the lost book have ever been discovered. There are a vast amount of maps from this era, from all different cultures, that depict the North Pole in a similar way. It is not until the 17th century that reference to the North Pole's mountain, 4 continents, and 4 directional rivers starts to disappear from cartography, like a Photoshop erasure job. This coincides and aligns with the rise of Galileo, the father of heliocentrism. They tell us there is no land at the North Pole, just a large ice sheet. Google Earth, however, refuses to even give us the ice sheets. They love to show us their thwarted version of Antarctica, but when venturing north, all that remains is Greenland. Look at Greenland here. Edges of real land before a huge mass of white engulfs the entire country. This does not look real. They claim that Google Earth works by superimposing satellite images, aerial photography, and GIS data onto a 3D globe. That's great. So where are the perpetual ice sheets at the Arctic Sea? A closer look at the North Pole here is very telling. Zooming into this little island, something interesting appears. A glitch in the matrix. A line that runs from this island to the center of the Arctic Sea. Deliberate mocking on their part, or just amateur NASA-style Photoshop skills. Either way, it indicates that the vast nothingness of blue ocean here is indeed a photoshopped lie, and exists primarily to hide whatever is really here. Perhaps Mercator and the early cartographers just got it wrong. Mercator was no joke in his day. His maps were not merely fantastical creations of the world as he dreamed up and saw fit. He was known for his meticulous accuracy and, as stated earlier, he later developed the Mercator projection, which is still used today for navigation. The Inventio Fortunata is lost and has never been found in its entirety or extract. But an old letter from Mercator to John Dee, the advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, provides insight. John Dee wrote to Mercator to inquire about the North Pole. In his reply, Mercator paraphrased the Inventio Fortunata and provided a description of the region. In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north, and the water rushes round and descends into the earth just as if one were pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole. That is to say, 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all of magnetic stone, and is as high as the clouds. It is black and glistening. In Johann Ruysch's 1508 map, the North Pole is represented in a similar manner, and the map's legend states, it is written in the Book of the Fortunata, under the Arctic Pole there is a high magnetic rock, 33 German miles in circumference. A surging sea surrounds this rock as if the water were discharged downward from a vase through an opening to 4 mouths below. Around are islands, of which 2 are inhabited. Here the ship's compass loses its property, and no vessel with iron on board is able to get away. A magnetic rock or mountain at the center, at the North Pole, with the northern star Polaris fixed right above, unchanging, while the rest of the stars and constellations in the firmament revolve around it. Could the source of all magnetism and electromagnetism on Earth emanate from this magnetic mountain? It is an undisputable fact that compasses point north. But the satanic cabal tell us that the Earth is a spinning globe with 2 magnetic poles, the north and the south. Yet no matter how far we go south, the compass's needle never shifts and begins pointing south. It always points north. Is the north's magnetic pole just stronger than the south's and able to overpower it no matter how south you go? Or is somebody lying? And what about this whirlpool? The vortex at the center? Do the oceans really collect through 4 rivers and descend into the earth itself like a funnel or a vase? Would that even be possible? Do you remember what happened to water in the bowl with the magnet? Water is diamagnetic. It would certainly resist a large magnetic mountain. Is the North Pole really Earth's very own rabbit hole? And again, if this were true, why lie? It's entirely possible to let people know about this mountain and whirlpool and make it compatible with their satanic heliocentric model. The rabbit hole goes a lot deeper than you realize. It's hard to imagine a bigger secret than flat Earth itself, the firmament, the giant trees and quarried land. But there is one. It could very well perhaps be the most satanic lie of them all. Just perhaps. As always, the clues are hiding in plain sight. In the symbolism, in the mythology, the language, the metaphors, the movies, waiting patiently to be discovered. If we were to take them at their word and believe that Mercator and other renowned cartographers of the time were just influenced by a now missing book, the journey would end here. But by now, we know better than that. History is a corruption. The truth has been shattered, fragmented, mythologized, and scattered. All cultures throughout time have spoken of an ancient and sacred land. The ancient Greeks called this place Hyperborea, a land of perpetual sun. They said the people of Hyperborea were giants that lived for 1,000 years and enjoyed a life of happiness. Look at that word. Hyper is a prefix meaning beyond, and Boreas was the god of the north wind. Hyperborea, beyond the north wind. It is reminiscent of another word, the Aurora Borealis, the Northern Lights. The Hindu and Buddhist traditions speak of this legendary land as Shambhala. In Buddhist mythology, Mount Meru has its roots in hell and its summit in heaven, and is the bridge between Earth's realms. Scholars have pondered the location of Shambhala, writing that the literature frequently asserts that the world axis is associated with the center of Shambhala, and therefore it cannot possibly coincide with the Earth's spin axis unless Shambhala lies at the North Pole. Numerous sources support the tradition that Shambhala once lay near the North Pole. The Scythians, a branch of the Vedic peoples who roamed the Central Asian steppe, told of a wonderful place, similar to Shambhala, that lay far to the north. In most Asian cosmology, Mount Meru stands at the center. Look at the cosmological geometry here. Mount Meru at the center with 4 surrounding continent lands. In the fountain source of occultism, Paraka writes, this spot is the summit of what in the Hindu Puranas is called Shvetadvipa, Mount Meru, or Sumeru. It is the North Pole of the Earth. It is the mystical North Pole. The Japanese spoke of the island of the congealed drop, which was placed at the North Pole. The Vedics called this land Paradisha. René Guénon in The King of the World writes, according to the Vedas text and the Persian Avesta, Paradisha was literally located in the sense of the word at the pole. The ancient Hebrew word for Paradisha is Pardes, which translates to garden. In Norse mythology, we have Vergelmir, the whirlpool at the roots of the cosmic tree Yggdrasil, where we are told all rivers flow from. The ash is greatest of all trees and best. Its limbs spread out over all the world and stand above heaven. 3 roots of the tree uphold it and stand exceeding broad. One is among the Aesir, another among the Rime giants, in that place where aforetime was the yawning void. The third stands over Niflheim, and under that root is Vergelmir. You've seen this before. Look closer. A circular rim of mountains. Perhaps at first mistaken for the Antarctic ice ring. But compared to Mercator's 4 continents surrounding Rupes Nigra, a circular rim of mountains. In the Bible, this land is called the Garden of Eden. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The same 4 headwaters that Mercator depicts in his map. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. It has many names: Mount Zion, Mount Meru, Sumeru, Rupes Nigra, the Axis Mundi, the cosmic axis, the world pillar, the world tree, the tree of life. The connection at the center of this plane connecting the above and the below. The source of God, the source of magnetism. The Book of Enoch is also consistent. And from there, I went to the middle of the earth and saw a blessed, well-watered place, which had branches which remained alive and sprouted from a tree which had been cut down. And there I saw a holy mountain, and under the mountain, to the east of it, there was water, and it flowed towards the south. All cultures have their own versions of this central axis, Mount Meru, or what the Bible refers to as the Tree of Life. Heaven's altar right here on earth. William D. Warren in Paradise Found states, "Is anywhere in the temple of nature there was to be an altar, it could only be here." That it was here finds a fresh and unexpected confirmation in the singular agreement of many ancient religions and mythologies in associating their paradise tree with the axis of the world, or otherwise with equal unmistakableness, locating it at the Arctic pole of the earth. The North Pole is truly the land of 1,000 names. In accounts of his voyage in search of the Garden of Eden, Irish Saint Brendan, also known as the Navigator, journeyed to the north past Iceland and Greenland and recounts seeing great crystal pillars. A lot of Celtic mythology centers around the northern regions, with many believing that the real location of the Arthurian Avalon is actually at the center, the North Pole. Interestingly, the same John Dee that wrote to Mercator claimed that King Arthur conquered the far northern region. According to John Dee, another missing text, the Gestae Arthuri, apparently contained an account of Arthur's expedition to the North Pole. Another text, the Legis Anglorum Londonis Collectae, testifies to this same expedition. Through Celtic mythology, King Arthur became associated with the North constellation, the Great Bear, otherwise known as Ursa Major. By Sir Walter Scott's day, King Arthur had become firmly associated with the Pole Star, or Polaris. In his 1805 work, Lay of the Last Minstrel, he states, "Arthur's slow wain his course doth roll, in utter darkness round the pole. The northern bear lowers black and grim, Orion's studded belt is dim." The symbolism speaks louder than the corrupted history. King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table and the Western and Chinese zodiacs are strikingly similar. The Chinese zodiac table. It is our flat earth. The constellations of the dome or firmament circling the magnetic center, as do the yin yang of the sun and the moon. King Arthur and the 12 knights at the round table. 12 zodiac signs, 12 knights, with King Arthur's seat at the top, like Polaris. Look at the rose in the center. It is very similar to Mercator's representation of the North Pole. The 4 continents look like petals, and the magnetic mountain in the center looks like the plant stigma. Is the North Pole the true Holy Grail? The clock with its 12 hours, all time revolving around the center or the pole. There are 12 months in a year and 4 seasons, just like the 4 continents surrounding the pole. Our Earth is the oldest clock. 12 stars on the flag of Europe. Mercator's letter stated that Mount Meru, or Rupes Nigra, was 33 miles in circumference. 33 again. The United Nations flag, split into 33 sections, with the final, largest section falling in the center. 33rd degree Freemasonry. During the course of initiation, the Mason is taught that the North is Masonically a place of darkness. The Freemasons worship East, West, and South, and forsake the North. This is because the North is associated with the energy of good. It is the source, the magnetic mountain, the axis mundi directly underneath Polaris, the fixed constant star. 33 is also the age Jesus was when crucified. Many scholars have drawn links between Jesus and King Arthur. Jesus had 12 disciples. Da Vinci's The Last Supper. 12 disciples revolve around the center, Christ. A closer look at the table shows an arched central base, suggesting it was actually a round table that has been halved and flattened for purposes of the painting, hidden in plain sight. Our first encounter with the North Pole is also one of the first deceptions we ever experience as humans. Saint Nicholas, or Santa, comes from the North Pole. Santa is an anagram of Satan and has ties to another mythological being, Krampus, a horned half-goat, half-demon deity that punishes children who misbehave, i.e., it has its roots in the satanic practice of Moloch worship. Krampus is still worshipped today in many European countries. Can you see what they are doing? Contemporary Christmas practices have their roots in Victorian literature. Before that, the season still carried its true Christian practices and celebration of Christ. The satanic cabal has distorted and corrupted the true celebration of Christmas. tying satanic figures suggestive of child predation to the North Pole. As we grow up and find out Santa is a lie, we never give the North Pole another thought. It is the location of our first disillusion, our first painful truth. We are programmed to deliberately lose our sense of wonder for the North Pole. This usually coincides with the same time that we begin our heliocentric indoctrination at school. Christmas is a celebration of the birth of Christ, a celebration of the source, of God. That's why we put up Christmas trees. The Christmas tree is Mount Meru, the Rupes Nigra, the tree of life, and the star on top is Polaris, the fixed star in the firmament. Humanity has collectively forgotten this. The Christmas tree is a celebration of the magnetic axis mundi at the center of our flat Earth, and it has subsequently been corrupted and replaced by debased materialism. We no longer remember what we are celebrating. The satanic cabal must corrupt the North Pole. They tell us it's just an ice sheet, but Google Earth cannot even give us a photoshopped version of the ice. They don't even want people interested in ice sheets. They can't even bear to acknowledge the North Pole. It is against their satanic religion. Hollywood movies always contain things hidden in plain sight. But there are a select few of these movies that are highly satanic and Masonic. The Truman Show is a metaphor for our programmed deception living under the dome. Rosemary's Baby, Monsters Inc., and Eyes Wide Shut all depict the elite cult of Satanism and the practices of Moloch, child sacrifice, and adrenochrome harvesting. The Matrix is an obvious metaphor of humanity's slave status. The Matrix itself being the programmed deception cast upon humanity, who have no clue to the true nature of their reality. But there is another film, probably the most Masonic of them all, The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy's journey through the land of Oz. Notice the red shoes. Do you remember what Macaulay Culkin said about the red shoes? Dorothy and her unlikely band of friends must follow the yellow brick road to the Emerald City to ask the wizard if she can be sent home. The author, Lyman Frank Baum, developed maps for his land of Oz. Does this remind you of something? 4 lands or continents surrounding the central Emerald City. Just like the North Pole in Mercator's map. Look at the representation of the Emerald City in the film. Look at the domed halo surrounding the city. Much like the halo we see with representations of Christ. But does it remind you of something? Look closer. Columns. Basalt columns. The magnetic tree of life at the center. Also cut down in our history. The Emerald City. What else emits an emerald green glow? The Aurora Borealis. The Northern Lights. Look at the yellow brick road in the film. A swirl to the center. A whirlpool of sorts. Somewhere over the rainbow. The rainbow again. The Bifrost Bridge from Norse mythology. A path between heaven and earth. Between Midgard and Asgard. Bifrost means the swaying road to heaven. In Islam, it is called Al-Sirah. The narrow bridge people must pass in order to enter paradise. Look at the ancient Siam city in Thailand. This is supposed to be a recreation of Sumeru Mountain. Look at the bridge you have to cross on your journey. And what about the whirlpool at the center? Mercator described it as a filter funnel. Norse mythology labels it as Vergelmir, or the world's well. Could there really be a whirlpool opening in the center of Earth, caused by the magnetic tree of life, in which the oceans flow down into? Paul the Deacon, an 8th century Benedictine monk, wrote that where the ocean extends without bounds is that very deep abyss of waters which we commonly call the ocean's navel. It is said twice a day to suck the waves into itself and to spew them out again. By the whirlpool of which we have spoken, it is asserted that ships are often drawn in with such rapidity. Gerald of Wales, royal clerk to King Henry II, wrote, "Not far from the islands towards the north, there is an astonishing whirlpool in the sea, towards which there is a set current of the waves from all quarters, until, pouring themselves into nature's secret recesses, they are swallowed up, as if it were, in the abyss." In the Historia Norwegiae, an anonymous 12th century Norwegian monk describes the exact same phenomenon. The greatest of all whirlpools is to be found there, which engulfs the strongest ships. There is a very deep abyss in the earth itself, and alongside it are open-mouthed caverns containing winds. These winds draw to them the waters of the sea through hidden passages in the earth. They shut them up in the vaults of the abyss. The powerful source of magnetism offers some suggestion as to how this central vortex on Earth actually works. Not only is water diamagnetic and will resist gaining proximity to a magnetic mountain, creating an opening, but also a powerful magnetic source and a powerful central axis mundi would generate a strong electromagnetic field or electromagnetic stream. This takes the form of a toroidal electromagnetic field. Even in their heliocentric lie, they acknowledge that the Earth's magnetic field is toroidal, or shaped like a torus. The name Mercator, or Mercator, produces the 7-letter anagram creator, or creator, tor, toroidal, or torus. The source of the toroidal magnetic field lies at the center, or the bull's eye, the bull, the torus. Do you see how they have corrupted the torus by making it synonymous with the horned animal? The toroidal electromagnetic field is a stream of all vibration, frequency, and energy on our flat plane. A constant dance of the above and the below, with our earthly plane in the center. The toroidal field draws the oceans in at the central axis mundi vortex. As the water is drawn into the center of the earth, it keeps going and is most likely drawn out again at the perimeters of Antarctica. Hence, that is why there is so much ice. It freezes because there is not much sunlight at the outer perimeters of flat Earth. The ice has always melted at a constant rate, and this has been used recently to fuel the climate change hoax by the satanic cabal. This central vortex at the North Pole would also suggest the possible existence of the biblical Great Deep, and offer some clues to the existence of water above the firmament, all of which are outside of our perception's grasp and have been hidden from us. As absurd as this constant recycling of water sounds, the same process is happening right now inside of your body and never stops. Blood is pumped from the body into the right atrium and then is drawn up into the more central right valve to the lungs, which oxygenates the blood and pumps it into the left atrium at the heart's periphery, which is then drawn up into the central left valve back into the body. Speaking of the stars in the firmament, Enoch said that we shall err and take them to be gods. All planets in the fake solar system are named after false gods, such as Mars, Saturn, and Mercury. All of them apart from Earth. Earth is an interesting word, one of its kind. It is an anagram of heart. Look at the electromagnetic field of the human heart. It is a toroid. Look at the apple. It is the same shape as the toroid. What fruit did Satan tempt Eve with in the garden, the center of the earth? Hidden in plain sight. As above, so below. The microcosm and the macrocosm. What lies inside of Earth at this central vortex? Who knows? But it could explain the phenomena of the auroras at the poles. Perhaps the mysterious green light is atmospheric light coming from inner Earth, or the light emitted at the junction between realms. The word aurora borealis is very similar to the word Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail. A satanic symbol we see used over and over again. Many have speculated that the Ouroboros symbolizes the ice ring at Antarctica. Oro comes from the ancient Greek meaning for tail, and Boros comes from the ancient Greek meaning for swallow. Boros is also very similar linguistically to Boreas, god of the north wind. The Ouroboros is also present in the Norse cosmology, circling the center. The Bible referred to it as Leviathan, a creature with no mate, its tail placed inside of its mouth. It signifies how the North Pole and the Antarctic ice ring meet in the continual, infinite recycling of the oceans caused by the flow of energy from a toroidal electromagnetic field. It also symbolizes the continual dance between good and evil. The good being the Arctic North Pole and the evil being Antarctica. The ant prefix of Antarctica is precisely the same prefix used to signify opposition and being against. The Arctic is Christ, and Antarctica is the Antichrist. So many of the satanic elite are obsessed with Antarctica. In the mythologies, it is only the pure of heart that can enter the North Pole Center, Hyperborea, the Emerald City, the Garden of Eden. And we see this motif play out over and over again in their satanic mocking of our ignorance, while they continually lead us further and further away from knowing the truth, keeping us rooted to giving our energy to their satanic matrix. The recent BFG movie shows the characters jumping into another realm at a center with a giant tree. Notice the aurora. Stephen King's The Dark Tower series places the magnetic Mount Meru, the Rupes Nigra, in the center. Notice the familiar map and the Arthur Rose. Look at a clip from the film.
It's a map. My father showed me a map like this once. Inside the circle is your world and my world. Many others. No one knows how many. The Dark Tower stands at the center of all things. And it stood there from the beginning of time. And it sends out powerful energy.
Interestingly, Stephen King also wrote another novel about life under the dome. Philip Pullman wrote a children's novel called The Northern Lights, in which the protagonist enters another realm through the aurora. Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth sees its protagonists enter inner Earth in the north, just beyond Iceland. We have the Wandering Mountain in the Never-Ending Story. Notice the rainbow. Even the production company Paramount references this in its logo. Notice the dome stars above the Paramount, the Mount Meru, Mount Zion. We see reference to Flat Earth and the Tree of Life, Mount Meru, hidden in plain sight everywhere. George Bush International Airport, the Flat Earth map on the ground with a huge Tree of Life in the center, reaching up to the dome above. Darling Gardens in Sydney, Australia, the Flat Earth map again, with the Antarctic ice ring and the magnetic mountain in the center. Even the Central United Nations meeting room displays this imagery. Notice the starred dome above and the grand gold pillar in the center. What about flights? Wouldn't pilots have noticed if there were a huge vortex at the center of the Earth? Well, perhaps, if they actually flew over the region. Flights are restricted, we are told, because it is too cold to fly over the Arctic and Antarctic regions. They tell us they have the technology to send people out into cold space, but not to cross the polar zones. In fact, a closer look at flight paths more generally exposes their heliocentric lie. On a globe Earth, South Africa to Australia should be a straight path over the Indian Ocean. They could even refuel at Madagascar if necessary. But no such flight exists. They all stop off at Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia. A huge detour that makes no sense on a globe, but makes complete sense when looking at a flat Earth map. It's the direct flight path on flat Earth. We are running out of time. It is important to acknowledge the remaining and resistant beauty of our world despite the vast amount of barbaric quarrying. It is undeniable that our flat Earth quarry retains aspects of beauty. Sometimes so powerful it is described by humans as breathtaking. Although we are a species born out of the barbaric behavior of those who destroyed the Earth, Carbon-12 is not the entirety of our biological design. Like the land, we retain elements of the good, which can be traced back to divine creation, or what is called God. Whether you view God as a being, vibration and magnetism itself, or something else does not matter. God is the source, the intelligence that designs and creates. Hexagonal efficiency is just one geometric design found in living organic matter. There is a sequence and ratio underpinning all geometric shapes, life, and matter itself. These are the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. The Fibonacci sequence, the mathematical sequence of adding the last two numbers that came before, starting with 1. As the sequence continues, a constant ratio of 1 to 1.6 appears. This is called the golden ratio and continues indefinitely. To imagine what a 1 to 1.6 ratio looks like, compare it to a 1 to 1 ratio. Any rectangle with any two of the numbers of this Fibonacci sequence forms what is known as the golden rectangle, a perfect rectangle. This rectangle can be broken down into squares, the size of the next Fibonacci numbers. Similarly, if you construct the rectangle with the 1 to 1.6 ratio and begin to make incremental golden ratio points within that, you end up with the same results as the Fibonacci sequence. If you divide each with an arc, then the pattern begins to take shape. We see Fibonacci's spiral, the spiral in and of itself. A spiral, spiraling out at the sequential ratio of 1 to 1.6. Fibonacci's spiral is literally found everywhere in the natural world, on both a microcosmic level and a macrocosmic level. It is the blueprint of all creation. It is not a coincidence that the entire education system pretty much ignores the golden ratio and golden spiral. We are not taught about this because the inevitable conclusion of understanding the omnipresence of this ratio is to acknowledge intelligent design and creation. It is the fingerprint of God. When viewed from above, the toroid takes on the shape of a spiral. Your brainwashing and programming has to have such a powerful grip over you if you think for 1 second our flat Earth itself would not take on the same ratio and patterning. A golden spiral concentrating into a central vortex at the North Pole. Do you see how they have taken the fingerprint of God, the spiral, and corrupted it through the most evil act that can be committed? The rape, torture, and murder of a child and drinking its blood. How to continue after discovering such evil exists and the deceptions cast upon humanity. What to do when things fall apart, when down becomes up and up is now down, when those you trusted the most deceived you and let you down, when the storm comes. Center yourself. Return to the center. And not in the way they tell you. There is a reason the satanic cabal pushes things like meditation and want you to participate in blind positivity. There is a reason that most organizations now subscribe to this narrative and ask you to attend to your well-being. They want you to accept that reality is stressful and full of corruption, to normalize it, and tell you the antidote is forced relaxation, to switch off and ignore, and forced positivity, which in reality is just to ignore the matter at hand and replace it with delusional positive thoughts. In other words, to turn a blind eye. The eye is a microcosm of flat Earth itself, with the pupil at the center, giving you sight. Center yourself, but not through their methods. There is only one way to achieve centrality and stillness. The eye of the storm, immutable and still, while all around it energetic rage. The tree trunk, steadfast as the wind rattles its branches. The truth is objective. It cannot move, cannot bend, cannot fall apart. It is positively charged. It stands up to any counter-argument. And because of this, the truth is pure and is fixed. The fixed center of being. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist. And knowing the world we live in, the journey to the center is going to be the journey of a lifetime. It's here. The end of the rabbit hole. The end of our small journey. There is so much we did not get to cover, but I hope you will not forget over time and keep on searching. Did I accomplish what I set out to achieve? Am I wiser? Do I know more? Perhaps a little. But the more truth I discovered, the less I truly know. The truth humbles and puts me in my place. But it is not a place of dislocation that believing in the Ein Sof heliocentric model of nothingness produces in an individual. You probably want to ask if I now believe in God. If you need to ask that question, then you haven't been paying attention. I didn't tell you before because I knew I wouldn't need to. But this isn't really an ending for me or for yourself. For I know that something in you, viewer, has forever changed. Whether it's your entire perspective of the earth or just a small fraction of something that may nag at you during the late nights when sleep doesn't come. This isn't goodbye, and this is not an exit. It's actually the beginning. You're not really leaving the rabbit hole. You cannot leave the rabbit hole now. You've seen too much. The road doesn't end here. It's just a brief pause at the crossroads of another entrance to another rabbit hole. The journey of a lifetime. And who knows where it will lead you, viewer. But let's hope it's closer to the center.